I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Well, it is time for all of you to give a big round of applause. All right. So here we are today to honor India's top HR leaders who are bearing the torch of excellence in India's HR landscape. The theme for this year's summit is Unlocking the Future of HR, where you will listen and witness the thought-provoking discussions of India's top change makers, inventors, and architects of the Indian HR industry who will come together and share their insights on seamlessly inculcating the top-notch HR practices in the future workspace. Well, BW people bring the latest insights of learned CEOs, HR leaders, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, HR solution companies, government skilling organizations, and NGOs. The community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, the job market, and everybody in the HR ecosystem. While we have so many people here, thank you so much for being here once again. So now I request the BW team to please play the community audiovisual. So requesting all of your eyes and ears on the screen, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, BWBS World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India. And well, that definitely deserves a big round of applause. Let me hear you keep cheering. Yes, thank you. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as a global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW, in its portfolio, has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are exciting offers for attendees of today's event. Our upcoming issue features an in-depth coverage of the Union Budget 2024 with expert commentary diving deep into the nuances of the announcements made by the Union Finance Minister. The issues will also feature the top law schools in India. Now, I would like to request our team to please play the promo video. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversations and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag unlocking the future of HR. Now, requesting the team to please play today's event audiovisual. Thank you so much. Well, before we move forward with today's proceeding, I would like to thank our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, Just Bath AI, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. Well, today is the day that is going to have a lot of interesting discussions. So for the opening mark, I would like to request the CEO of BW Healthcare World, BW Wellbeing World, and BW Pharma World, Mr. Harbinder Narula. Everybody, can you please put your hands together for Mr. Harbinder Narula? I need to hear a louder sound. This is just the beginning of the day. Come on, let's see. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Morning, everyone. You must be wondering, what is this guy who's from the healthcare well-being field doing in a HR conference? But as someone who has been in business, somebody who's done startups, somebody who is a part of a family, the one thing I can tell you, everything in life, everything in business, everything that we do is all about people, which is why we call it BW People. Now, I want to share two things that have been a part of my life which will be relevant for what we are doing today. One is I do something called 200 Coffees, where I meet a lot of people, understand their journeys, and I've met more than 200 people now, interacted with them. And the one thing that I've understood is that what I've learned from their life journeys is what is the learning that I am adopting when I am working in the role that I perform. So it's all about real life journeys and experiences that mark what the future of how we are going to treat our people is going to be. So with that, the reason I'm sharing this with you is because the speakers who are going to be speaking with us today are going to be talking about experiences that have been a part of their journey. It's not about academics. It's not what we read in the books. What we are actually executing at work after 15 years, 20 years of our corporate experience is about what have we experienced as an employee, as an employer. So, that is something I want to set the stage, that we have a wealth of experience which is going to be available to us through the panel discussions that we are going to be hosting today. Second is, I was wondering what to talk. So I asked, me and my wife, we were discussing just day before, and we were wondering that, I have a 12-year-old, how do we prepare him for the future? And we were wondering, we got into a discussion, पढ़ाई में focus करें, academics में जाना चाहिए, कौन सा career आगे अच्छा होता है? Because, as parents, we wonder what our children are going to grow up to be. Should he be focusing on, medical? My wife is a doctor. And I said, नहीं यार, doctor छोड़ो, let's focus on what people say कि बच्चे को जो कर रहा है करने दो, let him figure out what's going to be best for him. But then we got talking about what the future is going to be. And I'm sure we have all heard that we don't know what the future is going to be. We do not know what the careers of tomorrow will look like. So what do we prepare them for? We are at a loss as parents. We are at a loss about what we should be preparing our child for 20 years later, when we do not even know what the future could look like. Same thing happens in our work environments. We don't know what the work is going to be looking like, what the companies of tomorrow will be like. We have already seen the change. We already term it as pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. Who better will know than the HR guys? The challenges of recruitment, retaining people, how we're going to manage the people at work. Do you agree it has changed between what it was pre-pandemic versus, how many of us believed in work from home? And today, that's the first criteria the young talent is looking for. Guys, do you have work from home? If not, I want to reconsider, right? So how can we prepare ourselves for the future when we are not in a position to envision what the future is going to be looking like? So I think what we can do is, the 5 things I was listing in the morning when I was figuring out what to speak, especially to HR specialists when I'm not one, though I've experience in HR, I think there are 5 things that we could focus on. This is my perspective. I'm not an expert, but through the day, I will figure out whether it's going to be what I thought was correct or if there's some other learnings that I can take away from all of you. One is, I think it is time that functions like HR also embrace technology and automation. We have finance, which has taken automation. Technology CTOs have already been talking about. But HR needs to look at how we can use technology. We have AI today, we have machine learning today, but can we prepare ourselves to use these technologies for talent acquisition, performance management? Second is, we have already seen that data is extremely important. And if we need to be objective, if we need to be relevant, we have to be data driven, right? So I think it's time that we start looking at technology and using whatever is available today or whatever could be available tomorrow. Second is, if we need to prepare our teams for the future, we need to create a mindset of continual learning. Things are changing fast. Business is changing fast. The way the business is done is changing fast. The environment in which we are operating is changing. And if a business needs to adapt to the new environment, the people who run the business need to adapt to the new environment. So upskilling and reskilling needs to be the way forward, in my opinion. Third is, we have always heard CEOs and business leaders talking about creating customer experiences. I think it's time now that before we look at customer experiences, we start looking at creating employee experiences. And that will lead to customer experiences for your organization. Fourth is, I was talking to Chavi this morning over a cup of coffee, and we were talking about diversity, inclusion, etc. I think we need to not just look at hiring more people to showcase that we are believing in diversity and inclusion. I think what needs to happen is sensitizing the rest of the workforce. Because when we are wanting to do something special for these people, it is an outcome because we think of them differently. It should not even occur to our mind that these are people who are different from anyone else. That's the real inclusion and diversity, in my opinion, and I feel that is what we need to focus on creating a mindset so that it is not an effort in the future that we need to make, it is taken for granted. Last but not the least, like I said, we are living in an environment which is dynamic. It is changing very fast. Can we build our teams, can we build a workforce that can adapt to change and adapt to change quickly? Today, I don't think we have the time available to us for us to experiment and see that, करके देखते हैं, change चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा, बॉस चलेगा, ये चलेगा, वो तो आपके business के impact में ही पता चल जाएगा. Today, the businesses go out of work really, really fast. So these are the 5 things that came into my mind, because I really feel if we have to adapt to the future, a future that we do not even know what is going to be, we can ready the team rather than preparing them for any one particular thing. As a CEO, I really believe that that is what we need to focus on. So with that, I'd like to thank all of you. I mean, it's brilliant that the hall is full even before we start. And all of you in Bangalore have taken out time. We have a packed day. I was going through the agenda this morning. We have a super packed day. And on behalf of Business World, on behalf of BW People, and on behalf of our chairman, Dr. Anurag Batra, I'd like to welcome you all for this particular conclave. And I'd also like to introduce Bilkis, who's now just taken over as the business head of BW People. This is the first event that she's doing. Congratulations to you, Bilkis, and all the best for what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you, guys, everyone.
Well, that is a leader who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Well, So now I would, before we move ahead, I just want to make sure that it's the morning, we're a little, so I just want to make sure that all of you are a little infused with some energy or fun. Okay, so I don't think everybody knows each other here, right? Today's our also a networking event. So what we'll do is quickly, I'll give you a minute's time. Maybe we can also have a timer, a minute's time, right? Okay, so please share your names with the ones who are on the same table. You don't have to get up, you don't have to walk around. Just share your names with each of them there and share where you are from, which company you're from. Also, one extra thing will be, you could share the first job that you had ever in your hand, right? Can we do that? Yes, share your name, share which company you're from, what do you do, quickly, okay, one after the other, just to the ones on your same table. Yes? Okay, the time starts now. Also the first job that you had. Just to know that how far we have all come. Yes, ma'am, you have your teammates there, yes. We're going to be spending the whole day together. We better know each other's name. And for the further discussions. All right, time's up. Thank you so much. See, now that I let everyone speak. Okay, so back to the screen, back to the stage, and back to MC Miss K. Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. Now I would like to request CEO and co-founder of Visara Partners, Mr. S.V. Nathan, to please come and kindly give us the keynote address. Big round of applause, everyone. He's going to be speaking about the future of human in a tech world.
Check, working? Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here at the Business World People HR Summit. The future of work. Okay, thank you. The future of work, blending technology with humanity. The speaker before me, Mr. Narula, did I get that name right? It's very difficult to speak after you, sir. You're not from our profession, but the way that you took away the wind in our sails, I will always remember. It's very difficult to get an audience back to listen to another keynote after somebody like Mr. Narula has spoken. So it's almost like there is a major and he's got his troops in front of him, and the general comes in and then he speaks to the troops. And after the general goes away, the major has now got to draw everybody's attention. And so he says, soldiers, the general has made some general points. The major will now make some. Thank you very much. So on that note, the topic is vital as we are evolving a work environment shaped by rapid technology, and these kinds of advancements are at a pace that we have never seen before. The COVID, and you did make a mention about that, has certainly changed the whole world. What has it done for technology? But before we go there, let's go to the world of films. In vendors, until the end of work, human beings were addicted to a technology that shows video images of the dreams and became very, very addicted. So the film was about that. Matrix, I'm sure that many of you have watched that, painted a picture of the future where people are plugged into the virtual world all the time. Steven Spielberg's AI, artificial intelligence, a woman struggles with the feelings for David, a robot child. And she's unable to come to terms, although the child, because it's programmed that way, is able to relate with her, but she's not able to relate with that. And that's exactly what's going to happen to us. Closer home, you have Robo 2.0 of superstar Rajnikant. And Rajnikant, in that particular movie, there's a conflict between Chitti, the once dismantled humanoid robot, and Pakshi Rajan, which is a vengeful human being who seeks vengeance upon all the cell phone users because the cell phone interferes with all the birds. So he wants to make sure that all the cell phones are dead. The point I want to make is increasingly we have become preoccupied with the virtual realities we now experience. People are in chat rooms, but they are not present. People are present, they are not in chat rooms. There's a lot of feelings that gets expressed when people are together. In a virtual world, that does not exist. Today you have children walking around with cell phones. You have infants, unfortunate infants, with the screen directly about 2 centimeters from their eyes. That's the world that we are in today. We are now looking at, can we have a robo which could form the functions of a nurse? Sad, but that's the way the world is moving too. Once upon a time, to be in computing, you had to be a computer scientist. That was the 80s. Today, you are an architect, you deal with data. Physicians, you are into computing. Business, well, you have to be into computers. HR people in the room, we deal with data all the time. We deal with AI, pretty new to us. Whether this is performance management, recruitment, you name it, we are in it. Yeah, some sad things too. We sleep with not our partners, but we sleep with our phones. It's very unfortunate. The first thing that we get up in the morning is, we don't even wish the person who is by our side. The first thing that we do is whisk out our telephones because we want to know what is the message that we could have missed out. Pretty sad. As we move forward, it's clear that technology facilitates unprecedented connection, connectivity, and efficiencies. No gainsaying that. There's a lot of advancements that we have made. It's crucial to prioritize human connections and well-being. The challenge is to build technologies that blend with humans, something that we can relate to. Our focus should be on leveraging technologies to enhance human experiences, not to do away with it. I often see people who are of a certain age, they would go to the banks. It's not about taking the money from the bank, because for that you have an ATM machine, but they'd like to converse with somebody who's a teller in the bank. Because and you would find that the people in the bank these days are good conversationalists. They would spend time. They would speak to people, because banks realize that relationships are not built through just technologies. They are about human interactions. Today's discussion will explore how organizations can achieve this balance of having technology on one side and humanness on the other. Of course, for all of this, we need an open mind. And before I go there, how many of you are interested in stories? Raise your hands. Shameless people. Huh? But I'll humor you anyways. So, this was a person who was coming back to his village after almost 20 years. Young man, he walks very briskly. He sees an old man by the tree and he says, "Hey, old man, I'm going to that particular village. Are you from that village?" He said, "Yes, sir, I am from that village." "How is the village now?" He says, "How was it when you left the village?" "Oh, it was terrible. It was dirty. A lot of people on the road, people in the streets fighting. There were neighbors who were always chatting with each other. It was a nightmare. I ran away." And the old man says, "Son, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed." Old man again goes back, and then the young man walks away. About 15 minutes later, there was another gentleman who comes up to the old man and says, "Gentlemen, are you from this particular village?" He says, "Yes." "And how is the village? I'm coming back after almost 25 years. Hey, how was the village when you left that village?" "Oh, it was fantastic. A lot of people on the streets, people playing, lots of women chatting with each other, going to each other's houses. Oh, it was a very lively place, very lively." And he asked the old man, "How's it today?" He says, "Son, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed." Well, that clap is just to let you know that the story is over. I'm going to take you through 7 very, very quick changes that have occurred. Number 1, artificial intelligence and automation. AI and automation are revolutionizing whatever that we have as processes. And before I go there, I'll tell you very interesting. I met a friend of mine who is into AI, who's into analytics, and he met the owner of a very large Udupi chain in Bangalore. And people who are outside of Bangalore, you must know this, that the best food in the world are made by people who come from this small town called Udupi. I mean, I'm very partial to that food, and I would say that it's divine. Anyways, so he asked this gentleman, "Do you know that you have a lot of data and the data could be useful to me?" So he says, "I have a lot of data, but why do you need this data? I know everything. I've been in this business for 35 years. There is nothing I would know." He says, "Okay, but can you share some data?" "What data would you want?" "Like the receipts that you have every day. And if you could do that for the last, let's say, maybe a year or so." "I don't have all that, but you can take it for the last 3 months. And by the way, this is in a gunny bag, because all we do is, we don't know what to do with the receipts. We just take it and we dump it in some place. That's all. You can look at all these receipts." And so he says, "Okay, I'll come back to you in a few days." Time passes, comes back, and he says, "Gentlemen, I have the following things to tell you." Says, "All you've been doing through your life is you've been standardizing your purchases, and they always happen to be in a certain set form. Whereas you also know that there are certain customers who come only on certain parts of the week. And there are times when there is a peak and there's a trough. I'm sure you know this. But did you know that on any analysis of a bill over 200, there's a common item, and that common item is a juice. And what I also find is wherever there is a juice that has been placed on the table, and when you have a mineral water, by the way, anytime you sit at these places, the first thing that they offer you is a mineral water. And he says, the day when you have a juice and a mineral water, you will find that the consumption of juice at that particular table, although it's a table for 4, would go down dramatically. And you all know this, sir, you know this, 35 years, that the gross margins that you make on a juice is significantly more than you can make on a mineral water. He says, yeah, I didn't know that. He says, next time if you do have to offer water, please make sure that the person knows that he has to offer only maybe 100 ml bottle, but don't get him to force a 1 liter bottle on him. He says, and you got this all from these receipts? He said, yes, and more, and more. Ghee has been used on certain days and certain months of the year, and by the way, this was wholly unnecessary for the number of doses that we have prepared and the amount of ghee that you've been using. I think there's some pilferage. And he went on, and suddenly this Udupi owner became interested in data. Because what is important is from data, you get information. From information, you get insights. And from insights, there are actionable items that you can pick away. So, I talked to you about AI. AI is dramatic. What it is doing to us today is it's able to give you a lot of insights and for us to act upon. Research shows that even when AI is being introduced in organizations, not many people know about it. KPMG says that only 54% of the people in any organization know that they actually have AI that is being used. How is it received by employees? They say, new technology will take away 30% of my jobs. 25% of the same employee says, it'll take away 50% of my work. And what they're also not saying is, there is a certain fear in their minds that's going to take away the jobs. And what do we need to do about that? Educate people in a way that says, it's not the job that is going away, that there are certain aspects of the job that can be done better. 40% feel that productivity improvements outweigh the effects of well-being and mental health, which just means we are introducing a lot of technology, but what effect does it have on the mental well-being is not very well understood. It's time for us to wake up. By the way, I throw a lot of these figures just to let you know that I've done some research. That's it. Second one, remote work technologies. Everybody knows this. We've come out of COVID. The two things, one, you either got a Zoom, you got a team meeting, you got a Google Meet, and you got an Air Meet. And first of all, it took some time for me to even get through, the functionalities of all these things. And we all want a screensaver. Why? For good reasons. We don't know what's going to happen, who is the person who's going to walk behind our camera. We have no idea. But it helped us. Through the COVID, it really helped us. Today, I don't know whether it is really helping us. People want to work hybrid work hours, which is a good thing. But also, it does not help teaming. Even if you were on a Zoom call, I'd like to see the person express themselves. The nonverbal communication is about 66% of all that we speak about is nonverbal. So it's important. Unfortunately, we are just getting carried away. And today, you remember the time when in 2021-22, we had the Great Resignation, right? Today, 2024. We are now from the Great Resignation, we have moved to the Great Struggle. What is the Great Struggle? All the CEOs, the CHROs are struggling to bring people back to work. That's a big struggle. How do we let people know that, yes, you can have technology, you can move it? Maybe where it calls for hybrid. People are trying to incent people coming back to work. That's a struggle. The third point is about empathy and employee well-being. Little less known fact was in the, around 2022, there was a study done by Deloitte. And in that study, they found that the productivity in the year 2021 went up by 10%. When it went up by 10%, by the way, when it went up by 10%, was it that we were all being watched on cameras? No. Were the people in the aisle looking over your shoulder? No. We were all working from home? Yes. Productivity went up by 10% because people wanted to do work. Cut to 22, it actually went down. When people came back, it came back to the same levels of productivity that we now have today. But the sad fact is, because of technology, the number of women who got stressed out because of work from home went up dramatically. And so many organizations started to focus on well-being and what it can do for people working with them. Skills and lifelong learning is the fourth element. The pandemic got us to understand that it is not to be in a class where we can learn about things. We went overboard. We made it mandatory on people to complete 40 hours of training and 80 hours of training and so on. Today, many people who are in this audience know the kind of trainings that we adhere to. There's some training going on, but I'm also doing some parallel processing. Even as I'm speaking to you, you are doing your own parallel processing, I'm sure. Because that is what technology has done to us. What is more important today is many edtech companies promise the moon. People saw new stars and possibly valuation. And now we are battling with crashes. Many edtech companies are getting out of business. By the way, what is important is upskilling, reskilling, and right skilling. What is really going to be useful for us in the world to come? Organizations could create an environment where they support ongoing learning and not make it really mandatory. Good companies, learning is a draw, it's not a push. It's not a push. I want to learn because that's how I grow. Fifth, creating a future-ready workforce is very important. I think you may have mentioned about that as well. The key is to adapt to future changes. Organizations must be flexible to prepare people for the future. Example, leaders must be agile. Workplaces, work practices. Don't keep the same old policies that you had for the last maybe 15 years. See how we can look at these policies and redefine them. It also means that we develop tools and get people to unlearn and relearn. Unlearn and relearn. Time for another quick story? Yes? Hey, if the yes is not resounding, then I'm not going ahead with my story. Yes? Yes. Okay. So here was a Kabliwala. The Kabliwala came from Kabul, bringing his kishmish, all his wares, dried fruits, the best that the country could offer, came to India, and he finished his 6 months over. He was over with his wares. He's now going back. And suddenly he remembered that his pretty daughter had asked him, "Papa, can you get me something really nice from India?" He didn't know what to do because he was now back almost at the border, but there was a nice tree out there, a lot of parrots. He looked at the parrot and then an idea came to his mind. He took a stone, he threw it in the air, and a parrot fell down to the ground, obviously injured. He picked up the parrot, put it in his jhola, and went all the way back home to Kabul. His daughter came rushing, flew into his arms and says, "Papa, what have you got for me?" And he gingerly took out that beautiful parrot and says, "Darling, this is for you, but it is injured, so let's kind of make sure that she's good." 6 months passed. It was the best parrot, golden cage, best of food. The parrot even learned how to speak. She had a very beautiful daughter who kept doting on the parrot. Time to go back to India because 6 months were up. He was up. And so he picked up his bag again, tells his daughter, what do you need from India? He says, I don't need anything. I have everything. I have this very beautiful parrot. Then he goes and asks the parrot, hey bird, do you need anything? And the parrot says, yes, I need something from India. What do you want? He says, I want you to go back to that same tree and tell my people and give them this message. What's the message? He says, tell them I'm very unhappy. I have the best of Kaju Kishmish. I have a very beautiful Malkin. Oh, she dotes on me, but I'm very sad. And I'm really very, very sad. This is the message. He says, this is the message? Yeah. Comes to India, sells his wares, 6 months pass, goes under the tree, looks at the birds and says, hey, hello, I'm back. And by the way, I have a message for you from the parrot. Yes, what's the message? It says, unhappy, I get the best of things. I don't have what I value most, freedom. And therefore, I'm very sad. And as soon as he said this, one of the birds fell down from the tree dead. And when he saw this, he didn't know what to do. But he could do nothing, so he comes back to Kabul. Again, his daughter flies into his arms and says, Dad, so nice to see you. And then there is this bird which is fluttering and says, hey, did you get my message across? He says, yes, I got your message across. Says, so what happened? When you shared that message, what happened? He says, I told them that you're unhappy, this, that, and you're very, very sad. As soon as I said this, one of the birds fell down from the tree dead. One of the birds fell down dead. And as soon as he said this, the parrot which was inside the cage fell down dead. And as soon as that happened, he says, oh my God, this bird is dead. Now he is unhappy. The child was wailing. She didn't know what to do. But, well, the parrot is gone. So he calls all his friends. He wants that the parrot should be given the best of burial. Gets a very nice casket, keeps it, and says, now it's time for the bird to return back to earth. Takes the bird gingerly out, keeps it on the casket, and as soon as he did it, the bird flew away and perched herself at a place where he could not reach her. And the bird looks at the man and says, hey Kabuliwala, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your message. He says, so you're not dead? No, I'm not dead. And thank you for the message. What message? What message? He says, well, the message is sometimes in order to live, you have to die. Sometimes in order to live, you have to die. That's the story. Sometimes for us to live, we have to unlearn what we had in the past. This is a new world. You have to work with new paradigms. Technology is something that we created. Today there's a case for imagination. I don't think machines can really think, but we are getting to a point of singularity when machines can think, possibly just like men. And in closing, and when I say in conclusion, it just lets all of you know that my piece is now over and I'm going to be leaving in a couple of minutes, but just bear with me. Over a long time, we need sustainable organizations. It starts with people. What value are we creating for the people who are working with us? Over a long period of time, with increased technologies at place, will it displace employees? It's not for organizations to keep people employed forever. That's not the intention, but to make them employable forever. Let me repeat. It's not for us to keep employees forever, but it's to make sure that they are employable forever. It is not for us to hold on to the mortal hands of power and abolish all forms of human poverty and forms of life, which technology can get us to do. Technology gives us power, but it cannot tell us how to use that power. Thanks to technology, we can constantly communicate across the world, but it does help us but it does not help us to say why or what. Humanity drives technology changes, while changing technologies shape humanity. Circular. So here is what I want to leave you with. Think about how you can blend technology with humanity in our own workplaces. This summit is a great one, for it brings together two aspects that will propel the world: people and technology. It holds great promise of how technology and humans can work together, much like a jugalbandi. William Blake said this: to see the world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. An eternity in an hour. And you have the whole day. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nathan. Well, thank you so much for both the stories that you mentioned. We all loved it, didn't we? Yes, nice. Okay, without further ado, let's start with our panel discussion of the day, the first one, where we have the first one, the CHRO agenda. The first one, leadership and talent management for tomorrow. The session chair would be Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO and BW Healthcare and Wellbeing World. Give us a moment. I think we'll just get the chairs on the stage. Then I can welcome all of you. Okay. Requesting Mr. Ayaskant Sarangi, CHRO, Emphasis Limited, to please join us on the stage. Next to him would be Chavi Anand, the VP and Zonal Head HR, Tata AG, General Insurance Corporation Limited. Joining them would be Amarpreet Kaur Ahuja, Country Head HR, AstraZeneca, India. Okay, let's all put our hands together for all of them. Yes. The session chair would be our own CEO, BW Healthcare and Wellbeing World, Mr. Harbinder Narula.
So you'll have to bear with me for some more time. The topic which is there is in line with what we have been talking about. I mean, what I spoke of and what Mr. S.V. Nathan also was trying to elaborate. Preparing for tomorrow. So I will not go into introducing the panelists because they've already done that, and I think they have done it really well. But let me begin with going straight to the topic. And I'm not going to be talking about, what are the priorities of a CHRO, we've been knowing that. But what are the new priorities of a CHRO? Are there any emerging priorities that have taken precedence over anything else that we've experienced in the past? Especially when we were talking about the challenges that we are facing in terms of trying to get the workforce back. What are the priorities or the emerging priorities of a CHRO? Let me begin with Ayaz, why don't you begin with it?
Thank you, Mr. Narula, and thank you so much, Business World, for the warm invite. Very, very interesting question, I must say. I would kind of define and divide this into 3 or 4 key areas for us, right? One massive focus area, which is going to emerge, and has already emerged to some extent, is shifting from learning to application of learning, right? I think that's one major area, because fundamentally when one looks at the principles of learning, it's about knowledge, skills, and attitude. But primarily it's also about knowing the ability to apply that knowledge, and therefore and also the skill. So therefore, as an organization, how does one create an environment so that one is able to teach people, its employees, in terms of how does one apply that learning into a real life scenario? Because that's becoming a critical differentiator. The second important thing, I think Nathan talked about it, I missed your session, I'm so sorry, but I think the entire focus on well-being, that's kind of really emerging as a massive theme. Probably COVID got all of us a lot more sensitive towards it, but be it physical well-being, financial well-being, emotional, all those 3 areas, and therefore the focus on ensuring that there is enough ecosystem at play to create a safe workplace for environment for our employees. That's becoming an important area. And last but not the least, the whole aspect of aligning employees with the purpose of the organization in a hybrid framework. And I think that's the other important challenge that all of us are kind of grappling with at an organizational level. Closer home to the function, I think it's about how do we embrace tech, especially more so AI tech, into all the key areas, right? And for me, the way at least I look at tech, it's about a mindset as well. So for example, in my role, am I thinking about tech in terms of how can I apply tech in HR ops, how can I apply tech in recruitment, how can I apply tech in learning and development, so on and so forth. In my own mindset as a leader, that's becoming an important shift. So those are emerging areas that are kind of coming up.
Thank you, Ayaz. Chavi, do you have any comments on, what are the things that are emerging? And also, what I'm very keen to know from you and Amarpreet also is that why did it take a pandemic for us to realize that we need to focus on the wellness of our employees? Why is it an afterthought? How can we become proactive in our, our thought process of what is it that we could do for the employees from a human mindset point of view?
Yeah, so I think, see, when it comes to employee well-being, it is mostly about, we already used to have certain policies in place which maybe were never used. For example, sabbatical leaves, we all talk about it, but the moment any employee applies for sabbatical, the all hues and cry comes over, right? Why? What has happened? Or what is the need for that person to go on sabbatical? What will happen to the role now? What will go for that position will go vacant for if the sabbatical is for 6 months and so on. So I think, again, as you said about the mindset, so that mindset, it has shifted, but not where it is required. Still, people are grappling with whether I should take a break or I should continue, because that break will be seen in my resume, not a very enticing thing, or the recruiters will question me, why you did that, and whether I should really apply or even be vocal about it that yes, I did that. So that small thing which has been in place maybe for certain ages or were lying in the policy document, but never people availed it. I think more and more communication around it, and even the employees who are availing that needs to be encouraged more. Second thing is on the, very specific, or I'll say personalized well-being programs are also very important now. Though we know why COVID has given us a, jerk that yes, a thought has to be given to our own well-being. And also, the recent outage that has happened, that also given us a nudge to see that whether we are not 100% relying on the technology front as well. We need to have a business continuity plan in place You know, in case something happens, do we have human decision making in place? You know, that is also very important. And when I said on personalized well-being programs, even our organization has certain programs like smoking cessation program or diabetes reversal program, which are you know, very common lifestyle diseases which have cropped up, but it does impact if any person goes through it, and the impact on the overall health of that person becomes very important to look into it.
Thank you, Harbinder, and thank you everybody for having me here. I'll quickly introduce myself. My name is Amarpreet and I head the HR function for AstraZeneca India. You know, when we say pre-COVID and post-COVID, AstraZeneca today needs no introduction, thanks to the vaccination, which of course the country has experienced. But having said that, I think you're right in a way, you know, when we say the space of trying to evaluate that it was COVID that, led all of us or forced all of us to think in that direction that yes, well-being is important. Yes, we have to look after that very, very important agenda. And, you know, to be hand on heart, to be fair to all of us, I think we did prioritize that post-COVID. We did not really think of that as much. It was pretty much there on the policies. It was pretty much there in terms of the platter. But today, the manner in which it has come through as a curated form of a design program, it's called Celebrating You in AstraZeneca. And, you know, like you were mentioning, it of course focuses on all dimensions and all aspects of well-being, whether it is, your mental well-being or your financial well-being. All different aspects are taken into account, physical well-being and, you know, pieces like that. But keeping that aside for a moment, because we did of course speak on well-being, with my fellow panelists, I think another very, very important priority for all of us as we move forward into the future is a space of revisiting, recrafting, rethinking on our policies. They have to be progressive, they have to be forward-looking, and in order to look at what the future has in store, it is so important that we keep visiting them as frequently as, let's say, once in 6 months or once a year, to go back and revisit whether they are already outdated, whether they're making sense to the newer generation, whether they're making sense to your new talent demographics within the organization or not. So I think paying that attention as an HR leader, as an HR fraternity, is a very, very important space where you are able to recraft them, rethink that are they making good sense and are they relevant today? Or are they just the same age-old, leave policies and like Chavi was mentioning, the sabbatical policies? What else is needed, and are we able to be relevant in the workforce or for the workforce of today? So I think that's another very important priority.
Harbinder, in terms of why, I think the reason why, in my personal view, is because as a community, we are eternally hopeful. We always believe good things are going to happen to us. Yeah. I think what COVID made us feel that we're all vulnerable. Everything bad, which is not in our control, can happen to us. We could get hurt in unimaginable ways, and that got people thinking.
Got it. I think that's a very valid point. Chavi, tell me one thing. I mean, you're talking about emerging strategies. What is it that we could do for our people? And post-pandemic, people became a priority over work, right? But at the end of the day, all our strategies need to be aligned to the business goals for which the employees have been employed. So how do you think, as a HR head, would you align what you are doing for the people to the goals that they need to align with so that the company is progressing?
Thanks for that question.
It's working, so it's fine.
Okay. So I think the first and foremost, need for HR leaders to align even HR strategy with the organization goal is to fully understand the organization metrics or business metrics, understand what the business is into. That is the foremost requirement for any HR leader to get into. You have to understand the operating procedures, the competitive landscape, the buyers, the end users of the business, etc., to get into or to understand where the business is going towards. That is the first. The second, I would say, it is also about the people analytics that can be used that actually make or empower HR leaders to make impactful decisions when it comes to people. And third, it is about the communication cadence. So, you know, the more the communication, which is well-established communication rhythm, that has to be clear, consistent, and it has to mostly come from top down when it's about, you know, aligning with the business priorities. And the more you do it, the more employees are aware of where we as a business are moving towards. And, you know, no one team has to do that in that sense. When all the when all the business leaders along with HR leader come together and collaboratively gives the same message, I think that makes the, you know, case very strong that where we need the change and move ahead. And last is, I think, which Amar Preet has also said, is about the continuous feedback. You know, it's very important that while you are doing so, you also keep on taking the feedback from your employees so that you know how you are making the progress, whether it is in line or whether we are deviating somewhere, or it is too much overwhelming on employees, or whether we have to see the pace and the phase of making that alignment.
Can I just maybe add an example to what she's shared and, you know, just share that interesting perspective? While I see it's tough to hold the attention of the audience, especially after Nathan sir's wonderful keynote, but I do want to take an example and I want your attention on this one. An example of, you know, from an AstraZeneca's perspective, exactly on the point of how do you as HR leaders align from a business strategy perspective. You know, when we talk about our organization, the clear ambition or purpose of AstraZeneca is to be pioneers in science. There's a longer purpose and an ambition, but I'll just hold on to this word, which is called pioneers in science. Number two, one of the values of AstraZeneca is that we follow the science. Now, when I say something like this, as an HR leader, it is so important for us within the function to be able to understand that science, first of all. You know, what is that science? What are those therapy areas? What is the molecule? What is the targeted therapy? What is it really going to do? How will it impact the patient's life? And what can it transform in terms of the patient outcome? If I'm able to correlate, if I'm able to speak the language of science, even if I'm not a science student, I think that's what makes the cut for us as HR leaders, and that's what makes the cut when you're able to speak that language, have that dialogue, and be present in a chamber of a doctor and have a dialogue about an AstraZeneca molecule or a therapy which is going to treat and impact a patient's life in such a way that you are able to have that same discussion and at the leadership table or at a chamber of a doctor. That's what will transform your own respect in the eyes of a business leader, and then they start seeing value in what can you contribute, because when you speak that language of science, you'll be able to understand where those challenges are as a healthcare professional or as an individual, and transform that into reality, transform that into those people priorities which are really needed to meet those outcomes. You spoke about communication, Chavi, and you know, are we able to communicate value? And when I say communicate value, that value is in the space of those outcomes, or in the space of financial performance, or in the space of matrix. But at the end of the day, are we able to communicate value in such a way that will impact the lives of patients, and not just, you know, an element of business, but an element of end outcome or end ambition within the organization. So if you're able to connect the dots to that last level of ambition and purpose of an organization, that is what, you know, brings respect to every HR leader, every HR member on a business table, I would say.
You know, I'm so glad that you brought it up. I agree with you more on this. Being a non-medical, non-science background, having to interact with healthcare leaders, I've realized the importance of this.
You can imagine talking about an oncology product and, you know, being awestruck at the kind of, conversation that can happen by your business leader with regards to a similar situation or scenario.
Ayaskan, you know, we're talking soft skills, right? And we were talking about the importance of data and helping understanding HR analytics to make decision for the HR field. What are some of the more emerging, innovative ways of attracting talent and being able to retain them in today's day and age? I mean, the challenges are very, very different from what we've seen in the past.
So I think 2 or 3 areas that are critically emerging, right? Because this is an area which is continuously emerging, changing. I think first and foremost, the use of tech to engage with a candidate right through the process of the interviews, that kind of going through the process itself, even before offer making. So really making the person feel important, special, how the person would fit into your organization, the potential career path, so on and so forth. But talking about it upfront and giving that experience with regular nudges, I think that's becoming an important area of using tech, right, from a scale perspective. Second is really ensuring that when it comes to onboarding of an individual who is joining us, really making that part very, very special. Onboarding especially to a large extent is also moving beyond the first 2 or 3 days into more of assimilation, which is typically like a 3-month, 2 to 3 months kind of time frame. So therefore, using of buddies, using of frequent check-ins from managers, that's becoming an important part so that the person feels settled in as far as the environment is concerned. Because the moment any person walks into the organization, whether we like it or not, the way all of us conduct ourselves, the onus of building trust lies with that individual, right? So how do I accelerate the process of trust building for an individual? That becomes an important aspect as far as onboarding is concerned, right? And then from a classical engagement perspective, that's again another place where a lot of tech is at play, right? Given, at least for our case, given that it is a hybrid model, how can I really bring tech more, make it more interesting for people to learn what's happening at their own space? Not only that, how can I apply that? Correct. So let me give a very specific example here, right? So today, anybody, any leader in the company can put a technical problem, and that problem is visible to the entire organization. So anybody who feels that he or she can crack that problem, logs in, cracks it, and gets paid for it, right? So we didn't have debates in terms of, is this, over and above CTC, what's going to happen to taxation? No. I mean, you have to kind of go beyond a traditional way of doing HR and saying that how do I reward people for solving complex problems that the organization to benefit from, right? Those are your measures of engagement that one would kind of typically look at. And last but not the least, reskilling. I think that's becoming an important lever for any organization across the board. Let me step back and give a very simple example, since Nathan talked about tellers, right? When the ATM came over, and I'm talking about the late 80s, early 90s, and it kind of really mushroomed and became huge, the people who were most insecure at that point in time were the bank tellers. So what the good banks did, they actually changed that situation to an advantage. You know what's the biggest strength of a teller? Customer relationship. They really knew who was doing what. So they kind of retrained them and put them in front as customer relationship managers, right? So that your credit deposits, the deposits in the bank kind of grew. So I'm saying, therefore, looking at how do I keep reskilling my talent, keeping in mind what the future entails, becomes an important agenda.
Absolutely. What I hear you say is that we have to build a team of people who are able to adapt themselves for whatever changes that we are experiencing. Amarpreet, since we're talking of hiring, attracting talent, retaining them, one of the challenges that I know that most of the pharma companies and people who are related with science are facing is that, especially in the HR, there's a lot of pressure of inclusivity, diversity, hiring more women employees. What we have seen in India is that a lot of women who take up science, they do not actually work in the field of science, right? What is it that AstraZeneca is doing or has done to create a trained, employable workforce for the future? Is there something that you're doing to prepare these women rather than, when you need them, when you are looking at hiring, then you go out to the recruiting agencies and tell them that, listen, we are looking for women, but there aren't any available or not enough available?
I think you really nailed it, Harbinder, in terms of calling out the biggest challenge in the pharma industry is to be able to hire and retain women talent, especially in the sales roles, especially in the field roles. And it's not so much about the industry, so to speak, but I think a lot of it is the kind of environment or the ecosystem, the society that we all come from, where women, a good 40-50% are so there's a right gender representation when it comes to women in science or women in STEM particularly. But when it comes to the same community of people being hired for roles or being considering options of science as their careers, that's where the significant dip happens, and it's even less than, I would say, 10 to 15% of them who consider career professions when it comes to situations or scenarios like this. Now, what are we really doing about this? In both the sides of an organization, both from a technology standpoint, as well as in the sales, roles, both these have significant presence in our country, within AstraZeneca, wherein we do hire for the technology roles in science, and we hire for the sales roles as well in science. Having said that, I think we've curated very beautiful, platforms and scenarios whereby we go out and have conversations and dialogue with a larger community of women in sales. These are segregated, segments of, channels wherein we have dialogues and discussions and talk about what is it as a, a day in life of a sales rep. What is it that, when we look at girls in these kind of roles and scenarios or situations, what kind of, benefits or flexible work models are available in order to help women come and look at careers like this. So while, you need that external pool to be available and something that can get attracted within the organization, similarly, in-house, when we talk about people internally, the change in mindset, there are dialogues and discussions that happen on the leadership tables with the manager community and talk to them about what are some of the, not just the benefits, I would say, what is the flavor, how rich can you make your entire, workforce by ensuring that there are women on the table who are also participating in these dialogues and discussions with the, sales organizations or with the HCPs that we have, which is our healthcare professionals. So that it's a two-way street. When we talk about going out into the early talent programs that have been curated, the programs for women in sales and women in tech being created. Number 3 is creating a complete shift in the mindset internally to make sure that we are able to hire more women. And you'll be surprised to hear that, in the last 1 year, in the year 2023, we've moved our needle from 12% of women in the sales organization to 20% of women in the sales organization, where the industry sits at about 9 to 10%. And that's where we've been able to move the needle in terms of impact. When we talk about it and we talk about our competitor landscape, largely 9 to 10% is all that is available in terms of the sales rep, but creating that environment which is safe, which is healthy, and which is eco-friendly for our women community who go out there in the field to work and, feel connected with the organization. So that's the kind of needle movement that has been done in under 12 months at AstraZeneca.
I would like to add
on
this, please. I am also the DEI leader for Tata AIG, and the similar challenge, women in sales, especially, we are a very frontline sales heavy workforce that we have, and we see a huge churning in that workforce. And given that, yes, we have good females in the front lines, but however, when it comes to high opportunity markets, which are very remote locations, there we face a huge challenge even to hire female employees. Now, talking about how to, even grow them. So once they are in, what are we doing with the current female workforce? So there are few things that we do. One is on the mentorship program that we offer them. That comes from women leaders across Tata companies. So the women who have maybe 10 plus years of work experience, they mentor women who are maybe at the entry level or who have just 2-3 years of work experience, and they see a huge benefit out of it. Second is there is also a program which is laid out for a few weeks, in which we try to, that is mostly curated for our top performers, female top performers, and that is for making the shift in their mindset, that why don't you aspire for those leadership positions. And we have seen a stagnant percentage when it comes to moving from maybe middle management to senior management positions. And that is where this program is basically to have that mindset and make them stand tall, or speak for themselves and aspire for those challenging roles and move ahead, not only be complacent enough in the middle management roles. So these two things, I would say, has made a difference, and we have seen a shift, though it is a gradual movement. But yes, we are looking at it for a long-term perspective. It will be a definitely huge hit.
Awesome. Instead of keeping the questions from the audience at the end, I've got about 10 more questions to ask them, but I don't think we will have the time. But I don't want to lose the opportunity. If you have any question, we should take one question before I ask them my next question. Is there any yes, ma'am.
So my question to Amarpreet ma'am. Ma'am, why did UK government stop H2 corona vaccine in UK?
It's not an HR question, but would you want to?
But the HR need to look from the customer front as well, as ma'am rightly said.
So,
keep it brief.
okay. So you got that note there. I think a piece that is there out in the news, a piece which is pretty much there in terms of laying out. I think the only thing I can call out is at the time when the vaccine was created, and so does any other vaccine being formulated and out there in a market in under 10 months of the time when the pandemic was hit, it all comes with the right level of detailing and right level of disclaimers. And even when you go back and look at the packaging of every vaccine, it comes with its set of disclaimers of what can it also do in terms of certain situations or pre-medical conditions. And if you can read through that, that will probably answer your questions on what was it and where it stands.
Awesome. So my next question is, something that just came into my mind while I was listening to all of you. You were talking of mentoring, guiding. It's not just about mentoring the workforce. As a CHRO, there is a lot of mentoring that is required, which is to the leadership. Unfortunately, sometimes we are not able to do so because maybe they're not receptive to listen to what you guys are wanting to tell them. You guys are getting feelers from the teams. Second thing is that there is a lot of bias that I have observed. And the bias is that if somebody is from IIM Ahmedabad, they're wanting to hire a workforce, which is the priority is IIMs and FMS, right? So there are these lot of biases that are coming in to the system, unknowingly coming into the system. And we were all talking about data-driven decision-making in CHRO. How do you think this can be handled so that the role that you play helps the company create a path which is making a difference and creates a sustainable business which is growing consistently? Anyone who wants to go in for it?
So I can take that briefly. One part of your question was about, when you talk to leaders and they are your peers at the end of the day, right? Who are a part of your leadership team and let's say a part of a country leader group or pieces like that. And you are able to observe that there are challenges. You're able to observe that whether it's people challenges, whether it's alignment challenges, whether it's a culture misfit, it could be any kind of a challenge. In scenarios or situations like that, you'll also observe, I think the flip side of the story when we talk about leaders are that, there's a journey that people have traversed. There's a mindset that gets shaped over the years. When people come with decades of experience, there is a certain baggage you carry. And it is always very challenging to be able to challenge that baggage. How do you challenge it? How do you really have that dialogue or conversation on the table? The only method that I have seen that works beautifully is a scenario or a situation when you're able to have a consultative approach. And when I say consultative, it includes an element of coaching. It includes an element of not directing anything, not actually saying that this is not how it will work, but actually being a coach to that business leader and allowing that person to be able to see where the mirror is. I think that's the beauty of coaching or consulting. And if you can have that adult to adult conversation with a business leader, believe it or not, it works magic. It works like magic.
So just to build on this, right, and I have led the function for a 100% privately held organization, as well as now leading for a publicly held, which has the board, etc., and its own set of complexities. My personal experience, especially when it comes to giving feedback, good, bad, doesn't matter, to the CEO, right, who kind of is also your boss. The fundamentals around that is, have you positioned yourself as a trusted advisor of the CEO or not? Which means, what's your own credibility? What's your own track record on delivering what you have said to your teams? Do you come across as somebody who is very, very non-political? Do you come across as somebody the CEO would see as a well-wisher and not somebody who's kind of takes some information in and kind of plant it somewhere else? It's about building that belief, and that doesn't happen overnight. If I just sit with somebody and say, I'm going to coach you, it doesn't happen, right? It's about day-to-day working. Once you get your seat on the table as a trusted advisor, trust me, across the board it happens. It happens in our daily lives. Even as kids, we take feedback from parents. And at some point, the thing switches, right? We start giving feedback to your parents. Say, you should have done this, you should have taken your medicine on time, so on and so forth. And they get into listening mode.
I think it's that honesty of intent.
So the trusted advisor, credibility, non-political,
I think that's a brilliant point.
That's what matters.
Yeah, that's a brilliant point. I think, it is important to be seen as a coach rather than you trying to coach the leader. I know the screen is blaring with times up, but I'm going to take 3 more minutes, 1 minute to each, because that question is really, really important for everyone out here. Since we're talking of the future of HR, what is the future of a CHRO? What do you think needs to happen for a CHRO to take on the role of a CEO in the future? 1 minute each, or maybe less than that. Is that an important question for all of you? What's the future of an HR leader?
I can take it. I mean, by the way, I don't have any aspiration to become CEO. I love HR. I've been in HR. I would retire as an HR person. Having said that, I would say really
that's being politically correct, that your boss is not listening.
Yeah, no, I've told this to everybody, right? I mean, I will just say that I don't see any difference between HR and business. They're all in it together. The only thing I would say is understanding of financials, understanding of marketing becomes important. If you have the courage to win a deal, go for it.
Though I agree with his advice, but yes, I do aspire to become a CEO. But yes, the thing that, even what I have read recently is only 0.3% of human resources CHROs move to CEO roles. And one thing is very important, as he rightly mentioned, on the, understanding of the business metrics, and again, on the P&L statement or the balance sheet that we have, do we really understand where the numbers are coming from? And when we do have discussions on the table, with all the business leaders in place, do you also make a point, or how have you positioned yourself in such a way that they listen to you and your initiatives well collaborate with what the business, where the business wants to move? So I think to make that mark, you should, as even Amarpreet said, that you should talk that language and you should contribute in a way where they want to listen to you. And then slowly this needle moves and they really want to even look at CHROs to why not challenge them, or why not give them this aspiration to move ahead as CEOs?
So for me, quite similar to what Ayazkant mentioned, I don't actually aspire to be a CEO. However, I am a very strong believer of the fact that absolutely CHROs can be the CEOs of an organization. Personally, I have received 2 knocks on the door, but I did not really go for it. Not because of courage, but I think the passion that I hold for the function that I have or I stay with maybe over does the other part of the aspiration that yes, you can be the CEO as well. But I think the path can always be there where you can be a business leader and from there on to be a CEO of an organization. It is a path which is a beautiful path, a path that every HR leader, if they are absolutely passionate about a business function or an ambition, can be aspiring towards and moving towards. All that it takes is the right mind frame, the right mindset, and the right business know-how. So that's where I would leave it.
I'd like to close the conversation here. I personally believe that CHROs can make beautiful CEOs, because at the end of the day, I know as a CEO, all that we do is about people management. Inspiring people, motivating them to go achieve their business results, to make a difference in the organization, to make a difference to the teams that they're managing, to the customers that they handle. Of course, you need to upskill and reskill yourself to understand the P&L, the Excel sheets, and understanding what is important, the importance of marketing, etc. But I think CHROs would make a wonderful set of CEOs. Thank you so much for panelists to be taking out time to be with us and sharing your knowledge and insights with everyone here. A round of applause for the panelists.
Requesting all of you to please stand for a picture. Okay, one more big round of applause to all these people. We had, it was literally an insightful first session of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. All right. Now we move ahead to the second round of panel discussion. And now I would like to request Mr. Majid Ali Khan, Head of People and Culture, CMS IT Services, to please join us. Requesting Manas Martha, CHRO TKK Prestige, to please join us. Requesting Preet Boparai to please join us. That's Head of Human Resources at India SABIC. And the chair person of this session would be Anuja Singh, Chief People Officer, Ninja Cart. Can we all give a big round of applause to all of them? Louder applause. That's it. I don't see people clapping. Come on. Let's see your energy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
I do realize that the chair I'm sitting in, as they say, I have big feet to fill in. That was an excellent first session, and I think the moderator did a job par excellence. So thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. And we'll start this off very quickly. Would also want it to be a lot more participative. We'll try and keep this interesting too. So without much of an ado, let's just do a very, very quick introduction. And we'll do it a little differently. So what I would like all the panelists to do, and we'll start from that corner, is to not just tell me your name and where you work, but also add an adjective which describes you, and it needs to be with the same alphabet that your first name is. All right? So I can start.
Can I change the alphabet?
Oh no, let's just keep it fun. And I've realized, particularly in a large group like this, one of the purposes is to learn, but also remember names. So this is something which I use, to try and, the moment you add an adjective, you kind of remember the person. So I am amazing Anuja, and I work as a CHRO in a company called NinjaCut, which is a B2B agri-tech. So yes, I am in one of the startup economies of of Bangalore. So something similar,
Sure.
and that is giving you all time to think of the adjective, by the way.
Okay, I was, when you said that, I thought of an adjective, but that's not from the same alphabet as my name. So I would say I'm pleasing Preet. I work for a company called SABIC. The full form is Saudi Arabia Basic Industries Corporation. It's a chemical organization, and that's about me.
Sorry, I'll take it. I don't know if I'll be able to add an adjective.
Got the audio.
Yeah. All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manas. I head the HR for a company called TTK Prestige Limited. We are not no way connected with the real estate. I am from the consumer durable side of TTK Group. So that's about me.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Magical Majid for the sake of adding an adjective, right? So what I do is all pretty normal, pretty humane. Been in the industry for about 21 plus years. And I work for a company called as CMS IT Services. I head the people function and the culture function in the organization. This organization has been in the industry for about 47 years. In many ways, we have made the dream of digital India become true, right? So any PSU that you can think of, if at all they are using technology, and this organization has been there in the backdrop. Yeah, that's about it. And there is a lot that we can discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see what we have, the magical, pleasing, and the mysterious people bring in here. We'd like to make this participative. I do have a set of questions which goes to around 3-4 pages, but I believe that the audience has a lot of students from ABBS, Sorenia, and IBA. So in specific, let's live up to the institute names, and we'll also look at questions from you. Panelists, my only request is to keep it very interesting, incisive, sharp, and insightful. I know that's performance pressure, and with that, let's start off. So we have a very, very interesting topic here. So when you think of the future of work and you look at the employee life cycle, it is from cradle to grave or from hire to retire. So we are right now taking the first part of it, which is examining at really looking at hiring strategies and how would that fit in the future. So we will examine some aspects of the present and look primarily into the future. So with that, the first question, and whenever you think of future of work, you think of technology, right? So if I could ask you, Preet, that when you think of future of work, what kind of recruitment strategies or recruitment technologies that you think are really going to be the mover shaker ones? And if you could also explain an example, that'll be awesome.
Sure. So the way I'll answer this question is in 2 ways. One, I'll talk about what are the technologies which are already getting used, and I'm sure it'll enhance over a period of time. And then I'll also share some of the examples from my own organization, right? What do we do in recruitment to be at par with the industry? So the first one, which all of us know, is the introduction of AI, right? AI is changing the game, the way recruitment happens. I still remember when I was an intern during my education, we used to do the paper recruitments, right? Find out whose profile is this, is anybody missing or not? And sometimes the paper used to go missing and it was like, oh my God, I'm now going to be thrown out of my internship. Now things have changed, right? Everything is digital. AI has changed the way things happen for the recruiter as well as for the candidate, right? For the recruiter, starting from shaping the job descriptions, getting profiles, getting the right profiles, video interviews, having the candidate experience lined up, so many things, right? Skill-based interviews. You get the candidate which rightly fits your job description. And on the other side, for the candidates as well, where it is helping them enhance their profiles, find the jobs which fits them, right? Because we have people who are doing recruitment, you would realize that when you post a job description, 80% of the profiles are not relevant, right? That's where AI comes and helps you to say, okay, forget these 80, focus on this 20%. So that's one thing which is like a game changer, I would say, in terms of technology. The other things is also the use of social media, which has changed the way recruitment happens, right? We no more just depend on consultants or newspapers. We have LinkedIn, we have so many other platforms available for us to get the right talent. Gig workforce is another one, right? Because organizations are often being challenged of not adding too much headcount, but you have to get work done. How would you do that, right? So then that's where gig workforce comes in, where you don't get under the burden of headcount, but you still get your work done by the best in the industry. So these are some of the technologies, developments that has happened. It is, like I said, it's already there. It's just going to get better with time as we move forward. For SABIC, I would say we are still not yet there. We, by the nature of the organization that we deal in, we are trying to cope up with so many technologies which are available in the market. But we do use AI, right? We use SAP, and in that we do use AI where it helps us to redefine our job descriptions, make it gender neutral. Right? We use the tools which makes, and I never even realized that job descriptions can be biased, right? So there is a verbiage, specific verbiages that you use in your job descriptions, which can be biased. So there are tools which helps you to make it neutral. We use tools which helps us to find the best match. Again, like I said, 100 applications, which is those 10 which I need. So the tools helps us to do that. Candidate experience. One biggest concern that applicants have is, I applied, never heard back from the company. What are you doing about my profile? How can you sit on my profile for months together? So this is where AI comes in and gives a real-time information back to the candidate that, hey, here, how you moving, or you are not relevant, or whatever it is. So these are some of the things, Anuja, that I think are changing the game for us as human resources and the company.
Thank you so much. What I took away from you was around AI, around social media, around gig economy, around candidate experience, and how technology is making sure we remove biases. So on the second topic, or on the last piece, there's always something which I personally struggle with, which is the entire piece of the ethics of using artificial intelligence. And particularly when we are picking or making decisions on hiring, on careers. So would one of you want to comment around technology, ethics, and recruitment?
So Anuja, I think in anything we do, ethics plays an important role anyway. When it comes to AI, obviously, since it's a new thing, obviously there are a lot of things which are still not evolved or not structured. But having said that, firstly, I think your recruitment policy as an organization need to have those inbuilt mechanisms which protects the ethics and the values that you carry as an organization. I'm not talking about in general. So as long as those ethics and those values are inbuilt into your recruitment policy or hiring policy, I think half of the job is over. The remaining part is in terms of enforcing those things while you use these technology platforms to hire people. So I think, the only way to enforce this, I believe, is one is to be vigilant. You need to have those inbuilt mechanisms which checks and balances which measures all those. But I think its major role plays, one important aspect is in terms of how you educate your managers, how you educate your hiring team in terms of ensuring these ethics are inbuilt into the hiring strategy or hiring process. So those are the elements which is important. For example, let's say, let me pick an example. There are a lot of gender diversity here. So your recruitment policy talks about promoting gender diversity. But your tool or the platform that you use, which has been misused for some other reason and not promoting or not in sync with gender diversity. So I think as an organization, you should do what you preach or what is your policy states. So if you are genuinely promoting gender diversity in your workforce, therefore I think the entire recruitment process, which you take help of tools like AI, should promote that rather than should discourage that. So those are the elements which I'm just picking one example, there are many more. So if your policy isn't coherent with the approach in your recruitment process, and I think that's where the whole thing falls in place.
Thank you so much, and I'm going to put you on the spot and actually add to it. So I'm not too sure if all of you have read this famous case study, which was of a large MNC organization who used AI in the initial interviewing piece. And after using AI for almost 6 months, and they looked at the results, they had what I would call a eureka moment, because they realized that when you talk about artificial intelligence, it learns whatever is the past data. And for this organization, the past data clearly showed a gender bias. So what happened when they implemented AI for almost 6-7 months is it's the same information which that particular tool learned and was spewing out CVs or shortlisting it for interviews, only those which followed past trends. So my question to you, and this is hypothetical, if you were the CHRO of this organization and this event occurred, what would you do next?
By my role, I play that role even today. And for this particular problem statement, Anuja, it is very important for all of us to remember one fundamental fact, right? Which is about the technology coming into existence, right? Through human intelligence, okay? It is about the right balance and the amalgamation of human intelligence with artificial intelligence. While the platform or the tool is learning on its own basis the past data, right? And in many ways, it would also pick up things depending upon how things are panning out through the process, right? Because that's how the machine learning process works. But something which is very important is to be futuristic and visionary in your approach, predicting some of these problems, looking at, again, the base or the fundamental behind the construct of some of these applications or tools, right? And that's when you come up with fixes, because implementing something which is half-baked will obviously yield these kind of results, right? So had I been in that particular situation, I wouldn't have allowed that to happen, looking at how the construct of the technology is, right? Look at any organization for that matter, and if you talk about problem statements occurring, majority of the problems occur because of gaps in terms of communication, either between people, amongst people, or between people and technology, right? And data again plays a very, very important role. The research have been very clear and vocal about the gap existing when it comes to mad use of technology and artificial intelligence without the right set of checks and balances, right? The other day I was speaking with a certain set of people in a similar kind of conference. And we spoke about how people have gone ahead and implemented technology-based solutions without understanding how it can lead to certain things which can turn into bigger fiascos. And there was a platform, there was a tool which was about customer service, and it was in the United States. During the user access testing process, if the user talks about the problem statement and says, did you understand what I said? The system says, yes, I feel you, right? So if at all you go ahead and implement that, right, it can lead to offenses, right? You will have people who will get offended due to such statements because you can't really use that in a professional environment, right? And that is where the human intelligence comes into the picture. So it is all about the right set of balance.
Yeah, Anuja, if I may just add on to that, and I have spoken about it in the past as well, that technology and human intervention has to go hand in hand. We cannot leave anything completely on technology. Like you said, it learns. And who does it learn from? Or who says that this is right or this is wrong? That's the human intelligence which comes into the play. So it's very important that technology and human resources works as hand in glove. And you have to keep checking, right? The case study that you are referring to, we've left it on technology for 6 months to do whatever it wants, right? So it's important to have the checks and balances. So for example, we have certain tools starting from recruitment to even employee engagement, but end of the day, those are tools. They'll give me data. What do I do with that data is my own human intelligence, my team's human intelligence, which would say, okay, this is the data and this is what I need to do. And the conference that we met at, which was the employee engagement tools, AI tools that we are using, which kind of keeps a checks on employees' well-being, their mood, how are you feeling? But again, it just throws data at you. What are you going to do? If the employee says, no, I'm not feeling good today, tool is not going to say, wait, I'll come and meet you, right? There has to be somebody from the HR team who has to say, oh, this guy is not doing well. There is something wrong. Let me go and have a personal conversation. So that's why it is important for all of us, especially to the young people who are still in college and would experience this in real time when you join the corporates, that tools will give you information for you to make informed decisions, right? Tools will not replace you. So ensure that it works together in collaboration to give you the best outputs. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. So I think there is very good insights around human touch versus technology. Also very, very important that information is not power. Use of information is power in an organization. And my favorite piece, which is what I call the 3P model, which is practice. So go ahead and implement a technology, pause, because you need to look at the data, ponder over it, and then go back to practice. So the 3P model, I think, you all kind of spoke about it. But now let's just maybe go on the same track of technology and the future of work. We've got tools who assess skills, and you spoke about social media. So they can go ahead and look at keywords in your resume. They would do a match. They're tools which also are capable of scrapping your social profiles if there's permission given, and to see if there's an attitude match from a hiring perspective. And I am biased here when I say that the tools that we have today are good for skill assessment, but successful people are always hired for attitude, and skill follows. So your views on that. How does technology assess attitude in the future of work?
Okay. Oh, all right, this time I'll take the turn. I'll steal my own airtime.
Stage is all yours. We have 15 minutes to go. So
yeah,
no
sure.
problems.
Thank you. So again, coming back to the previous point that I made, right, which is about gaps, okay? And in this situation as well, what would make the problem statement become very prominent would again be the gaps. And you spoke about the 3P model, right? A solution to the problem statement is about a 3C model. And in any given organization, right, I've worked with so many of them, what I have seen is that when you are trying to kind of get a job done, either through technology or through human beings, right, building a connection becomes very important. So that's the first C, okay? How do you connect dots? If at all you are using a data-driven approach, you will get scattered data. You will get data which is not organized. You will get data which is not at all in order when it comes to any kind of sequence for that matter, right? Certain things might happen in the beginning, but you will get to understand that particular data point only towards the end. So how do you get the data organized is one very important aspect, right? And then you build your data lakes, then you build stories basis the data, and through those stories you will have insights coming out. And that is what will help you to take informed decisions, right? Businesses today become modern, businesses today become successful and thriving just because of the information that comes out through data, right? Classic example of an airline organization. When the organization was running through a crisis, they approached a data and analytics company, right? I have worked for a data and analytics company, and that is how I know the story. So the story was about maximizing the revenue and also increasing the margins, right? Which is based on what's your spend. The airlines company did not know what to do. And this organization went on to read the data and understood the behavior of the customers, right? There was a certain segment of people who wanted to select one particular type of seat depending upon the positioning of the seat inside the aircraft, right? And they found that there were so many people similar to that. And the majority of them were frequent flyers. So today, if you see that there is a price tag attached to the seat selection, it is all because of the data which was used to carve out that particular information, right? So that is how you connect dots either between people or through data and technology when it comes to using the approach. Second is, how do you communicate? That's the second C, right? Communication again becomes very, very important. Today, in the modern world, right, we use the term as AI or data and analytics, but that is nothing but statistics, right? It's all about maths. It's all about calculations. It's all about numbers. And when you understand things, how the articulation happens in terms of passing on that message becomes very important, because you will have to again bring in another very cliched term, which is hyper-personalization into the picture, because that is actually required, right? Unless you come up with a custom-made approach looking at the kind of audience that you're dealing with, you will never be successful in terms of communicating things to them, right? And why would you do that? You would do that because you would expect an outcome. You would expect a result, which is all about conversion, right? So then the approach that you are supposed to take is about connecting, communicating, and then finally you convert, and that is how the process ends.
Awesome, thank you so much. That's, again, information and the use of information is power, and the way you do analytics and use that to ensure that the human touch remains. So I have, at this moment, I'd just like to take a short pause and see if there are any questions from the audience.
Yeah.
So they are using the tools where they can actually create CVs according to the job postings, according to the keywords, and we as an recruiter or as an HR might be recruiting somebody who is smarter but may not be the right fit. So what is the solution for that? And primarily I wanted to ask, in the space of while we have shortlisted somebody and we are interviewing them, can we somehow, improve our interviewing skills or something new happening in this area wherein we can find in whether the person will be a culturally or a value fit for us as well?
You are spot on, and it is happening, right? Where AI is, like I said, it's not just helping the recruiters, but it is also helping the candidates. And we will get such profiles, right? Where it is maybe, they are highlighting something that they have not done. So when you are interviewing as a recruiter, that's where the skill assessment and the value assessment plays a very important role, right? And I'll give you just a small example, which doesn't happen very often. what I have seen is that when you set up interviews as a recruiter, so you have a panel, right? You pick up a panel which will assess different aspects of the candidate. The panel doesn't even speak to each other before entering the recruitment phase, right? And it's important that there is a small round of discussion which happens saying that, oh, this looks beautiful on paper, but let's assess this individual on these parameters. And as HR, we may assess them on the values piece, right? That's where the reality will be out on the table for us to see. Whatever you have mentioned on the profile, is it really true in reality or not? Because like I said, tool will give you information. How are you going to convert that into what works for you as an organization is the human intelligence. So that's where the panel who's going to do the recruitment or the interview for those set of candidates need to look at the profiles, need to do a bit of a rehearsal, right? Identify, for your company, what are the skills which are needed. Your value system, right? It's very easy for you to define what questions I'm going to ask this candidate. Would you fit into my profile or not? Or what are you saying? Is it really true or not? So that'll be one thing that I can add on to. There are many more, but considering the time that we have, that's what I would share.
So very briefly, I'll just take 60 seconds, right? I have a very different view to the same problem statement. Any prep talk that you do will lead to biasness, right? And it is very important not to get into any kind of discussion or evaluation process with any kind of preconceived notion. What you should be calibrated about is only the job description or the hiring profile, not the profile of the candidate. You go ahead and very neutrally look at the candidate, evaluate the candidate, and come back with your notes. And later on, you come together and then finally take a decision. If at all, you have to take a decision as a panel. So different school of thoughts, but this is another aspect that you can consider or keep in mind.
Just to add on, if I may, I think it's from my experience, what I have sort of that lot of, what's your recruiter or the manager who is recruiting a person, what does he want? Many managers look at immediate candidates who can provide you an immediate solution. So very few managers who look at on a mid-term or a long-term horizon in terms of hiring the right culture fit, in terms of hiring the right people with right skill set and right attitude. So the moment your recruitment strategy or recruitment game plan is completely short-term, then it beats the purpose. The moment so as HR professionals, I think where we come in is, we need to really educate or really need to coach these line managers in terms of building a long-term horizon. That's where I think a lot of companies nowadays focus in terms of skill building of their managers, in terms of how to conduct competency-based interviews, or how do you really, during an interview process of an hour, how do you focus on the attitude part rather than only the skill set part, which many managers don't do, let me tell you. I've been part of a lot of interview and selection panels. Many managers do falter in terms of getting the right fit. So they look at who is going to, suppose if you're hiring a sales guy, this is look at, does he have a market knowledge of that X particular market? Does he know the products, etc.? He hardly assesses the person in terms of whether he has got the right leadership qualities, right value set, which is going to give you a long-term stability. So I think those are the elements. So upskilling your managers, coaching line managers to focus on the attitude part, Anuja, is going to help, in my view, regardless of the AI and non-AI. I think it's focus need to build on in terms of how you efficiently upskill your managers for skill assessment and attitude assessment.
And also, if I may add, right, with HR playing a very important role in this whole process, it is also about feedback to the AI tools, right, with the experience that you are gathering. And the tools give you that flexibility to have certain pre-screening questions. So you can make those intelligent over a period of time that, you can avoid such profiles coming in which are not true in nature. So it's again about the HR team, the managers, everybody together to identify those areas which can then go and feed back to the AI tool so that the next time you have lesser number of such profiles coming in into your bucket?
Thanks so much. I hope that answers your question. And just to summarize out there are different ways of doing it. And yes, there are people who would game the system. So when you come up with a security software, there's somebody sitting on the other side who's coming up with ways of hacking it. And the same happens in recruitment. But when companies hire, they hire not just for the skills, but they also hire for the attitude and the values, which is where the recruitment panel comes in. And there are tools which are growing up there to teach us how to hire for attitude. That was my question there. But that's something which we will be continuing to see on the future of work. So I've got around 4 or 5 more minutes. And what I'm going to do is 2 things. I'll ask one last question here, and then I'm going to do a rapid fire. So I would like one of you to volunteer in for a rapid fire, and no, this wasn't a part of the script. So very interestingly, when companies hire, and I can speak about NinjaCart, we hire for 2 kinds of positions. One, what we call internally as bandwidth positions, where skills are more important. Right? So the skills which you bring in and you execute to the task is important. The other is what we call leverage positions, which is where the person or the incumbent who comes in and the way he contributes, the how he contributes is what would take NinjaCart far. So for example, a CHRO is a leverage position because your recruitment, your policies, your compliance will be taken care of. Those are bandwidths. But how do you handle talent is leverage. So my question to the panel here is again back to our topic of future of work. Are job descriptions redundant? Because they describe a description of a job within boundaries. And instead, in the future of work, do we look at the impact that a position will cause? Your views.
I think all of us are living in a world, right, where the approach has to be minimalistic, right? It is very important, knowing that the resources are scarce in nature. This is the fundamental thought process behind economics as a subject, right? And the entire world revolves around economics. It is also very important for all of us to remember a very prominent thought process, right, which can actually become a part of the entire execution plan, is that it is all about getting your expectations meet the reality, right? And that is where long stories or laundry list of things in terms of job descriptions would not really help you. What is important for you is to set the right set of context and the expectations with your audience. And the audience here are 2 major parties. One is your people whom you are going to recruit, your prospective talent, and your line managers or the hiring managers. This is how any sales function operates, right? And attracting talent or the future of work cannot actually be existing without sales acumen coming into the play. People generally forget that recruitment or talent acquisition is a 2-way sales process. You sell the organization and the role and the job description to your resources. At the same time, you sell the same set of resources to your line managers or the hiring managers, right? So it's even more complex in nature. And that is where setting expectations become very important. You might get out of that practice where you have long JDs, but it is very important for you to tell people that, hey, today this is the role, right? However, looking at the speed at which things are changing, because it is all about velocity today, right? And with velocity, you have to stay very, very nimble and agile, which is again about flexibility. There is no situation that anybody can guarantee about stability because the world is going to continue to be very, very dynamic in nature, right? So it's all about finding a sweet spot where you have a dynamic stability existing in any organization for that matter. And that is where context setting and the expectation setting on both the sides become very important. That's my take to your question.
I have a different point of view. And again, that's because of, maybe because of the industry that we operate in, right? So SABIC is a chemical organization, and we have various departments. Could it be research? Could it be sales? Could be manufacturing? If I take an example of research, right? So if we hire a PhD, for him or her, for the experiment to see the life would take years or even decades. So attrition is not my problem. So when people join SABIC, they join to stay with SABIC for long, right? Because they have to see how their work is impacting at the end. How is it making a difference in the world? And it is important that we have job descriptions, because if we don't tell people what is expected when they come and join SABIC, it could be like a lost world, right? So I would need PhDs with the relevant degree, because if they don't know the basics, they will not be able to run the experiments in the lab. I need salespeople with the right exposure, because if they don't know, how will they know what product means what in the market? I would need manufacturing employees to know a bit about chemicals and plastics, because if they don't know, they would not understand safety aspects, what they need to do. So I think, Anuja, I have a little bit different perspective, and that's again due to the nature of industry that I come from. It may work for us, it may not work for others, and vice versa.
Thank you so much. Nothing better than having a panel with conflicting views. So for those of you there who want to get into HR or are in HR, job descriptions are not going away anytime soon, though the impact that a candidate brings to the table is slowly creeping in. I know our time's up, and I'm just going to do the last rapid fire. Which one of you would want to go?
Someone has a question.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Actually, we were discussing about how AI is helping hiring team to get right candidates. So you were discussing about the gaps still there, right? So what are the advanced features hiring team expecting from technology?
Can I make a recommendation, because I really would like things to come back onto track. So if it's okay for you, what we're going to do is do the last rapid fire and then ask the organizers if you can take your question, and if not, then when we are done, we are going to walk up to you and answer your question for you.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah? Is that okay? Because we do want to make sure our organizers don't throw us out of the stage.
This thing says time's up.
Okay.
So would you be my rapid fire person? All right, so this, now the persona, because you've got very, very powerful people in HR on the stage today. So I would like you to answer this question, assuming that the person who's asking the question is a candidate. So when I come in for getting hired in an organization, what is it that you're looking for? I'll give you 2 options for each question, and you need to pick one. No discussions around it, we can do that later. Are you ready? All right, awesome. Question, hard work or intellect?
Intellect.
Career or money?
Career.
What would you ask the candidates to do in terms of skill building? Go wide or go deep?
Go deep.
When you talk about biases which occur in organizations today, which one have you seen? Is it gender-based bias, or is it recency effect when you're interviewing candidates?
The halo effect, the recency effect.
What kind of a person are you? People first or business first?
People-centric, not people-oriented, and business obviously supersedes, right? So the organization comes before me, my manager, my team, or anybody else. What is right for the organization is more important. Who's right is not important.
So that's the person saying both and not one. And since this is business world, when you're interviewing a candidate, what do you expect him to speak about? News or views? In other words, information or judgment?
Judgment which is based on information.
Thank you. And with that, that's our piece. Thank you so much. Wonderful being there. And we'll probably walk up there and answer your questions, sir. Yeah?
Thank you, Anuja. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Can you all please stand here for a picture? And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for the very interesting discussion we just had. Thank you. Thanks a lot. All right, all right. Okay. So moving ahead, we'll have the next panel discussion right away. This is about lifelong learning. As we all know, there is a constant change, and where there's change, there's learning. So lifelong learning, re-envisioning development for continuous growth is the topic. I would like to request Soumya Babu, Director HR, Wipro Technologies, to please join us for the next discussion. Let's all clap for Ms. Soumya Babu. Can we please have Prem Kumar coming up on the stage, please? Prem Kumar, Senior Director HR and Head HR India APAC, Cambium Networks. Can we please have Ritu Rakhra, Head of Human Resources, Broadridge Financial Services India. Ms. Ritu Rakhra. Can we please have Krupa NS, CHRO of Xorient. Louder please, can we please have all of you clap? And now I would like to request the session chair, Mr. Shrikant, CHRO and EIR, the Machani Group. Yes, thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I think that's not enough. Good afternoon. So how many of you are hungry now? Raise your hand. So I know we are between the lunch and this session, but what I asked is how many of you are hungry for the knowledge? All of you are hungry for the knowledge. So this is, I think how much time we have? 35 minutes? 35 minutes. Okay, very good. Oh, 30 minutes, okay. That's fine. So maybe I'll stand here, very delighted to host a very enlightened panel on lifetime learning. So what I do is I just kick off the topic and go around and ask the panelists to answer. Looking at the time, we may have one questions for you, then we'll open for the audience to answer. For me, lifetime learning is the hallmark of a leader. And the learning is not just accumulating knowledge. Then how do you convert knowledge into skills? And how do you really convert skills into outcome is very, very important. When it comes to lifetime learning, it is not, again, getting certifications or badges or skills. For me, there are two important factors. How do you stay curious? The curiosity is the hallmark of a lifetime learner. It is not the certificates and skills he or she accumulate. That's my personal view. How do you really keep curious about what is happening around you? The second one is the lifetime learning is all about how do you really constantly transform yourself and change yourself to meet ever demanding, disruptive environment which we are living today. Everything is uncertain. I don't know what will happen today evening or tomorrow. How do I constantly adopt myself into the ever-changing world, the second biggest challenge a lifetime learner faces today. And the third one, like our recruitment panelists spoke about it, it is not the skill set which is relevant today, it's all about mindset. In the lifetime learning, how do you really keep a mindset which is really necessary for the environment we are operating in? So I happened to listen to Bob Kagan, who is the head of psychology department and executive education in Harvard. And Bob always narrates, when things are stable, you require a lot of skill set. In a disruptive environment, what is required is the mindset. The mindset is the hardware and the skill set is the software. You keep on accumulating skill set on a hardware which doesn't have the capacity to crash. So for me, three things is very important to become a lifetime learner, it is how do you stay curious? How do you really adapt yourselves to ever-changing environment? And third one is, how do you constantly check your mindset? So we always say that mindset beats skill set. That is what the hallmark of a lifetime learner. That's my view. So let's understand our panelist views and some of the experience around that. Maybe, Ritu, I'll go with you. The first question, for you, what is lifetime learning means? And in your organization, how do you ensure that your leaders and employees become a lifetime learners?
Thank you for the first question, Shri, and that's a very exciting question. So just to add to what you said about curiosity, right? So Mahatma Gandhi said, live like you'll die tomorrow, but learn like you'll live forever, right? And I think that summarizes the intent with which an individual needs to approach learning. That being said, I'll quickly get into in the interest of time, get into, what we do a little bit at Broadridge. So at Broadridge, like at every other organization, we have a number of pillars of learning, right? Leadership, associate centricity, D&I, and culture, of course. I'll pick two examples of what we do, which could kind of be viewed as something different that we do. So from a culture perspective, we value that very closely. And we've really built nice acronyms around culture, etc., cultural learning, something we call CREATE, and I won't get into the details, we can talk about that later. What we've started doing is in the learning of how do you want to work in a culture which is different and which is unique, where the best comes out of you, we've started running workshops where we get our associates, we call our employees associates, where we get our associates to share stories about how they represent the culture. So, CREATE really stands for client centricity, respectable, trustworthy, accountability, so on and so forth. So each parameter of the value that we have, we get an associate to come in and talk about a real life story on how they've, really articulated that culture at the workplace. That's one part we do. The other part is we've gamified it. We've said, let's make it interesting for everybody to really understand our culture and values. So we've in-house developed a game of cowries is one example I'll share, where we've gone back to our roots and said, let's look at the game of cowrie, how we can kind of, instead of, use it to run a session where players get cards, etc., and have to enact certain behaviors. So really gamification is one example I'll talk about. Yeah. Another very quick one I'll talk about is we invest in learning very seriously. So we've just 2 months ago started another cohort of learners, mid-level leaders, whom we want to build into India level and global leaders, as we've done in the past. And they are taken away from business. These are key performers, top performers. They're taken away from a business situation and put into a 52-week learning program, where they are not only doing classroom learning, but also on-the-job learning, on-site, in India, in the US, across the world. So these are two quick examples I'd like to share.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ritu. As you rightly mentioned, when you work on mindset, the very important thing is we need to focus on culture. Appreciate your focus on culture. And when you teach culture and behavior, the best way to teach is sharing personal stories. That's a very strong way of reinforcing the culture. And agree with you, today's learning, the gamification plays a phenomenal. I think gamification has only touched the tip of the iceberg of any employee life cycle event. So appreciate your company focusing on that. So coming back into Kripa, learning is not easy, isn't it? The way we learn need to be changed. So every organization, its own challenges. So tell me from your experience, what are the challenges you faced as a leader almost more than 2 decades? And in your current organization, what are the challenges you face to build lifelong learning, and how we are overcoming that challenges?
Yeah. So Shri, if you really look at it, Zorient is not very different from the others who are seated here in the room. And I'm sure you would resonate. The first few things, or I would say the foundation is commitment and investment. These are the two things that, it is both bottoms up and top down, where, there is a commitment from both the leadership as well as the employees to really look at this whole lifelong journey of learning. It's not going to happen. That's the biggest challenge. I think the moment we cross over that, be it demographic, be it time, be it diversities, all of that you can sail through. But given that you're committed to making it happen, there are organizations who have, there can be different types, right? Organizations which have a lot of investment and they can give you a plethora of trainings. And there can be organizations that just have just in time and what's enough for them to sail through because of all the other challenges. But given that segmented place or, organizations we look at, what can we do in, what can we afford to our employees, which is, within what the ecosystem that we are working in. So for me, these are the few things, if we can really plan well, and L&D must never be an option. Many a times it is also looked at as a tick in the box. When given all other G&A pressures, sometimes we tend to take a seat in looking at where do we have the investment cuts that start with. And somewhere subtly, if not consciously, we tend to look at moving things over quarters to look at, okay, there is a pressure on, from the P&L load that's falling on. So for me, L&D should be a commitment, and this is the core challenge we have today. And once that is taken through, I'm sure we'll get through all others.
Absolutely. Kripa, I fully agree with you. The commitment to learning is very, very important, and learning many organizations consider as a discretionary budget. If you are asked to cut anything first, you will cut the learning. And many organizations also faces challenges of, I always believe nobody can teach anybody, isn't it? Only people can learn from others. So how do you create a learning environment and learning culture where employees find themselves go and learn? So in that context, one more follow-up question, Kripa. We say that learning cannot happen off the work. How do you integrate the learning into the work? So to say that when you're doing something, you are learning. We call experiential learning, learning in the flight of work. Have you thought about what are the challenges organization to incorporate learning as part of their work?
Yes, as you rightly said, Shrikant, in terms of the training, classrooms, etc., can always be arranged, and there is somebody who can do it. But end of the day, the effectiveness of what has been, given in has to be measured on the job, and that is where, for us, it's very important that the middle level layer of people become mentors, tutors, coaches for these people, and where we are able to measure, from the pre-assessment to a post, how the individual has been doing. But to do that, what's in it for me? There are many stakeholders in this. For the employee, the person who's been trained, what's in it for me? The person who has also a day job, who's also delivering to the customers, has to spend the time on this individual to scale up. What's in it for me? That clarity, if we have a good reward and recognition framework around it, so that people are enthused to do it, and then the organizational commitment towards tracking the progress is crucial.
Absolutely. So embedding the learning in the day-to-day job is very, very important, and incentivizing and also recognizing that people are progressing, and how do you design it. So coming back into Prem, Ritu did mention about the gamification, how it's important in learning. But we have a lot of other technology can be leveraged to accelerate learning. So tell me from your experience, how your organization are leveraging technology to accelerate lifetime learning.
Thank you, Sri, for asking this question. And let me begin by thanking Business World for giving all of us this opportunity. Really happy to be, between all of my co-panelists who have a lot of experience, and thanking the audience for lending their time as well, right? Let me set the context before I come back to your question. 50 crore workforce aiming to be a $5 trillion economy, the third largest economy in the world. 60% of this 50 crore people probably into non-agricultural workforce. Half of them may be into formal workforce with wages. 1 crore people entering the workforce every year. That's the kind of challenge that we have. Now, the input from the industry is we do not have people who are industry ready, right? So this topic is very, very relevant, not only in terms of people who are already working in the industry, but the workforce which is actually coming into the industry. Now coming to the technology, right? How does it affects learning, or how is that we can leverage technology into continuous learning and development opportunities within an organization? I would say technology is kind of a disruptor here, right? With generative AI being the engine behind mass disruption in any kind of work that we would be foreseeing in the current 5 to 10 years. Digital skills coming to the fore. So technology is this disruptor there, right? And when we talk about people, right, whom we have to take through all of these learning experiences, all of us have the same time, same amount of time, 24 hours a day, right? So much of work pressure, so much of efficiency has to be brought in, right? That's where I think we can leverage technology to bring in more efficiency in what we deliver to people as our end customer. So the strategy has to happen right from the beginning. What is the learning outcome that we're looking at? What is the kind of mix that we need to have, and what are the kind of platforms that we can leverage? Without technology, I don't think we can roll out efficiency into our end customers. So we have to use learning management systems, we have to use learning experience systems, which throws you, learning courses based on what you are looking for, based on the time that you are spending on these platforms. You have to look at micro learning platforms which you can access while you're on the go, right? While you're coming to your office, when you're in your shuttle, when you're going back to your home, when you're in the shuttle, or we also have to consider the fact that most of the workforce that is coming into the industry is Gen Z. Their personal learning choices are very, very different to millennials or Gen X. So we have to keep all these aspects in mind, and there's only one underlying common theme that we have to leverage, that is technology. Technology will be the disruptor for the next 5 years. 26% of the jobs are exposed to AI, generative AI in India, of which 14%, what I have read in IMF report, would be affected positively, 12% affected negatively, which means that they would be phased out of the current existence that we see, right? So we have to use technology, leverage technology through various platforms that are available. All of us are very much aware of the various learning platforms that are available on the go. So we have to make use of it in the learning structure that we're making right at the beginning, and that's how we have to plan in terms of rolling out technology as a service to our end customers.
I think I agree with Prem. One of the biggest challenge in adoption of technology in learning, today there is no dearth in content. You agree, isn't it? With ChatGPT coming, with the Google universities and a lot of internet learning available. One of the biggest challenge today organization and individual faces, how do you curate content for your persona in your career journey? All of us are in our own career journey. We have our own persona from function, role, and our personality. How do you curate? I think technology plays a very important role to understand your persona, your journey in your career and life, and it curate a lot of content which is highly customized for you. I've seen that's one area I worked on in my last 2-3 years. How do you really introduce technology to curate content for your personal journey? So that's one of the biggest challenge and opportunity. Then Soumya,
Yes.
we discussed about technology, we discussed about gamification, culture and everything. Can you tell me from your experience, what are the future trends? Or if we become a predictor, 2 or 3 things, can you predict how the future of learning is going to be?
Absolutely, and it's just a prediction. First of all, good afternoon everyone, and thank you Business World for this opportunity. I would say that in terms of future trend, like SaaS, it would be LaaS, learning as a service. That's something which is going to happen, and it will be on the go. It can't be learning one and done kind of approach that organizations can take. Taking cue from what everyone has said, gamification is there, but I think I'll go a step further. Apart from gamification, how are you going to use virtual reality? How are you going to use augmented reality? To give an example, in an oil rig, if there is a block, and you need to train people on how to go ahead and fix that, how do you create that virtual reality, help people test that before sending them on field to really fix it? Things like that is something which is going to come very soon. The other part is the World Economic Forum report has said that nearly half, about 44% of people will have to reskill themselves, in the sense that their core skill will become obsolete. So if that is something which is predicted for 2027, which is just around the corner, which means that the reskilling and upskilling is going to become very, very important part, and not just from an organization point of view, but from an individual point of view, right? In Olympics, when Manu wins the award, it's not just about the number of hours that the sports federation has put in and where all has she got trained, etc. It's also about the final outcome of what she has done. So at the end of the day, it won't be about how many learning hours have the organizations put in, did they undergo these mandatory trainings, did you finish the 5 mandates which is there. It'll be about what's the outcome and what is it there for the individual. That's where it's about not ROI, it will be about return of engagement. How engaged would the individual be with the outcomes of learning? And that's where the elements of personalization come. In fact, hyper-personalization would come in. Persona-based, right? Today in Wipro, if you're a key account manager or if you're a delivery manager, there are certain trainings, either virtual or classroom-based, which is well-defined for the competencies that one needs to undergo. There are also band-wise trainings. And with the usage of AI, if you share on our talent management platform what your aspiration is, there is also a curated pathway which comes for you. So what's the thing we struggle with, right? We struggle with getting engagement from our folks. We don't want to make it like a mandatory thing or a must-do thing, apart from, of course, compliance trainings, which all of us have to undergo. But apart from that, it's about that pull factor. And this is where the pull factor comes in, and that will be very, very important for the future of learning. So just to summarize, LAS, learning as a skill, that similar to SAS. Second is, how do you shift from gamification to also using augmented reality and the VR approach? Third would be, how do you also make it a lot more personalized, not just persona-based, but also include the individual into it? Because at the end of the day, as an organization, you are only enabling, you're not just a learning organization, I think you are a coaching organization. You're providing everything for the individual, and then it's for the individual to pick that up and really excel at their work.
Absolutely. So
if I may jump in here and add one more. I think that
Sure.
was very well articulated, Samya. I think one more thing that I would add to that framework is to really, they say if you practice a learning for a 30-day period, it becomes a habit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the only thing I'd add to that is a practice journey platform, right? Where you should get little nudges every day to practice your learning so that it becomes a way of life.
And active learning, sorry. So from a peer, you learn, right? You work with peer and you learn from the peers that, okay, here's something that I can do. So I think many organizations are already experimenting. You spoke about it, where you float a challenge and people come together. You may not get paid for it, but when you work with cross-functional teams, I think there is a lot more peer learning, and that itself, that experiential learning is also a big takeaway for any employee. Yeah.
Soumya, thank you. You very well articulated the entire future of learning, and Ritu, thanks for adding. At the end of the day, any learning has to be converted into behavior and habits. If we don't change habits and behavior, then we don't say that we completed learning. I'm a psychology student. The way it is defined in psychology, learning is relatively permanent change in behavior produced by experience. Whatever you learn, if you don't change your behavior, it's not sticking. And we always say that the biggest challenge of an organization is to drive cognitive concept, like Six Sigma, Agile, design thinking, culture. So cognitive concept, if I can train somebody through e-learning or classroom, the retention power is less than 10%. After 2 days, you forget it. How do you take the cognitive concepts into skills so that you can really do what you learned? Require tools and methods. So how do you take the skills what you learned into habits? Last mile, it's habits. I always give analogy, brushing your teeth. Parents told us importance of brushing our teeth. That's cognitive concept. Then they hold our hand and taught us how to brush. And they are given breast and page as tools. And we developed skills. But the real benefit you get it, you make brushing your teeth habit every day, morning and night, then only you'll get the real benefit. Another example, all of us know how to walk. But the real beneficiaries of how to walk is the people who really walk a day, at least 1 hour, to keep them healthy. So we have a lot of skills, but very rarely we practice the skills and make it a habit. That's the last mile of benefit is in the habit. Thanks for reminding that, Ritu. Now I know we have 7 minutes. Any questions from you? Otherwise, I have one more round with our panelists. Any thoughts or any questions from you? Yeah, please.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I just have a small question. Being into L&D space for quite a long time now, and just the way, there is a shift in learning and internet and AI and so many things. People can learn from many areas. Do you feel going forward within L&D function, we require, like we have career counselor, we require within organization learning counselors for people? Because I somehow believe now that people, whatever they are curating, they have a bias towards what they have, curated, and they wanted to learn from that. But is it the best? Is there somebody validating that? So do we need some sort of a person within the organization as learning counselors? They are those who can support their lifelong learning. And adding to the World Economic Forum, I believe that lifelong learning and curiosity is one of the skills that they have listed also.
Yeah, who want to take it? Maybe Kripa and Ritu.
I can,
yeah.
I can start.
Oh, please go ahead.
So very interesting question there. And I think before you get a learning counselor, I would, strongly recommend you listen to your participants of your learning, right? The people, the learners itself. It's very important in my opinion. You're absolutely right. When you curate a program, there are biases that creep in. But you've got to constantly keep reviewing that program. You've got to constantly keep getting feedback from your learners on the good, bad, and the ugly, right? You can't rest on your laurels and say, fantastic program, I'm done. That, in my opinion, is a very strong tool to ensure that you have a program which is more dynamic, right?
Thank you.
So that would be my point of view, Kripa.
Yeah. So what I would like to say is today, there are learning counselors in the organization. It is just that we don't officially call them. There are so many touch points and especially from the effectiveness, right? The whole learning as a game has to be very, very iterative. It has to go through constant change, right? And it has to keep upgrading itself, and that can only happen when it completes the full cycle, where we do it, we take a feedback, we understand what's happening. Does it make sense to do what we are doing? As long as that purpose we see is getting fulfilled through the feedback mechanism, right? And that is being done today, right? You have your extended HR partners, people who come and give you the whole training need identification itself, right? While you run a set of programs which are very foundational, but otherwise when you go deeper into a particular group and what is needed for them, you have segments, catching them young till the senior most, the leadership intervention that you move through. How did we get all of that to where we are today? That is because we have acted as, a CHRO in herself or himself is a learning counselor, right? When you get into. So we have it, but tagging it officially, what would be the benefits of it? I would be, curious to know. Because we need informal platforms for people to keep passing on that information back to us, so we know what we are doing. But learning as a function plays a very key role.
No, I have, adding to what, my formative days of leadership in HR, I was blessed to work for two great companies, my first 10 years, one is GE and Toyota. And both companies, one of the biggest thing I learned is nobody can teach anybody. So counselors have their own limitation. How do you create a learning organization where you create the entire environment, people every day come to organization prepared to learn. And leader's job is to how do you prepare your employees to learn. So how do you embed your learning into your manufacturing process, business process, and challenge people is one of the biggest challenge. GE and Toyota have done this beautifully. They have integrated learning as part of your job. They have integrated learning as part of your job description. They are integrated learning as part of your culture. That's the ultimate game. For example, in GE Crottonville program, which is one of the prestigious program where people go for leadership development, but it's not a leadership training. They're there, they solve business problems. The biggest innovation GE did it is in Crottonville, not in R&D centers. In Toyota also, in the shop floor, employees were taught how to improvise their SOPs every month. So how do you create learning organization, embed learning in your business process, and how do you inspire and prepare employees to come to organization every day to learn will be a biggest challenge. Ritu, you started with saying, how do you bring that culture of learning? Is one of the challenge. Counselors and everything have its own limitation. And my request is think of embedding learning in your business process. Okay, yes.
Based on performance, will that help to bring in that culture in the organization, or do we foresee any challenges around it?
It has to be a blend of both, according to me. So just bringing in a real-time example, we just started a small program. Being a small organization, you get to be as agile as you can. You get a set of people who can develop and help you work through technology. So we started something called as a Career X, which is more a career architecture. How do we put the responsibility in the hands of the employee, right? We are giving everything that's there, but the employee needs to know I need this. We started on a career progression where we put on a simple career architecture for a person, vertically and horizontally how you can move. This is all through a touch and feel on the system. So the employee goes, looks through, to move up and to move horizontal for his role where the person is. And then for that, what are the mandatory requirement of the trainings which is needed for the individual where he or she goes to opt it. And then we tie it along with the department. So what happens is it's not like an enrollment per se, but employee says, yes, I want to move this path. Bringing in the whole training performance into your performance management system. For a manager to see the appraisal, just not the goal sheet, but also talks about how much time the individual invested in looking at training himself or herself. Yeah. So that looks at your interest. So blend of both is what we measure an individual, is my view.
This is a very compelling topic. We can discuss hours together. From my experience, in a good performance appraisal, you have to measure behaviors, which is input, and skills and the output, which is the deliverables. So one of the things always organization measure is learning agility. How well the person learned on the job and transfer what he learned in the next hour. So learning agility is one of the big metrics we can measure. I'm just watching time. We have time for one more question. Yeah.
Good afternoon all. I also represent Antara. My name is Ashwini. Being a trainer, what I face normally is that the motivation from people. Every time I send a mail to the manager level, whenever I enter to the office, they're like, oh my God, this lady again. This is the feedback I get by seeing their face. So how could we, motivate, like when we talk about our organization, we have like very specialized, personalized, kind of training we plan. But then to motivate people is being a task for me actually. So how could we, overcome this kind of challenges?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Prem, you can answer. Yeah.
Yeah, so thanks for that question, Ashwini, right? Yeah. So Ashwini, this is what I was alluding to earlier, and you did speak about it being personalized. But at the end of the day, when we talk about personalization, you need to have a lot of input on the individuals themselves. For example, there may be people who are quite motivated by, partaking trainings, etc., which are by Ivy League or Harvard inspired, etc., right? So are you curating it in a way, and we have, have curated some sessions like that, where we send reading material, or we have some sessions which are from certain Ivy League institutes, or there may be certain different things which are motivating the other individual. The point that I'm trying to make is, if you try to club all of them together as, just one unit, and it is personalized because all of them are playing one role or part of the same organization, that again is not really a pull factor for them, right? The more and more data and insights that you leverage to go to a view of hyper-personalization, what Soumya sees on Netflix is different from what Ashwini sees on Netflix, depending on what we typically watch. So for me, it's all Korean drama. For you, probably it's something else. So if tomorrow, if you come up with certain kind of sessions which are more towards what works for me, then it will drive that pull for me. So I think more you leverage data and insights to make sure that it is curated for each individual and not just like a group of people is what will work.
Thank you. I think maybe in rest of time, Prem will
Sure.
take a quick few seconds to answer, or we'll close it.
Yeah, maybe I can add to what Soumya said. Many of us in L&D, we do believe that, just because we have made a program, you will not take that program, right? So as long as we start from there, I think we are making the right move. Secondly, I think involvement of the top leadership, it has to be a top-up and bottoms-up, top-down plus bottoms-up strategy as well. So when you're doing the strategy, take a buy-in from your top management, and involve people from the bottom as well, right? The leaders in the teams. If you involve them and then you curate a content and then you kind of extend it to the organization, you will have more buy-in. Plus you tag in more rewards and recognition to people who are spending more time in L&D. So those are some quick bites, and there are many more that you can actually adopt to make it more interesting, have more participation, and then look at the data and insights of whether it is going in the right direction or you need to bring in something else into your L&D programs.
Thanks, Prem. Maybe I'll summarize, then I know you're ready to kick us out. So the first one is learn to learn. That's one thing I have learned in the last 32 years in career. We need to constantly learn to learn with the new technologies, new ways of learning is coming. So learn to learn. It's very important. The second one is do not take learning organization outside the business. Embed learning process in your business. So when people come and work for 9 hours, every hour they learn. So how do you embed your learning in the business process is very important. Third one is the ultimate of learning is mindset. I agree, skill set is important, but the last check of learning organizations are people having the right mindset to transform the business and being relevant in today's disruptive world. The last one, the hallmark of learning is build an organization where people are very curious. Like when we were children, why the sky is blue, why only birds can fly. We don't ask these questions anymore. So the last thing of learning is build a culture of curiosity. Encourage curiosity and better questions, better answers, and better working world. That should be our hallmark of future of learning. Thank you very much and happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Requesting all of you to stand for a lovely picture. Thank you so much. Well, we've been discussing what the HR wants so far, but now the next discussion is going to be what the CEO wants from an HR. Well, to deliver this keynote, I would like to request Mr. Sunil Khurrana, CEO and MD BPL Medical Technologies Private Limited, to please join us on the stage. Everybody, can we all please give a big round of applause to Mr. Sunil Khurrana. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. And I know that I'm not a desired speaker at this time, given that lunch is being served outside, and you must be thinking that why one old man is standing here to talk. Just 2 days back, I got a call from Harvinderji, the CEO of Business World, and he said, why don't you come? I've been actually speaking a lot in a lot of webinars, even post budget session, but all around the specific subject, which is my domain, medical devices. So I've been, in this space for a very long time, more than 42 years now. But in my view, HR is a very important subject, and I can just speak extempore on some of those areas. But let me just touch. A few minutes back, Shrikant was here, and he spoke about Crotonville. And Crotonville is really a very interesting place to go, though GE has decided to sell that 3 months back. And something which was there from 1950 has been now sold. That institute is no more there with GE. I have been there multiple times. I have spent nearly 2 months all put together in Crotonville. A very, very powerful, very interesting place. And you actually get to meet top people across the industry, as well as from the top institutes they come and teach you. So very, very powerful. And I also, believe in unlearn to learn. Very important. You cannot stay relevant if you are constantly not learning. So that's one area which I think is very, very key. Now, I've just made few points, and these are not in order of any priority. I was just sitting outside and made some notes which I'll probably touch it. Now, as we say, any organization, think of a hospital. You think of any large hospital, and you will see a big building there. Several ambulances going and coming. A lot of people are flying here. But what is important in a hospital? It's not building. It's not machineries or medical equipments which are installed. It is what quality of service they give. And that service has a direct relationship with the capability of the medical professional as well as paramedics, right? And then only you decide to go to that particular place time and again, because you build a trust. Now, so in my view, whether it's a hospital or a service industry or a product company or a technology company, the people capital is most important. Without right people capital, you can never grow. You know, we have example of CHRO and Pandav, that in a small team of 5 members, Kauravs and Pandavs, and a very large team of CHRO, still a right skillful people, right motivated people, right with the clear vision in their mind, only could excel. So that is where I think HR has a very important role to play in each organization. I don't treat HR as only recruiters. And if they actually come with the mindset of being recruiters only, then they don't do a good job. Also HR, people keep moving. Suppose they come from one industry and they want to just copy paste exactly what is happening there, may not work here at all, because each industry is very different. So HR has a very different role. In my view, from a CEO point of view, I feel that HR should not be only a recruiter. They should understand the organization strategy and vision first. Unless they align their approach, then only they can be more relevant, then only they can actually do a right job, right outcome they can deliver to company if they understand what is the strategy. So I don't see them as just a recruiter. I feel they are a strategy partners. So this is a big difference, and it's continuously changing. And what has made you successful today in one organization, exactly same thing may not work in the other organization. So that is where HR also has the same issues. Similarly, HR managers today should see the business centricity and align their entire game plans, all approaches, not with this simple HR centric approach, but a business centric approach. Very, very important. Otherwise, you again will go irrelevant very quickly. So people who are really relevant and understands the business, it's not fair to take a name, but I'm still taking a name here, is that I know one HR manager, a very senior guy. He is now probably at the helm of affair at Wipro. His name is Saurav Govil. I probably should not take the name, but I felt that he is one of the finest HR person I've ever seen. He was part of GE with us. The way he understands each vertical business, he understands who are the guys delivering. It is in his, today he may have 1,000+ team member in HR itself. But what brought him to this level is because of that depth, that he always got engaged. So my suggestions to all the HR manager is that we should actually go deep into the business, understand business requirements, and then they can contribute better. So that's another area which I feel is very important. Of course, credible and high quality recruitment is key. That's given. We have to definitely go. But one thing we should keep in mind, that it is not that every time most expensive resource is the best resource. This is one big mistake we do. And I have witnessed it. You need to have people who have a lot of hunger, people who have a lot of learning capability and they're willing to learn. Such people you need to hire. Instead saying that this guy has 25 years of experience in this space, he might be by that time may not be any more hungry. So cost and quality of people are two completely different things. So this is something which I definitely say, that because again it's a HR duty to ensure that your cost of overall people who are there are also within a range. Like I feel that if they go beyond certain percentage, like our industry, we feel that base cost, which is what we talk in this side, should not go more than 15 to 18%. If you go beyond that and what you sell, you will not be able to actually make profitable growth. So you have to always keep that in mind. It is not simply just bring the most expensive people into that. Another important point for HR, which I feel they need to have a lot of empathy. You will have lots and lots ups and downs with the performing people and non-performing people. But how they handle those moments, those motions and those times is very key. Sometimes some non-performing people, if they have a, you have a right empathy and bring them back with the right tools, right suggestions, right mentoring and all of that, they may come back because when they were low, you have helped them, they can come back very strong and deliver you very different. So again, a role of HR is not only recruiting and leaving in the hands of line manager. How you engage them is very important. In my view, another important area for HR is retention. I mean, today you build a team, and team has become very nice, and average time is that every 5 years people move. Just giving an example. If we move from 5 to 7, you will completely change the face of the company, because you have to then have continuously new set of people coming who for initial 6-8 months will not deliver. So if you are able to retain people for a longer time, and retention is not only due to money, I can tell you. Retention is that how those people continuously keep learning. Everybody wants to learn, and they give a lot of value to learning. So line managers and HR managers must plan in a manner that nobody stops learning. And today somebody is at the embedded software, how can I move him to the next level? So those are again a very, very important areas, and you will be able to plan retention better. Certain meetings which needs to be done at the right time, those are all very, very important way. Now, what I believe, the people who can stay long and they can be very loyal to you if you catch them young. My method is that have a lot of interns, bring them from the colleges straight, from the engineering colleges, from the MBA institutes and all, and then work with them. You can mold them exactly what you want in your organization. And very, very powerful method. This has been really working very well. Instead, simply going into your industry and keep poaching people. That is not the best way. So I feel again that you have to give a little bit of incubation time there, and then only they can do that. So this is again important area. Another area which I feel is that onboarding process of people. If you bring a set of people and you just leave them as it is, and they are struggling, you will see them getting disengaged, and then bring back in the right way takes a lot of time. So right process of onboarding, I mean in our company at BPL Medical, if somebody joins, his even visiting cards, in his name, configured laptop, his workplace, his docket is planned at least 2 days before his joining. The day person comes, he has a complete set, and then there'll be a briefing entire day by HR relevant member to tell him that what we expect from you. Now, if this is a very professional approach, if you just leave them and then they are struggling and they go to their manager and manager is very busy, say, okay, I'll let you know something. And the next 10 days, he will have a very negative impression about it. So if you, again, right from the day one, if you have a right onboarding processes, can actually make a lot of difference. This is a one area where HR can play a vital role. Each company has its own culture. Now, understanding of culture and building the entire organization around the culture is again a very important area. So, this is again where HR can contribute significantly, because all business people, business leader, whether it's a sales guys or product guys or finance or law sections and all, they are all busy in their space. But it is very, very important that HR contributes here and build the culture continuously. Simple things like we all know that we build a performance screen or goals and objectives. In the beginning of the year we write it. Now, how many times HR, with the help of the right managers or supervisors, plan to have those reviews at least 2 to 3 times? Because in the 10th month, if you are doing it, the time has already gone. But if you have done something at the right time and bring them back on track and keep pushing them that, what do you need from us to help you? Or if person is doing better, tell him to give a small lecture to the other colleagues that how he is able to perform to that level. There are ways, but I believe that continuously we keep doing that is, something. Similarly, safe working environment. Today, you have a mix of talent where sometimes they may not feel very safe on the working side. That's again, HR has to ensure that with the top management, they work closely to see to it that no candidate, including diverse candidate, has any issues. Another important area is that we need to create an environment, and that is a part of culture, that you give a completely such an environment where any employee can raise concerns without fear of retaliation. And this is a role of HR, that how that secrecy of that input can be maintained. And I can tell you, something very disastrous happens. If you do this job early, we can protect it. So again, I'll just sum it here. I don't want to get into too long because that's not my space. But HR has a very, very important role to play. Like finance, finance also controls from the controllership side. So it is not that only business people play important role. HR has a role to play to build the skill sets, to ensure that people also see what is ahead of them, what is the next role they will get into, how their growth path will be there. So there is a lot of job. There is a lot of job where if we plan our strategies or plan our acts together, you can really make organization very strong and good place to work. And retention, in my view, is a very big challenge today, because if you build someone and if he or she leaves you early, your whole game plan goes bad. So, that is where good organization, you will see that retention is very minimal. Some organization, you will see retention is high. The organizations where retention is high, the cost of manpower is very high, because you will keep hiring people at a higher cost and they're still not staying. So you need to figure it out, that what is the reason why people are not staying here. So I'll stop here. I have just 2 minutes. It is showing me that 2 minutes is left. If there is any question, I'll be happy to take that.
Organization which is having a brand, it doesn't give an employee to go overseas. But if a person joins a small organization, they get so much global exposure. And how would you like to emphasize on the politics in the organization which happens there? Because the big organization doesn't want a new startup recruitment to do recruitment for their organization. They said we already have a set of people. Wherever one moves, the entire crowd goes.
So it's a very tricky, and you have to strike the balance between that. It is what you said is absolutely right. But large organizations have their own challenge. They have to manage repercussions and all of that. But still, they don't stop. When I worked in GE, and somebody who's interested, there is a clear site opened, costs, career opportunity options. That's the site. And suppose Singapore is hiring, they'll put that site and anybody can apply. So I think the culture should be such that anybody can apply if they want to, and then in the process of recruitment you can just do it. So ideally, large organizations become very mammoth, big. It doesn't really turn around. Small organizations, you have a visible people, and that's where you take the decision very fast. But I think we should stay completely away from this. There has to be a process. Through that process, if you go, then nobody will object it, because like my son works for Google. And he said that, they keep opening every 6 months a site where they show that similar job is available in which part of the world. If you're interested, you do that. And then you do that with the permission of your manager who you report. And then there is a simple process of interviewing, and if you succeed, you go. So I think we should not, bring any policy around it. We must try to bring as much transparency there. And transparency is what most employees like. Yep. I hope it is not out of syllabus, because your questions could be out of syllabus.
Something that we have seen is that in a company over a period of time, since you were talking about culture, the culture gets evolved over a period of time.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the industry changes or starts transitioning to a newer way of working.
Yeah.
And the culture needs to change.
Correct.
But there are people who've been in the system for a very, very long time. And there is a new team that is being brought into the company. That creates a disconnect between how we have been working versus how we need to change.
Yeah.
How, as a CEO, along with the HR, can you bridge that?
It's an excellent question. And let me tell you, I keep pushing my team, people who are there in the system for long, to learn a lot of stuff from the new people. I'll give you an example. Let us take my R&D team is there, who's in the job for 20 years. They will have a specific way to build a product. But new students, when they come, they say that this particular microprocessor now is not so relevant. What we have learned is this one. So there is a lot of pressure every type of fresh people give. So I think again, how we welcome that. If we welcome that, and I always say that these new guys will have a much faster speed to run, and you have to catch up with that. So we do a lot of those calibrations from time to time, and in my view, you must retain average age of employees or average of organization to some level. Suppose your organization average age goes 50. It's a very different organization. If your average age is mid-30s, it's a very different organization. So how you change the mix, determines that how both will coexist, and both need to coexist. I always welcome the young crowd because they bring a lot of energy, a lot of new thoughts, and if we don't inculcate that, we have a challenge. So at least at our level, we have about 700 members. It's a company which 11 years back I joined as a CEO, and 10th of August we are completing our 11 years. We started with a very small team. Now we are close to 700. I also tell one more thing, that our team should be pushed to deliver some extra productivity. Now imagine if it is a 700 member team and everybody gives me 10% extra, it's equivalent of 70 people. So what is a good way? Whether you want to have that 70 additional brought into the system, or you actually give a rewards and recognitions and some kind of incentivization to improve these guys. Always this is better. So it's a culture how you want to build it. My time is up, and I'll probably now come down, and I'm available for 10-15 minutes. If there is any question, I'll be happy to take. Thank you so much once again for calling me.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, a picture with you, please. Can you please come back on the stage? I also request our CEO to please join. So can we all put our hands together to both of them? Thanks to Mr. Sunil Khurana, and thanks to Mr. Harbinder Narula. Well, I know we are all hungry, so it's time for us to break for lunch, and we would like to see you right back here by around 2:15. Yes? So let's all reconvene by 2:15. Thank you so much. Have a great time networking. Have good meals. We'll come back and we'll kickstart the next session. Thank you. check. All right. Requesting each and every one of you to please come back into the hall and take your seats. Well, we still have rest of the day for all of us to network. Requesting each and every one of you to please get back into the banquet hall and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to please walk back and take your seats. All right, welcome back, all of you. How was the food? Good? How was the networking session? Yes? Good? All right, I only see some nods from your end. All right, just to tease your brain slightly, I have some slides coming up. All right, can I have the slide up, please? All right, all you have to do is, what do you read there? What do you see? But if I tell you it's a puzzle, it's more than just the agenda. Ah, we have someone smart here. Can you please say it out loud again?
Hidden agenda.
Yes, it is hidden agenda. Can we go to the next slide, please? Can we have the answer up? And the next slide? Yes, it is hidden agenda. And even the answer is being hidden right now. The next slide, please. What do you see? Look, front benches, I'm sure.
Green pea soup.
It is a green pea soup. Can we have the next slide, please? Next slide. Now, what is this? Well, you read it right. It is shopping, but... Sorry? You can actually say it out loud so that I come to you. Very close, but not the right answer. I don't want to give you a hint so soon. What do you think it is? Let's see. The first one was very easy, hidden agenda. See. So you have an answer. I don't think that's true. I don't think shopping is only for women. Purposeful shopping, underlined shopping, window shopping. What else do we have? What is it? Shoplifting. Wow. The line had to be up if it was shoplifting. Mystery shopping, no. Window shopping, no. Supported shopping, no. Okay, let me give you a hint. Yeah? How about thinking of Amazon, Myntra? Yeah, see, she answered.
Online shopping.
It is online shopping. Can we go to the last one, please? Now, let's see what this is. But shopping had the most answers out there. Huh? Outstanding number, no. Let me hear some. Forefront, not exactly, but you're coming around. You're coming around again. Do you want a hint? Do you want a hint? Something related to HR. What do you all do? What do you all actually do? Mainly, one of the most important things that all of you are into as HRs. No. So it's not exactly for, but if you say it in English, how do you? For, okay. What do? You don't forecast. We are HRs. You do forecasting, but what is the most common thing that you do? Of course, you have multiple roles, I know. Do you want the answer? I don't want to answer. Once you see the answer, you'll be like, oh no, we were so close. We were speaking about talent. We were speaking about... Yeah. So how do you put it together? For hire. For hire. So the for is higher there, so it's for hire. Can we have the answer up on the screen? answer up on the screen. VJ. Okay, that's okay. You can take off this. Yes, that's for hire. Thank you so much. Everybody, once again, a big round of applause. Thank you so much for being a part of this summit. Up next, we have the next panel discussion. And for this, I would like to request Rashmi Raghuraja, Chief of Staff HR, D&I HR Lead, SAP Labs, to please come up and join us on the stage. Okay, she's not joining us on the stage. She'll be joining us on Zoom. And we'll have Subramani, Subbu, well known as Subbu Soman, Global HR Head, Strategic Business Partner, Atos Global, to please join us up on the stage. Come on, everyone, make some noise. Let's hear some claps. Yeah, thank you. Madhushri Datta, Head of HR India, Pure Storage India. Can you please join us on the stage, ma'am? Thank you. Can we please have Pooja Malhotra, Head HR India, StoneX Group, to please join us up on the stage. Wonderful. Now I would like to request the session chair, Surabhi Sharma, Head of People India, Zinnia, to please join up on the stage. Come on, a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you. You need the mics. Just give us a moment. Can we have the mics up on the stage, please?
Are we getting Rashmi on the screen?
Yeah, I think you are, but let me just cross-check once, ma'am. I think you can begin the session.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
So hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. This is going to be one of the most difficult sessions, given that this is the post-lunch session. We have a really esteemed panel, and we will make sure that we keep you engaged, but there are a couple of things actually coming in the way. One is, of course, the lunch, the amazing lunch that we all had. And of course, I think the room is also a little chilled, so if someone could just do something about that, that will be really helpful. We have a really interesting topic that we are here to discuss, and this is about equity as the core. DEI in advancing DEI in the modern workplaces. So a couple of things actually, just to set the context right before we start the discussion, is a few terms in the topic that really excited me. One is about advancing. And as we say advancing DEI, it means that we are starting with the pretext of this being a journey, this being a continuum. The business case for DEI is already explained, discussed empty number of times, so we really don't need to go into the business case for DEI. But how are we advancing? How are organizations advancing? And where are we in this journey of DEI is an interesting topic. I think, while we've scratched the surface a little more, and while we all in our organizations have programs, initiatives already in place, but there are miles to go before we sleep. And I think there is some time when all these discussions become redundant and our roles become invalid, because we've already become a really mutually inclusive, diverse society. So, diversity in my mind is as natural as possible. Human diversity exists, and add to it the various societal and other vulnerable factors to it, it becomes more and more natural. What is more important and what is at the core is equity, and that's what we will hear and understand from our esteemed panel. As we talk of diversity, equity, inclusion, it's very rightly said that diversity is a fact, it's natural. It's equity and inclusion that becomes a choice and action for organizations to follow. We've done a lot of work, but when will be a day when we don't really have to celebrate Women's Day, because that becomes 365 days in a year? Or when will we have the time when we don't need a Pride Day to celebrate, LGBTQ plus, there's a long distance that we need to cover. So with that, we will possibly start. The panel is all set for the discussion. And I'll start with the first question, which possibly Madhushri, you could take over. Why don't you share with us the stories, initiatives, programs, that in your experience you have established, taken, or as an organization you've implemented? What are some of those stories, initiatives, if you could explain with examples?
So I think I would start with the fact that I think all organization is about hiring and getting new talent. So I think from that perspective, getting your DEI strategies for hiring right in terms of where your focus is going to be. I know gender diversity is something all organizations prioritize and work on, but then there are other forms of diversity, and we're talking about LGBTQIA+, then there's differently enabled. So what is it that we as an organization would want to hire and have the ability to hire? Because especially with differently enabled, there are certain other enablements that you need to have in the organization before you can go out to hire there. So I think that is in terms of hiring, tracking those metrics and see how we are progressing, understanding where our challenges are and kind of working through those challenges. The second would be, once employees are on board, what is it that they would look at? I think from that perspective, looking at building an inclusive culture, creating and having more diversity events in the organization, talking about inclusivity in the organization. I think that's also key and important in terms of how we are fostering diversity in the organization. Third is actually making your leadership steer the diversity initiatives as well, making them accountable in terms of how they are building DEI in their organization. One particular example there that we in Pure Storage do is every leader at a GM level and one below actually has something called an inclusive leadership dashboard. And that has all the metrics for their organization that are tracked and shared with them time to time. We typically do it on a yearly basis. And if somebody is behind in terms of those numbers, how can we push that organization and understand what's wrong in the organization and how then we can push that organization to improve on their diversity strategies or the matrix that's set for them. So I really like that, and it's very well embraced by the leadership. Last but not the least is definitely making sure the practices and policies in your organization are inclusive. And I think that is also important and in terms of bringing in that sense of inclusivity amongst employees in the organization.
Thank you, Madhushri. I think the idea of inclusive dashboards for leaders to measure the extent to which we are actually inclusive is an amazing idea. With that, moving on to Pooja, what do you think about equity, and where does equity play a role in this entire ecosystem of DEI?
So Madhushri spoke about policies towards the end. I'd like to start from there. Actually, policies and your processes can become a great equalizer in the whole game of managing your talent. And I've seen examples from in my experience so far where organizations have done it very well. So one of the examples that I would like to really quote about is conducting equality screening for all policies and processes that you are trying to build within your organization. So it's a very simple thing, but I don't know how many of us do it. So whenever you're bringing a new policy or a new process, you sit around with a diverse group of people. So carefully select people from all bands, gender, as representative a group that can be, and then you debate on that process or that policy. Will it have a negative or a positive impact on a particular, say, gender or people from LGBTQ or say people with disability and so on? And how can you mitigate it? If it's a positive impact, how can you maximize it, right? So that's one example that I've really seen. Also bringing in practices which bring equity to the table. So for example, design thinking. All of us talk about design thinking. But what really is design thinking? It is user-led thinking, right? So you keep the user at the center of the entire argument while building a prototype that you can implement. So why can't we do this within HR? So those are two examples. I have used design thinking in one of the big behavior change projects that we were doing. And then I think we got surprisingly good results out of that practice.
That's an amazing thought of why can't we have DEI and at the core of it design thinking, who are the end users that we are wanting to make an impact for, and how effective our entire program is around DEI, how are we making that impact? I think amazing thought of using design thinking as a part of DEI. As we move forward, Subbu, how do you think, we've been speaking about DEI since morning in various forms and also thinking about technology in various forms. How do you think the two, technology enables DEI and the two can be married together?
Thanks, Ravi. So I think when it comes to technology, I think about two different aspects. One is about how we use technology for DEI. So for example, be it a hiring process, how HR is using. As a hiring process, we could have any kind of tools, or AI is the buzzword now, so which can try and see how we hire people from a diverse background. So it can be not only gender, but also in terms of disability or the LGBTQ community, or any other way that, how we can make it diverse, even nationality or even race or ethnic background or anything. So diversity, when it comes as it is, it can be from anywhere. I mean, it shouldn't be just in one color. So that's what it means. So how we can use that, and we also use data. Say for example, if we run a talent program in an organization where it's a kind of a prestigious program where we select only the top talent, the top on the 9-box matrix, and then they've been put into a certain program which is very expensive and very time consuming and gives a lot of value to the employee. We try and see that, how we have the data which shows us that who are the people who are getting participated along with their talent, which is already a first parameter. Along with that, how we diversify it, what's our gender ratio, what's our any other kind of ratio which will enable DEI. The other point about technology is that how we can build technology for DEI. So one is about HR as using.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah. What are we doing to build something for DEI? So it can be particularly if we talk about disability. It can be about how people can accessible. I mean, making the technology accessible to the disabled or anybody who's. It can be even language, how it can translate to the other people who cannot read that particular language. So that's, I think, something, well, most companies would be already doing something about it, but I think that's one of the key points that we can see how we can use technology for the diversity and equity.
Absolutely. And just to add, given the modern workforce that we have, the global population that we have spread cutting across geographical boundaries, I think technology also becomes a good collaboration point for us. We could leverage technology for communicating, collaborating with such diverse populations overall. In the spirit of being inclusive, do we have our online panelist also up so we could, do we have Rashmi Rashmi is not, I was, in the spirit of being inclusive, I was wanting to get a question thrown at her also. But, all these pitfalls that we see, we've all tried, tested, toyed with multiple programs, we've implemented some, and we understand the challenges that are there. What do you think in all the programs that you've implemented around DEI in your organizations or in your previous experiences, what have been the major pitfalls that you've observed, and how can we overcome that as an organization?
You want all of us? Whoever. I would say one thing, when HR does it alone.
That's the biggest one.
When it gets branded as an HR initiative. Oh, you're doing something for diversity, this is HR driving it. I mean,
it's an organizational agenda. It couldn't ever be.
It's a leadership agenda, it's an organizational, it's a strategic agenda. You want to get the best talent available to you. So that's organizational and strategic.
So normally that's built like one of the pillars of the value system, so that that gets covered overall as an organization's agenda.
Ideally,
so,
yeah.
I mean, it's otherwise, like you said, it's a HR topic, like, I'm not interested even looking at it. It's an email from HR. So that's
It's very surface level then, yeah.
Yes, it shouldn't be viewed that way. So that's where, it's built as one of the pillar or as a value, as a core value of the organization, so that you get that inclusivity included in your overall agenda.
Absolutely. Basically, when it becomes your vision and your purpose, when it's that deep-rooted is when diversity actually. Madhushree, you want to add to that?
No, I think to Subbu's point, I agree that it has to be the organization's DNA, and that is how inclusivity or DEI is blended into the organization, rather than making it an HR agenda or any other center of excellence's agenda. So I think we all have to kind of be part of it.
Also, sometimes when you dive into starting DEI initiatives without having a solid strategy or something, some visioning around it being done, I think that's something that is best avoided. Because then that becomes a tick the box exercise rather than aligning it with the DNA, with the vision and purpose of the organization. So when you just start doing it without having a strategy behind it, I think that's best to be avoided. Always ask yourself, why are we doing this? Why should we do this? What will it bring to the table? How will it help the business?
Absolutely.
I think, the question is about the pitfall, right? I think most of the time, or many a times, it's seen only as a gender diversity. That's one of the biggest pitfalls.
And that too binary. Only man and woman. What about the other genders? So it starts as basic as that.
Of which, to be very, very crude and clear about the truth, it's seen as only about women.
So focusing on only one area of...
That's a viewpoint or a perspective for many. So as an organization, how do we set that agenda very clearly to say that it's not about gender alone? Gender is one of the key points. Secondly, it's not about gender alone, and also it's not about just one gender alone. So that's where we need to make it very, very clear to the people and the organization, so that we set a narrative, we set an agenda, we keep it as a pillar and core value, so people understand. And also have forums like this within the organization, social media platform within the organization, to clarify people that why we do what we do.
Absolutely. I also feel that, many of us ourselves do not know the biases that we carry in our mind. And just to start with an example, I took one of the tests, an HBR test, which was on diversity and diversity around career, to say, based on my responses, how aligned is my thinking towards women being more family-centered and men being more career-centered. And finally, we have Rashmi. Hi, Rashmi. Women being more career-centered, and that in itself, I was completely oblivious of the fact that I also have unconscious biasness towards thinking that women are less career-oriented and men are more career-oriented. So at times, even the leaders sitting there, no matter even if they are driving DEI agenda, may have unconscious biases. And that is when we get Rashmi into the discussion. Rashmi, your thoughts on what are the key challenges that organizations face when our programs are more token and not really giving the desired impact?
Good afternoon, everyone. You can hear me well, right?
Very well.
Okay, great. First of all, apologies for being late. My system didn't give me the right time to join here, so apologies for that. But I already heard about DNI being an HR strategy. So of course, that is the biggest pitfall that we should avoid. What I also feel is that a lot of times DNI gets looked upon as a softer aspect in the entire scheme of organization, right? While business and product deliveries will have a very focused delivery approach and a project management mindset, DNI often fails at that, right? And I feel having a project management approach to DNI, setting the metrics, establishing metrics, holding people accountable, having that RACI metrics to it, doing quarterly reviews, tracking KPIs, presenting to leadership when we have an executive visit, presenting to the leadership on what has been our achievements, where are we in terms of metrics, the hard numbers. And most important, budgeting. right? People don't budget a lot of D&I efforts. It takes a lot of effort and lots of money to, move the needle in some of our initiatives. So not having a project management approach is, I think it's also a pitfall, right? We always keep softer targets. It's nice to have kind of an attitude to D&I. We have to move away from it. If we don't meet a target in our product strategy, what happens? Customers won't be happy, right? I think we should have the same approach to D&I, really have those metrics and KPIs defined and accountability defined. I think only then we can really bring in that business case to D&I and showcase results. Once we showcase results, I think any of the business will be happy to have D&I strategy included in their business strategy. So we should really start showing the results in numbers, in data. And to achieve that, having that project management mindset is what we have to have. A lot of times we fail at that.
Absolutely, Rashmi. Can't agree more to say that we need to have a project management, mindset and an agile project management mindset. Where you continue to ponder upon all the progress that you've made and where you are lacking, and then take a pause and redo certain initiatives that may not be working in your interest and certain initiatives that may be working in your interest. That brings us to a very important point that Rashmi just raised. What are the matrices that as an organization we all need to look at, make our leaders accountable for and drive it? So let's start with maybe Madhu, Pooja, Subbu, and then go to Rashmi on that. What are the matrices, Madhu?
Yeah, so I spoke about the inclusive leadership dashboard that we have. I think we kind of incorporate most of our diversity matrix there. So I think it starts with overall, what's the sort of hiring we are doing. And I think in India, while our focus is on gender diversity, in the US, it goes out to URG and other data points as well. So looking at data. Second is, what's the sort of attrition are we having? Are there specifically diverse talent leaving for certain reasons? Then we need to deep dive on that. Then it's about what's the kind of engagement that's there in the organization. So when we run our employee pulse, we also look at the diverse talent and what is the pulse in those diverse talent. What are the comments we are seeing? What sort of scores are they giving? And is there any action that needs to be done out of that? Then, of course, looking at promotion data. Is there diversity in the promotion data? I think that's a very important piece to look at, and providing opportunities and also making it an equal opportunities for everybody. And so kind of making and ensuring that is always happening at all levels. And I think those are some of the key important metrics that we kind of track in the organization.
Very important people matrices that you spoke about. Pooja, anything you would want to add here in terms of non-people metrics?
So in my view, first, the organization should decide what kind of organization does it want to be. I mean, what is it that you're chasing? Are you chasing numbers? Are you chasing targets? Because there are parts of the world where the laws make it mandatory for you to have a certain number of, say, females or people from a certain race. So are you targeting those numbers? Or are you targeting mainstreaming? Are you trying to see that as an organization, how deeply steeped is diversity, is equity part of your processes? So I've seen an example of an organization where they track mainstreaming. It's a global organization, and they would go around the world seeking examples of how HR teams in different parts of their operations have done mainstreaming of DEI in their different HR policies and practices. They will seek examples so for one of the examples is leadership openly championing diversity in any form. Are we training people enough? And how many people have we trained? For example, unconscious bias, how many people we've trained on unconscious bias? Is it a part of our recruitment messaging? Is it a part of our job descriptions? Are we openly talking about it on social media? What have we done there? So all this points out to how much you have mainstreamed diversity in your operations.
That's another perspective.
That's another example.
So HR matrices, how much have we mainstreamed diversity? Subbu, what are the matrices at your organization?
So yeah, I think mostly they both have covered everything. So it's like, right from hiring or talent development, training, or even attrition. We look at data to say that, see that, what's the kind of diversity ratio, particularly gender ratio to a large extent, and also in terms of diverse. But whereas where the countries, we are an European company, so where we have a lot of Europeans working. So it's like in those countries, when, like she said, it's very difficult, if you have a law, if you have a regulation, you're not good, definitely not going to go beyond that. But I think beyond we as an organization, for our own employees, we can also think about influencing these policies into our extended ecosystem, like our vendors or like anybody who provides service to us. Like, for example, even why we can think about having our security services, employing transgenders.
Yes.
Who can be better support for women than a transgender. So it's like, but I don't know like how many organizations really do, or the security companies really do.
Many organizations were doing it, by the way.
Doing
Many organizations doing it.
I think that's some of the ideas, or kind of, that advantages we can give it to our extended ecosystem, so that, they try to implement it. It's a kind of, we become a kind of a cheerleader to promote, as an organization, we promote certain values which get extended to other organizations.
Beautiful. So we spoke about HR matrices, mainstreaming. We also spoke about how success is when we extend it beyond our ecosystem to our suppliers, to our customers, to our vendors, our partners. Rashmi, what is a success measure for you with respect to DEI?
So Surbhi, I would say, I will feel my connection to DNI is through my manager and my team. Right, that's my first connection to DNI. If I'm feeling belonged in the organization, my first point of contact is my manager and my peers, my team members. So some of the questions in SAP that we include in our annual people survey or a bi-monthly people survey is that, do you feel belonged in your team? Do you think that your team will have equal opportunities? Is your manager openly discussing in your? So these are some of the questions that we ask our employees every year, twice, to see that how is the inclusion ratio in the team. So looking at inclusion metrics at the team level and then zooming out at the organization level will give us a little bit more, slice and dice would be better. We can address at the grassroots where an employee will be working in their team, right? And then coach the managers accordingly, conduct workshops, conduct team workshops to, imbibe that inclusion mindset in the teams. So, that would be interesting to look at, and we do at SAP.
Agenda. Pooja, you want to take a stab at it?
Sure. So ERGs are very critical to build communities, have the right conversations going, let people network, and also I think it sends out a message that there is safe space for people to come in, talk about issues that matter, and talk about it with confidence and in confidence. So in StoneX, we have different ERGs. So women at StoneX has been a very old ERG, but very recently we've come up with neurodiversity, LGBTQ, and also philanthropy, through which we can actually go outside the organization and try and diversify our efforts. So I am in favor of ERGs. In fact, to answer your first question around strategies, it would be one of the most stronger strategies to build really the culture of DEI within the firm.
Absolutely, and even at my organization, Zinnia, we have these employee resource groups that are so active. Yeah. And, we have veterans in workforce. We have, because it's a global organization, we have Asians, Black, and all these communities, and they come up with such diverse perspectives that can impact your businesses so acutely that you didn't have imagined otherwise. So, Rashmi, you want to add to ERGs and how they contribute towards the success of organizations?
Absolutely. ER is absolutely important, right? They are again another, if I may say, even a metrics, right? How many ERGs does the organization have? How many kinds of ERGs? How many members in each of the ERGs? How active are these ERGs in the community or in the organization? Is another metrics that we can definitely look at, right? And I think it would be impossible for a DNI team, a team of 5-6 people, to be strategizing everything and executing it, right? I mean, we will fall short. We won't be listening to feedback. We won't be listening to the voices on the ground. So the biggest impact of ERGs is really to, bring in that by the people, for the people approach in the organization, right? And ERGs are run by the employees. So they know best what works for them, what are the latest topics to discuss. It could be listening skills, it could be community meetups, it could be a session by an expert or an experience sharing session, right? And I don't think any DNI team in any organization can manage that scale or that depth of topics that a particular ERGs need, right? And again, ERGs also help a lot in building a sense of belongingness in the organization. In SAP, last to last year, we started an ERG for new parents. It is called Nurture Network for New Parents. And we started small. I mean, during the launch itself, we had 200 plus people joining the launch community event. And then building on, and we have close to 500 people. And it is run by a group of new moms and dads, right? It is not run by the HR, it is not run by the DNI core team, it is run completely by the employee group. And they come up with these interesting topics. One of the topics I must say is that I don't get sleep at night because of my baby so small. How do I manage sleep? So topics like this, which we never think, I mean, sitting in HR or as DNI leads, these are the topics that they discuss, and these are the topics that have really connected employees with the organization and with each other, right? So I think to create that sense of belongingness, ERGs play a huge part that none of the other teams can make it happen.
Absolutely. The whole relevance is because it is for the people, of the people, and by the people. So, the most relevant topics get discussed in those ERGs. I know we are less than 4 minutes. So at this time, can we just take a pause to see if there are any audience questions before we get into more panel questions? If there's any question for anyone in the panel, please raise your hands and you'd like to take that question. Yeah, there's one at the back. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. Putting a mic.
Hi, this is Varsha. I am an independent DI consultant, evangelist, end-to-end for the social impact. My question is, first of all, good thoughts and great thoughts. Thank you so much for such an engaging discussion. The question is around when we look at DEI, obviously we do not look, in most of the organization, we still do not look at from the holistic perspective. Generally, we say that, okay, we want to hire 4 people or 5 people or 10 people and so on and so forth, but that's not how it is in the business. When there is a challenge in the business, we do analysis, we understand what is the problem, how can we solve it holistically across all the business units. In DEI, obviously there are a lot of challenges, but if I just talk about the hiring perspective, we are moving towards skills taxonomy, we are moving towards gig economy. And I believe that if we do skills taxonomy and capability canvas and map it to the job roles, than looking at the degrees, we open a lot of plethora of opportunities for the diverse candidates across India and across multiple other countries as well. What is your thoughts on that? Second, from the metrics perspective, apart from HR metrics and other metrics, I believe it is also very important to make sure that we are developing the diverse candidates. And from that perspective, it is also very important to measure how many people we are putting forward for the various trainings, for the development programs, how many are engaged into that, how many have completed, and what is the progress which we have seen because of that, what is the impact which it has made. So I want your comments on both of these. Just your thoughts.
Sure, Varsha, I think very valid point that she just brought out, and that was around holistic DEI. She very rightly said that, most of us are at the surface saying, how many people are we hiring? How diverse is the pool that we are hiring? Or how many people are we training? But the whole ecosystem of diversity, from creating the awareness to hiring people, to empowering them, to embedding DEI in your entire ecosystem, to making sure that it is success, that's the entire ecosystem possibly that she's actually talking about. So, who out of you would want to take the hiring question that she just put forward to say skill taxonomy and things that we are doing around that? If that was one of the core focuses, how does that completely change the DEI perspective? And just to kickstart the discussion, Varsha, I think definitely one of the core reasons is that this expands the talent pool tremendously. So if we go a little beyond, just our set of job description and the parameters that we put there to say, okay, we are extending it beyond to say the entire pool, the entire skill taxonomy is our talent pool. We go beyond just the set of people that we are looking at. So completely aligned to saying that it is the wider talent pool through DEI that we could target than just looking at a job description and taking that as the base. Your thoughts on how we could expand it?
Completely agree. It depends on you in human resources. How do you define your catchment area, and where do you put boundaries in it, or are there no boundaries in it at all? So are you able to reach out to specific groups which wouldn't have otherwise applied or seen your job description or your skills taxonomy? Are you trying to find alternate channels of recruiting and hiring? Are we building partnerships outside our organizations with specific organizations that work with diverse people? So another example that I can talk about is when a previous organization that I was a part of, we built a partnership with Noida Deaf Society, and we picked up interns from Noida Deaf Society, people with speech and hearing issues. We ended up retaining out of 6, 2 of them because of their performance and their good work, and one of them ended up being a confirmed employee and is still working there.
Absolutely, and to add on to, in my previous organization also, we've tied up with Noida Deaf Society for a lot of facilities work there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we're also building a workforce of transgenders working with Lighthouse Foundation. And to Subbu's point, they are currently getting mainstreamed as cafeteria executives for executive leadership, security guards for executive leadership and all. So the talent pool is definitely expanding. I know we are just on time, but anyone has last thoughts on the question that Varsha just asked?
I can take up the second part of a question, which is in terms of development and tracking development. I think, again, most organizations, including mine, are really looking at how are we being inclusive about our training and learning programs. Again, looking at the diversity in the workforce. Many of our programs are not just gender diverse, but we bring in diversity as a holistic thing. But then that said, we do have gender diverse programs as well, especially enabling women to climb up the ladder or broaden their career skills, job skills, etc. So I think there are various aspects to it. As an organization, we also do a very good check in terms of how these progresses are happening. Either there are conversations that the managers are having with the employees to talk about those progresses, and then if anybody is being looked at for leadership positions or mobility positions. I think those are some things that we talk about when we are discussing talent with our leadership in terms of our talent review, etc. So those are some things that we continue to do so that it's not just one-off process, there's continuity in terms of what's happening.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your insights. We are on time, but I'll just sum it up by saying that, diversity is a fact, as it is said. Inclusion is a choice. And belongingness is the outcome, and which is what all of us are sort of focused on in our own DEI charters. So thank you so much for enlightening us with your thoughts. Thanks a ton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you. Can you all please stand for a lovely picture to be clicked? Thank you, thank you. Well, the next discussion is going to be about harnessing the power of HR tech and analytics to drive organizational success. For this, we'll have Debasis Panigrahi, CHRO, Shriram Properties, to please join us. Can we please have Debasis? Can we have Amit Kumar, Corporate HR Ed, Solara Active Pharma Sciences, to please join us? Thank you. Can we please have Tirukumaran, very well known as Thiru Nagarajan, VP and Head of HR, IBM India South Asia, to please join us? Can we please have Prabhakar Azad, Chief People and Process Officer, Ashwin Sheth Group, please to join us? Do we have all these gentlemen here? Yes. And this session has the session chair, Subhashini Shriram. Can we please put our hands together for Subhashini Shriram, MD HR, Carolyn Global Solutions. Everybody, a big round of applause, please. Oh God, we are not starting this session with a good round of applause, huh? You need another chair. Definitely, we'll have someone. Can we please have a big round of applause? Thank you, thank you.
Okay, I hope everybody is able to hear me. I'm Subhashini, and very good evening to one and all. I think the introductions are done, so I'm not going to consume any time on that. Let me move on to the interesting topic. I think the topic which I see and hear wherever I go from an HR point of view, which is technology. How is really technology enabling business and business growth through talent? I think that's going to be the topic. So I have a few questions here, but please feel free while we just go around. I'm going to be probably allowing you all to just pitch in and speak the wisdom that you have. Let me start with the first question to you, Thiru. We keep talking about technology a lot, and IBM is, one of the technology companies as well. So tell us a little about what are the latest innovations in HR technology that's happening that all of us have to, keep our eyes and ears open.
Thank you, Subhashini. Let's just rewind a little bit, because then it'll give perspective of where we have traversed over time to the latest. I think different companies are in different stages of maturity in technological introduction, transformation. It all started maybe 15 years ago. Predictive analytics, it's been around for a long time. Deep analytics, lots of systems tools. very isolated use cases, proactive retention as an example. Specifically looking at skilling, taxonomy, it all started off like that. And then fast forward 10 years, then this whole digital bots started to come into play. Simple. You ask a question, it'll reference a policy or a process, it'll give you an answer. Straightforward, curated, you ask a question, give you an answer. So that ran for about 5 years. And then over time, with exponential data management and with the various technologies coming into play, then there was a period where we were able to sort of orchestrate various talent data to bring out insight, as in performance data, compensation data, skills data, project data, learning data. So they're all in various systems in HR, not necessarily in one core HRMS. So then we now have technologies that is pulling data from disparate systems and then bringing out one insight. And more recently, in the last 5 years, we've started to have real AI. And I will say digital assistants, right? Which not only just answer queries, it actually does work for you. For example, a manager who wants to move his or her employees from a manager to another manager. You don't need to go into a core HR system like right. SuccessFactors or Workday, look at the screens, click 6 or 7 buttons, and then make the move. You could go into a one-stop shop. In IBM, we have a solution called Ask HR. It's like really a magical solution. Anything you need to know, you go into that solution, it gives you an instantaneous answer. Not only does it answer, it actually does work. It orchestrates tasks and delivers it to your mailbox, or it makes those changes quite instantaneously. And then in the last 1 year, right, this generative AI technologies that all of us have experienced from the GPT launch to now, in few companies, and we are one of them, we are actually leveraging generative AI for HR processes. And we have actually implemented specific use cases to test the model, to make sure it is 100% accurate, not 99.9, 100% accurate, because we're talking about confidential people-related matters, making sure it is private, confidential, there's no hallucination, and we are seeing some very, very encouraging results. In IBM, as an example, on the latest technology, since that's part of the question, we have a digital twin for every employee. Every data related to the employee is virtually, it's collected and it's data, right from the onboarding data, your past history, what are your current roles, your background information, your performance information, your comp information, your skills information, learning information, your project work information, everything is out there. So we are now able to hyper-personalize, curate specific career journeys based on who you are, your own aspirations. And this data also is now proactively leveraged to inform managers through nudges to say, hey, dear manager, here's somebody you haven't necessarily recognized in a long time. You have budgets left. You might want to recognize somebody. Here's somebody who aspires for this career, but they have to compete with these learning programs, complete learning programs, etc. So there is proactive nudges currently underway as well. So I would say 3 broad categories of technologies. One that gives proactive recommendation with AI. Second, digital labor, which tasks get done. And then assistants, right, which orchestrate tasks. And all of this is only possible when you have your data architecture right. And as long as all, right from hire all the way to retire, you are able to piece in this whole data, you can really transform how work gets done in HR.
phenomenal. I think this whole generative AI and what it can do has been absolutely phenomenal. And hyper personalization is the word and the expectation, right? So we have to accept that there is an expectation out there that we need to match up as well. To your point on this assistance, it's not just being used in the HR, parlance for just the managers. I see individuals, employees also now have a personal assistant, right? I mean, you don't need to go and apply leave anymore or know what exactly your leave balance is. You just tell this assistant to do it for you. So I think the level in which it's just getting on from end to end is just phenomenal. I just want to slightly turn this discussion to, fortunately we have our panel members from different industries. We have property, real estate as an industry. We also have pharma as an industry. So I'm going to slightly tweak it, and move it to Shriram Properties, Debasis. Talk about the same thing. Erstwhile real estate or property space is something that we all assume that not much of technology adoption is easy or possible. So tell us a little bit about, as a HR head of, Shriram Properties, how do you see the adoption to be and what's going on there?
So when we talk about technology, because we are talking about three sets, one is data, one is digital, and when we're trying to look at from the perspective of the whole things is the systems of experience, because ultimately a kind of a digital system, what we're talking about, which will be layering it, data is my currency, and the whole thing which I'm talking about is design system. What is my architecture, what is my design, where my data and my digital will combine together and give me a meaning, because ultimately, how do you make a systems more effective? How do you make a process more efficient? So around that, you have different layer of digitizations we are putting it, something to make a scenario of processing that, as Thiru told, something to create a scenario of being predictive that, okay, this is what I'm reading the data, and if this is the trend, this is the pattern, this is how it can look at from a perspective of. So the whole thing is, in terms of a scenario, is around data, around the digital journey, and around the design experience. How do I make my customer experience, or how do I make my employee experience journey? What is my intent? What I need to do around my talent acquisitions? What I need to do around my performance management? So entire process chain which is connecting to an employee. So that part is one side. If I say from a real estate perspective, because one side, I think last 10, 15 years, things have changed a lot. The way a customer experience a product, sitting outside, somebody is in abroad, maybe in US or somewhere, and trying to look at a product experience. It is almost 80-85% near time, maybe down the line with the VR, with the AR. Basically, you can able to simulate the product and you can give the experience. So that is where technology may be coming from an employee perspective. For us in Shriram, what we're trying to do is we have SAP Success Factor. We are trying to make this SAC, basically software analytics cloud. So the analytics cloud, we are trying to make it more mature, because ultimately how it can help us as an employee, because an organization is, if you look at from a larger perspective, what is the meaning of an organization? To generate profit and have an equitable distribution of wealth. So that wealth can be financial wealth, wealth can be intellectual wealth, that wealth can be psychosocial wealth, whichever forms it is coming. And it is distributing it to the stakeholder. Employee being a stakeholder, how it is coming back to them. In the whole journey, how the system is helping them out in terms of their growth, their things, and organization at the same time also trying to look at, hey, you have a talent, you have an employee. If you go back and now see, there is a difference between a talent and an employee. It's not that every employee is a talent, but every talent is an employee. At the end of the day, if you are trying to look at. So all the system we're talking around technology is trying to identify the talent piece out of an employee.
Fantastic. Yeah.
So I think that is the journey we're trying to look at. We wanted to give the entire touch point from a pre-hiring to kind of these separations. Can my separation management have the same experience of my joining experience? Maybe on those lines. That is where I think technology will have a great role. We have our analytics cloud, which is trying to give us data in terms of things. We have our systems getting readiness. It's a process which we are trying to do in a real estate scenario. Lot of things are in the customer side, but when it is coming to HR side, I think there are a lot of things which we'll be touching about in terms of the analytics, looking at the data, because data maturity is one of the area which we are looking at. And I'm talking about, let's say from an attrition perspective, just an example. Just to understand what is the infantile attritions, people joining your organizations and living within 1 year, and the understanding the pattern. I think technology has a larger play. What are you doing with the kind of hypos, the regrettable attritions, people who are rated 4, 5, and you wanted to do something for them. So those things, I think technology and this kind of system, when we're talking from an analytics perspective, is going to help us a lot, and that is the journey we're trying to go for.
No, I think off late, thank you. I think you touched on the analytics piece as well, which we will come to short while from now, because I think today's world, analytics and technology are sort of going hand in hand and helping us make some crucial business decisions. But I want to continue the theme of the space that you are in, which is the whole property space, Prabhakar. The question to you is, while all of us understand and know that technology for HR, for employees is the big talk, I just want to slightly tweak the conversation towards the conversation that we were having earlier. How this large labor intense industry, which is also needing immense level of skilling and adoption of technology, can be a challenge. But at the same time, you can use technology to really go all the way down to the lowest level to pick the data that you really want. How can the HR leaders like you, who are also stepping into being the CEO's eyes or the CEO for some period of time, look at this whole transformation and transition to have a very effective business impact and business case? Take us through that a little bit.
Thanks, Subhashini. My name is Prabhakar. I work with Ashwin Sheth Group as the Chief People and Process Officer. What does this mean is basically, I look into the processes where my employee faces a challenge. Everybody talks about systems, processes, technology, but it being a labor-intensive work, the guy who is at the downmost of the ladder is unskilled, can't even speak 4 words of English, but we have to build a building where people like us or better than us will be staying. We are into uber luxury or luxury apartments, where apartments costs are like somewhere around 6 crores starting from until 12 crores, 14 crores. These poor guys would have never stayed or even stayed closer to those places. Now, how do we make them pro for these kind of activities? So there are 2 things. Either we skill them, upskill them, or the second way is to bring them on the place where they do their bit of little bit, and that contributes to the maximum. So what we did is that we implemented Smart App. Now, Smart App is a technology tool which is used to capture the first moment where suppose we are doing a tiling work. The first part of the tiling is done by them, that is laying of either the liquid, which is known as cement, or an epoxy there, and then it's put. After an area is completed, it goes for an RFI, which is request for inspection, where the quality engineers come, site engineers. So here what happens is that the data is not pushed into the system, it's fetched into the system. So the clarity of the data and the authenticity of the data is much higher. And what happens is that this then gets propelled into our PS or the project system, which is at SAP. And hence from the entire billing and all. So if you see the entire value chain of the people who are working with us, few are very good engineers, few are diploma holders, few are maybe graduates, few are maybe 12th pass or 10th pass, and few are not studied, they've never studied even. So supervisors are like 10th pass or not even 8th pass people. Bringing them into a technology-driven culture is where you have to handhold them or give them a tool. And it's always like, what's in it for me? If the guy sitting there down doesn't know what's in it for him or her, will never work for you. For example, I take examples of Zomato, or for that matter, Uber. The number of repetitions that they do and a better delivery that they do, they get better ratings, better hikes, maybe incentives. That's how our labor are doing at the work at the sites. And that's where their drive is. What's in it for me? You call for an Uber, the guy will say, okay, sir, I'm dropping you, and immediately a new work will be assigned. That means the number of repetitions, the number of job or the square feetage that we call in our industry is done. That's where the recognition happens of the laborer and gets higher paid there. The incentives are there. So basically, bringing them to what's required in the system, that is the DNA, which is a spine DNA that we have created, and bridging everyone to that, that's become a more productive environment for us. Unlike what we were doing 4 or 5 years back, where technology was like everybody just punching in data on Excel. The last thing which you can do for a management is punch in data in Excel, where everybody put in data, this much was done, that much was done, which was never calibrated, never authenticated. It was just to make the management happy. When I took charge as the CEO of the organization, I made it mandatory that the data was authentic. And being from the HR background, it was all the more important for me that the data is authentic, and I could give a chance to my people down the line that this data is the authentic data and you are working on it. So we can predict when our properties will be completed, when the customers can come in, what will be their experience. And even when we move out of the properties and the defect liability period starts, they still have the data clarity that when was this done, when was the revision of the design, what was put into the design, why these changes were made. So suppose something unseen happens, like a fire breaks or something, then they will know where the main structure is, where are the relief lines, everything will be there in that. I'll give you just a small example. We built Mgmt, which is one of the highest, the most luxurious building in South Mumbai. And there was a small fire. This is the same place where Deepika stays, you guys must be knowing. Within what half an hour's time, the entire fire was doused. That's the kind of calibration which was done and given to the people there who are coming in as customers. That's from my side.
Thank you so much. I think, Prabhakar, you touched on 2-3 important aspects which I just want to call out for the audience. One is the fact that, yes, we are building everything from an employee perspective, but also considering that there are 3 big impacts that are happening at the same time through technology. One is, as an employee, irrespective of what I have learned and what I know, I'm getting into the same platform in terms of the work that I do. Whether I am, putting a tile together, or I'm in the reception, or an IT person, having done. I think the whole skilling level, the level basing is happening at the same time, which helps the middle managers to earn some time back to do other things and not sitting and doing these data entry activities, because you're directly fetching the data.
Absolutely, sir. That's
right?
what we are discussing.
Yeah.
These middle managers have to be made the managers of next level. That is the leaders of tomorrow.
Absolutely.
They can't be just doing a routine barker's job as we were discussing in the restaurants.
Yeah.
That job will become definitely redundant, as it has become in your IT industry. The middle managers are becoming redundant. Because you don't need to push people. It's the system which is pulling them or pushing them towards the
So I love this idea of smart apps fetching data rather than keying in data, which has been traditionally the way we have been doing. The last thing that I also want to call out in this conversation is how leadership is able to take all these, and there is time given back to all levels of employees to do the things that really matters to them, which moves them up in the ladder. So we have talked a lot about technology and data, so I want to redirect this question to you on data. So let's talk a little bit, about data and data analytics. How is it really impacting and how is it really making a difference in the HR world today? Bringing data, talk a little bit about that, Amit.
I think a lot. If you look at the whole revolution of technology that has happened, is primarily to bring efficiency. The idea was to erase off all the transactions, look at the inside. People who have been there in the morning, I think Nathan spoke about a very important aspect. He said, you have a whole lot of data available in your organization. What do you do with that, right? Taking a receipt from a restaurant and then converting into a data analytics, trying to bring in the insight in terms of how does the customer behave, what kind of foods that goes in and sells high. Likewise, within the organization, earlier if you look at it, primary source of our data used to be exit interviews, manpower demographic data, through which we used to do analytics. Today, what do? You have dashboards for everybody, right? Now, what does it help? It gives you an informed decision. Thiru spoke about predictive analytics. Predictive analytics is nothing but, you know the decision in advance so that you can ring fence. These are some of the advantages that is coming from the technology and investing, which is helping us to, look at which are the risk employee that you have, whom you want to retain and don't want to lose. So you do that initiative before the action actually happens. You can also look at your traditional exit data and look at in terms of how does it makes an impact from a negative or not so negative perspective in your culture. So what kind of changes you want to bring in your culture? If you look at your survey data, the employee satisfaction survey, or a lot of company does a pulse survey or a GPTW insights, what do you do with that, right? So these are data that gives you insight, which basically ask you that what are the actionables you would like to do and initiate in your organization where you have a business impact. So I think to sum it up, data gives you insight which can help you to bring in business impact, and that's, I think, is today's HR's primary KPI.
Yeah, so a great point. I think the role of HR, we keep talking about the changing environment and the change that's happening in the role of HR is one of the biggest pieces is, of course, one, how do you use technology to your best advantage, but how do you really interpret data? Now there is overwhelming data around you. Which data is relevant? How do you pull that data? How do you connect that back into the business outcomes and really go after that rather than looking at the innumerable data that is available around you? I think that's also a skill that the HR leaders of today have to sort of possess.
I think very important question. So if you look at, see, data are in different forms. Let's take an example. If you want to do skill development, then you need performance management data to be analyzed in that way. You need to look at in terms of how is the person performing against the KPI, look at both competency and skill, where does the person fare. So you basically need to segment it in terms of what kind of results do you want. Similarly, Devashi spoke about the onboarding or a recruitment experience, like, so if you have to stop the infant attrition, you have to understand what's causing the infant attrition and then look at the insight and try and do things to improve those those aspects which impacts the infant attrition. So you have to pick those segments which is paining you, creating again, I'm using the same word, business impact, because that's the whole story. If you know which are the pain points of the business impact, try and get that through all those data points, like, your source of data points are what? Yeah. Surveys, feedbacks, or in terms of your entire AI-driven services that you create in HR, whether it is, recruitment, onboarding, performance management, training, whatever it may be. These are all source of data. Yeah. So segment it, try and figure it out, what are the pain areas of business impact, and then use that data to create the insight.
Yeah, no, I think it's the HR competencies that are required to really be making an impact to the business is, of course, changing, no doubt. But the pace with which it is changing is just extraordinary. To some extent, it is even scary. So I am going to actually, move with that to a question. But before that, I don't know how many of you were there in this, GHRC conference where Peter Diamandis was there talking about 20 big things that are happening in the world in the advent of data and, of course, more importantly, technology. One of the things which was edging to more scary things, but at the same time made me think that is it real, is the point that he made in one of it was that we are in this world at this point in time going through technological transformation in the specific space of genetics, which is actually going to increase the longevity of people who are living in the world. And to that, he made a comment which is still, remains in my mind. People who are living in this world at this point in time have a great opportunity, and a 100% opportunity, some of them, to really be living 150 years or 200 years like a whale. Now that was mind-boggling to hear. Of course, it is scary. Of course, I don't want to be living 150 years or 200 years. Many of you may not, but some of us may be. And the question was asked more philosophically to him, why would somebody want to live so many years and all that? But if you have a purpose, you want to live eternally. But that is the level in which technological interventions are happening. And there were 20 different points. I don't want to touch that. It's a big topic on its own. One of it was, imagine your hand gets cut. The power of this genetic transformation that is being looked at is that you can grow your hand, just your heart, but for brain. He was saying that but for brain, everything else, and it is not future, it's happening as we speak, which is a tremendous push, which is scary push as well. Now with that scary point, I want to come to Thiru and talk about, Thiru, tell us a little bit about, we talked about how far we have come. The last 5 years, tremendous changes, the way we have looked at things, everybody around us, right? Now, what is in store for future? The likely future. I know that, IBM is also looking at, every technology company is looking at what next than what is already. Generative AI very slowly will become a past. So tell us a little bit about, any of you can feel free to add to that, but, I want to start with you, Thiru. Little bit about foresight, hey, here are a couple of other things that are happening. If not this, all of us living for 150, 200 years as well.
Look, the rate and pace is so fast that so when you say next 5 years, it's very hard to actually fathom. But here and now, right, I think we're just getting started with generative technologies. I don't see this deployed at scale yet. Because one, we got to have a certain responsible deployment of this technology.
Right.
There has to be a certain level of regulatory framework,
right.
AI ethic frameworks. So until those fundamentals get fully plumbed in, it won't scale. Now, I believe, from an HR point of view, I mean, we have a mantra called eliminate, simplify, and then automate. Exponentially simplify processes that impact employees, managers, and more importantly, also for the HR practitioners. Because, many a time we forget the profession. We always work for client stakeholders. So the jobs that our teams actually undertake will move to a very higher level of order, higher value work.
Right.
The grunt work, the busy work, the transactional work will go away. So things that we don't like to do will most likely be automated or eliminated because there's something else which is, a machine will sort of do that aspect of the job, rightfully so. Then the teams will most likely be focusing on coaching, leadership development, advisory, complex problem solving, labor relations,
right.
things which requires human management. But I think now we are now moving to a space where it's voice-enabled support. So you could ask, I need to get this done. Can I get my last 5 salary slips? You talk to a system. 3 minutes later, you have it. Because it has already authenticated who you are based on a certain KYC and based on a natural language processing recognition that the system has.
Right.
Rather than going to a computer, typing something, you speak, it recognizes, and it delivers the service. So to that level of simplistic service, we will see this world move to already by the end of the year. So voice recognized support. Second, I think this whole, for employers like us, we have a large number of workforce. They're not necessarily sitting in one place. We have folks working in a port, for example, servicing a client. We have employees in the main IBM offices. We have people in so many client locations all over the world. So the experience that a remote employee who's far away versus an employee sitting in the headquarters, it should not be any different from each other. So the engagement medium will be super mature, that the experience that all employees get is customized, standardized, personalized, and secure. And I think it'll come down to simplicity. The last thing I think we're going to get to this thing is once we have this whole generative technologies at scale, which brings out internal policy and processes interlocked with the external data available. I mean, for some of you who are in the technology space, there are some 200 million parameters that go into building a certain model. So that level of intelligence, when it starts to contextualize the ask, it will give you very trusted advisory, including, deep employee relations related advisory. How do I handle a difficult employee? How do I factor in certain labor regulations of a particular country? Because in an IT environment, we have managers maybe in Madrid managing teams in India, or a manager in India managing employees from Tokyo. It's a global world that we work in today. So for him or her to have that level of trusted advisory moment in time based on a specific circumstance, you prompt it. It's basically a little bit of prompt engineering. You prompt the system. This is the situation I'm in. This is the context of the employee. What should I do? And then you have that generate a recommendation on incredible advice, which factors in the wisdom of all aspects with the right level of ethics, human empathy, and labor regulations, and gives you that instantaneously. And that typically would otherwise take maybe 3 or 4 days, because you have to consult with that country's legal, that country's labor relations.
And the biases that come along with it.
And the various biases that come with it. So I think we're slowly getting to that phase of science fiction, generative AI.
Right.
I'm going to say it's a huge simplification,
Yes.
which people will take for granted very soon.
Right.
Because they will talk to a system, they'll get the answer. There is no dependency in between.
Right.
In order to get there, everybody should make a start. You start small and slowly, with the vision that you want to go, you'll transform the work.
Yeah.
But without making the start, if you're skeptical, then you will lag behind.
No, I think it's a great point, and we are coming to the close of the session. I just want to call out one thing, that because you said this, we rolled out in our company a coach bot, Thiru, right? Now the coach bot basically coaches you on different scenarios. We have 82 different scenarios, starting from a point where I can go and ask, instead of calling my manager who is busy, who doesn't have the time for me, I can go to this bot, and on my cab, I'm going to have a performance conversation with with somebody reporting into me. It's going to be a tough conversation. The bot tweaks and responds to you in conversational manner, how tough the conversation can be, and what you're saying, how it can be tweaked. So I keep making it more and more difficult by saying, make it difficult, make it difficult. It keeps responding to me by making the opponent, which is the employee that I'm going to meet, make more difficult this conversation. So I am fairly prepared by the time I go. Now the scary thing, which actually goes back again to all of your points, is that today the younger generation has all the information that they need from a technology standpoint in the tips of their hands, more than we know. The wisdom that we carry is the one that they look up to us for. Now, if an AI coach bot is also going to be giving that wisdom, what will they look up to managers for? I want to leave this thought and question to the HR leaders, managers, individuals. Why would somebody respect us? Why would somebody come to us? What more will be expected of us? That's really the next level of thinking is going to, and it just, compliments, thank you so much. I just want to, say that it's been wonderful conversation. Thank you. And I think, thanks, to the team which has organized this by bringing completely different industry segments. I think that's very, very important. Otherwise, we tend to, when technology comes in, we tend to get into just IT folks, and, the questions are tend towards that. But I think every other industry is being absolutely enabled to exponential growth through technology and data. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, I hope that it's open for questions. Yeah.
No, is there any questions?
There is one.
Can somebody pass on the mic? So whatever question you framed in the last, I want answers for that.
Sorry, whatever questions I frame.
Why will somebody go to the...
Oh yeah, good. That's a good one. So see, basically the question is the question that I asked. That's not fair, but still, the question that I asked comes back to the panel. Why would somebody go to a leader if everything is going to come?
The answer is very simple. I think Thiru also touched upon, technology is helping you only on transactional aspect, not the human intelligence, not the emotional intelligence. You will still go to the manager for all the emotional set of decisions. You will still go as far as the subject intelligence is concerned. Like, I'll give you an example. You may use a PI or a predictive analytics to create a successful profile for the role, which anybody in the self-service can actually get to know that if I have to be successful in this role, what do I need to do? So it will give you basis your current KPIs versus the successful KPI delivery requirement, and you can have. And you can say that then I don't need to go to the manager to find out, okay, what do I need to improve upon? But if I have to travel that path, AI can give you direction. but AI cannot give you the coaching. For coaching, you still need to go to the manager.
So I think,
You
sorry,
said
we'll
it
hear from
rightly,
you as well.
basically, because see, anything and everything which is repetitive, which is manual in nature, maybe today or tomorrow it can be kind of replaced by technology, whether it's whichever forms it may be coming. Even if when somebody invented fire, it was a technology. Somebody invented paneer out of milk, it was a technology at some point in time. If you look at on those lines.
Right.
So we are talking about the kind of things basically. So everything can be replaced, but what about empathy? What about the perspective of, as you rightly said, basically the emotional facet, because we are living creatures within our organizations. We are driven by behaviors. A technology can predict the patterns in terms of through the data lens or through the perspective of what the intent the organizations wants to do. But that journey has to be traveled through people and by the people. I think that's where the HR folks will come into play, I think.
I will have a different opinion on this, let me tell you. We are so used to structured organizations that everybody looks for a manager, then a manager up, then a manager two. Why don't you look at an organization where your goals are clear to you, your targets are clear to you, and your system puts in your own targets? Tomorrow, if you want to have an answer for something, it's available there. You don't need to go to your manager. I'm strictly of the opinion, is what is that manager going to do to you? He is coming 4 years, 5 years earlier educated to you. Today, the education with the children are getting today are far better than what we got 30 years back. So we are going to teach them or tell them that this is the box in which you have to perform. Let them flourish from where they are. They don't need to be managed, coached. Yes, emotional connect, I agree with all of you that emotional connect needs to be there. But give them the freedom. They perform better when they are free to perform. They will have a better platform to work on. We have to appreciate them. And it's not always a structured organization. It will break in some time. You will see systems breaking that way. That's how organizations like Google and all are moving towards. Yes, emotional touch, you go and place something and you will have emotional touch. You have a family, everything is there. I'm a little different on this opinion, but I believe structures make people dependent on something. Rather, a free environment is something where the employees or the people need to grow, because our mind is free. It's metaphysics that we are talking about. It's free to connect to anybody. Why do you want me to connect only to my manager? I wouldn't like to do that. That's my opinion.
Oh, that's great. So he's replacing the org chart of managers with machines or anything else. That's a great thought, right? There is nothing required there. I know we are in the end of session, but Thiru, you want to?
I'll wrap it up in
Yes.
7 words. I think my friends here have said, tasks will most likely be replaced. Expertise most likely will not for some time.
Right.
I'm saying it carefully, sometime.
Yes.
The technologies that we're seeing at some point will also start to deliver expertise.
Right.
And at that point, then we'll have to challenge ourselves to move to the higher order of work.
Great thought. I think this is a great conversation. Bang on. So thank you so much, team. I think it was wonderful. And we'll give it back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was a wonderful, powerful session. Please do stand here to take a picture, and I would like to request Mr. Havinder Narula to please join us for the picture. Well, it is BW People 9th HR 2024 Summit. We're so gracious to have all of you here. That's very gracious of you. Thank you so much, all of you. Okay, so now we move ahead to the next session. This will be about the employee engagement and retention in the modern era. While speaking of the modern era, we know what we're going to talk about. Anyway, for this, I would like to invite Ankur Poddar, Head HR, Consumer Business and Lead Culture and HR Operations from Lenovo. Please to join us. Everybody, we would like to hear some applause to all the gentlemen and gentlewomen who are walking up on the stage. Next, I would like to request Abhishek Misra, Head HR India, Rockwell Automation, to please join us. Mr. Abhishek Misra. Requesting Seema Unni, Head HR and Head HR Fidelity Investments. Ms. Seema Unni. Requesting Santana Ramakrishnan, CHRO, Carlsys, India, to please join us. And the session chair would be Sunil Chemmankotil, Country Manager, Adecco, India. Can we please have Mr. Sunil up on the stage to moderate this session? Are we waiting for a couple of them more? Right. Give us a minute, please. I think it's a good time to start the session. You can start the session. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's been a long day for most of you and lot of many sessions, lot of discussions. I'm sure that most of you are tired of listening to what's happening around. So let's get all of us charged with a very important topic. Employee engagement and retention, the holy grail of HR. Does anybody have an answer to this? Are we able to engage? Just wanted to run a poll since we all of are here. How many of us are engaged in our jobs? Please raise your hands. Wow, that's a fantastic turnout. How many of the audience here have been with the organization for more than 5 years? Very few, very few. That's the essence of this discussion. So let's get started with the very important topic. As we are moving from the VUCA world to the BANI world, I'm sure most of you already heard about VUCA and BANI, the terminologies most used in the HR world of work. So let me start with a brief introduction. In my introduction, I have some of the topics what we are discussing. So I'm Sunil and I am the country MD for Adecco India. So this is my second stint with Adecco. So the first stint has been 8 years, pretty long innings. That was 10 years before. So 8 years have been very engaging experience. I was able to get a lot of exposure to different business lines. I have changed almost 5 business lines in the organization. So I was always kept engaged. But they could not retain me. Yeah, at the end of 8 years, I decided to move on. Interestingly, the 10 years gap when I was not with the organization, with ADECO, I was still kept engaged. The leaders always kept me in the loop on all the results, all the changes, and my inbox always had some mails from the organization, even though I joined a competition, which was an interesting thing what they did. And they ultimately ended up attracting me back at the helm of affairs for Eco India. Yeah, so that's the essence of the entire topic what we are discussing. So what each organization does is different when it comes to employee engagement and retention. There is no one solution which fits every organization. Every organization thinks, behaves, and executes differently when it comes to engagement, when it comes to retention. There are a lot of positives, there are a lot of success stories, but then we are in a world where the technology is taking a major leap. We are seeing there's a huge working population coming. Every year we have 12 million young working population joining the workforce. And we see that, the Gen Z, I don't know, I forgot. I don't know, should I say Gen X or Gen Alpha, I don't know. But you see that every employee comes with a different perspective, and organizations often get confused what they need to do. And as leaders, I'm not sure how to handle such a diverse set of talent. I was just looking at the employee segment in my organization. I was told that 78% are Gen Z. Okay. And only, around 10% are the older generation. So how do I communicate with them? How can I engage with them? It's a very important and very difficult task for the HR folks and the leaders who are in this room. We all face this on a regular basis. With that, before I delve more into the questions, what I want to get answers from the eminent panelists, I would request a brief introduction from each of them. Yeah.
Thank you, Sunil, and thank you for setting the context. So my name is Ankur Poddar, and I'm associated with Lenovo. I take care of the consumer business for India. I also lead the culture and operations for Lenovo here. This happens to be my fourth sector. I'm also long tenured like you in multiple organizations that I've worked. A pleasure being here, Sunil. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Santana Ramakrishnan. I head HR for Carl Zeiss India. I've been here in this role for a little less than a year, but prior to that, I've spent time between GE, AXA, Goldman Sachs, and a couple of Indian startups. Pleasure to be here.
Hi, I'm Seema Unni, and I take care of HR for Fidelity Investments. Been with the company for 19 years across various roles. And prior to Fidelity, I was with Arthur Andersen as well as Ernst & Young in the consulting sector. But really happy to be here today.
Thank you. That's a power-packed team, with a lot of experience, lot of tenure, and I think most of you are tenured in the organization. So a right set of panel to get answers to these questions. Before I get into the question, I was just wondering what is the difference between different organizations? What do they do differently to retain the talent or engage the talent? I have worked for 4 or 5 companies. In each of these organizations, I have found something, some X factor which helped me to continue with that organization. Let me give an example with Xerox, where I started my career. It was an interesting experience. I don't know how many of you have heard about the old Xerox times when it used to be a hardcore sales organization. Sales actually kept me engaged because everything is about selling. How do you sell yourself? How do you sell a photocopier? How do you sell a higher version of the photocopier to a customer who actually has called for a discussion for a lower copier? So it was so engaging and entertaining that, there's so much to learn. It kept me engaged. Apart from a very interesting aspect that, tying the tie on the go was something which was very unique about Adecco. Everybody about Xerox. Everybody in Xerox always wears a tie, and most of us in the morning will tie the tie, without looking at the mirror. And today I can actually, if you wake me up from the bed, I can tie the tie. I don't need to measure it. It exactly falls in place. And that may be the reason why I was so engaged with Xerox. So like that, if you take Google, Google looks at the well-being of the employee, which makes people to stick to the organization. So I wanted to ask you a question. So in this changing world, now hybrid work culture is the way of life. Organizations have 3+2 or 4+1 or 2+3. These are different terminologies. So how do you put a plan to engage the employees? So we no more have the water cooler discussions, which gets them to hook to the culture of the organization. So what changed, and how do you keep the employees engaged? Question to you.
Very interesting, and with the multi-generation thing that you spoke about, especially Gen Z, which is kind of increasing in number, and the data says that about 35% composition is what we'll see by 2025 at a workplace. I think they crave for flexibility. Very clearly, I think one of the things very, very core to Gen Z is work-life balance, and which correlates to flexibility in certain way. Now, how do we engage the hybrid employees? I think when I say hybrid employees, it also means that you're connected to the office. Hybrid doesn't mean remote, right? So there are certain days when you have to be in office. One thing that we advise and advocate to managers is that call your teams once or twice a week when the entire team is together. Have your team meetings, because the surveys, if you look at, while the individual engagements have gone up because of the flexibility, there's a higher job satisfaction, higher work engagement, but team level parameters like collaboration, cohesion, camaraderie, they have taken a hit, right? Because it's a dispersed team. So one of the things that we do is we get people together very often. At an organization level, when we are having events like all hands call or round tables, we encourage people to come to the office and attend from there. This is to bring physical proximity very clearly, right? Then there are clear connects, which connect plans which each of the manager follows with the remote teams and the teams which are in the office. I think that's very well laid down. So the 101 connects, sometimes what you don't see, you miss out, right? So in the ways of working for managers, what we have defined is that there's a certain connect cadence that they have to follow, especially for people who are working from home. So that's the other piece that we kind of try and keep them glued. And the third important pillar is over communication, because the least we can do as an organization is to over communicate with the people who are a little distant physically. They might be connected virtually, and so a lot of sessions, a lot of programs that leaders run, which kind of address the people who are working remotely. These could be well-being programs. These could be programs around enhancing your performance while you're working remotely. Any but we try and get them into these programs so they're glued very clearly. And last thing I want to talk about is that for the people who are working remotely, there is a sense of social isolation, and this is what research is saying, right? You and I can disagree, but if you look at the research of Harvard recently, it says that there is a feeling of alienation. So what is required? What you require is relatedness at work, and you require belongingness at work. And to address these two parameters of relatedness and belongingness, we have recently created community circles. We've got people with like-minded passions and interests come together in form of communities. So if you're a traveler or a photographer, we've created those communities, and it's a mix of people who are working from office or working from home, to kind of, so that there's cohesion, people are able to kind of converse with each other on these topics. These are some of the things that I could think of, yeah.
Very, very relevant point. I'm from the older generation, so I always felt that the social programs, social connecting programs will never work. Originally when HR came up with a plan that, we should have groups and we should post everything. I said, why should we do that? Who is going to read? But I was wrong. I realized that, people do engage, and that comes from the new generation who in design itself, they are hooked to the social media, and they have more social media friends than the real friends. So in that world, I'm sure that, all these initiatives, what you mentioned, really makes sense. And I am witnessing that in my organization. We have something known as Viva Connect, and every damn thing what happens, even if somebody goes and meets a customer and customer gives him a good message, he comes and posts, and there are, I could see there are thousands of likes coming on. So, which actually gets them engaged, and they feel, they are all working together. And I think that's an important message which I take away, and it's important to keep doing those things. Next question to you, Santana. In this hybrid world and in this changing workplace dynamics, how do we communicate with the employees? How do you send a compelling communication to engage all the employees and retain them? Is there a magic bullet?
I don't believe there's a magic bullet. And as you were speaking, I was just thinking, is there a one-size-fits-all approach? The answer is no. And specific to Carl Zeiss, in India, we have the entire value chain, right? From manufacturing, sales and services, support, R&D, tech, digital services. We run through the entire value chain. So for us, at no point have we had one approach that works for every cohort of employee, whether it is in the content of the communication or the style of communication. Shop floor employees have a different requirement when it comes to engagement. Technology employees have a different requirement when it comes to engagement. So I think what we believe as an approach that works for us, it may not be the magic answer to everybody, but for us, we have sort of arrived at a consensus that in our scheme of things, what works best is giving people the value proposition of working in the company. Now, the value proposition for an R&D, a researcher, is completely different from whatever is a value proposition which a shop floor employee expects.
Correct.
What has taken us time is to articulate that value proposition in a manner that appeals to the employee at that particular point in time. Even for one cohort of employees, right? Whatever was a value proposition 5 years ago is not what it is today. Given the pandemic and people's preferences for working has changed, at the same time, our targets are only growing. Our business priorities are changing. So the uniting factor for us is culture. Okay. How do we make sure that the culture of openness and transparency, our values are serve, act, empower, win, right? So the concept, we are a foundation, right? So for us to make sure that we are serving the community that we are servicing, we are acting in a manner that empowers people to win. Right? So this cultural thread has been common across the different employees. However, articulating the value proposition for each of these segments has taken time, and it is a work in progress.
Okay, so what I could understand is that while culture holds the entire organization, whether it is people at the shop floor or people at the labs or people on the field, the communication methodology is different for each of these segments, correct?
Absolutely.
Am I right?
Absolutely.
So, which means that there is a well thought out plan from the leadership, and there is a tone from the top which is different for each of these segments.
100%.
Okay.
100%.
So, and that may be something which will help the people to believe that this message is for me, rather than the message getting lost between the different segments. Yeah.
I would think whatever we're hearing as feedback is corroborating that. We have employees who are 25 years old in the organization. Wow. And in India, we are a 26-year-old company.
Wow.
We still have employees who are 25 years old. A large segment of our population is anywhere between 12 to 15 years in terms of tenure. And of course, we have an incoming cohort who we take in every year, which is of a much younger demographic. And across these populations, it's our responsibility as a leadership team to investigate, understand, and come up with the right articulation of value proposition and deliver it at the appropriate time consistently.
Fantastic. So that takes the next question to Seema. Since you have been with the organization for such a long time, I wanted to understand what steps can be taken to create an inclusive culture that retains diverse talent? We spoke about different sets of different generational set of employees, so you have seen it all in the 19 years you have been with the organization. I'm sure that you would have seen people in my generation, people in younger generation, and people who are coming up, the new fresher hiring. So how do you handle this?
Yeah, so I'll say I think diversity and inclusion is a really interesting topic because there's no one answer that can service all our needs. What we started with, even we're a 75-year-old company, Fidelity Investments, we're in financial services, and our value proposition really is customer obsession and peace of mind and financial independence of our customers. And when we are protecting the financial aspirations of customers, we have to understand each customer pretty differently. So if we think about our customer base, which is so very diverse, we really start with that value proposition that we're a global capability center in India, but when we think about our entire spectrum of businesses within Fidelity, it's all about a diverse customer base. So customer inclusion strategies is where we start with, and then we come to an employee inclusion strategy. So for example, our customer inclusion strategy is all about how do we understand our diverse talent segments, because their financial needs are very different. The way they approach financial planning is extremely different. We work a lot with the LGBT community across the world to understand how do they think about inclusive financial planning. When we work with women, we work with young investors, we work with self-directed investors who are planning their own financial outcomes. It's very, very different. So we start with different customer segments with respect to inclusion, and we say that's our business imperative. So if we need to think about our employee base, it has to mirror the customer vision, because otherwise it's going to be impossible to be able to deliver to this entire mission of ours, which is customer obsession. So over the years, as we have thought about our inclusion strategy, it's really got its foundation on the various customer segments. So we've got obviously very visible dimensions of diversity and inclusion that we focus on, but we also focus on invisible dimensions of cognitive biases, or when we think about neurodiversity, or you think about any of the other emerging areas that are coming about, how do we inculcate an environment within the firm where employees feel very, very safe to bring their best selves to work. And sometimes they may not even, bring their selves to work, right? So it's an environment where you're allowing the opportunity for your employees to experience both the visible and the invisible dimensions. One of our biggest success stories in Fidelity has really been our affinity groups, or what we call employee resource groups, because we have customer resource groups and we have employee resource groups, and they are very, very, the intersectionality between them is immense. So what happens then is that, you're not doing diversity and inclusion. Obviously, we have a moral responsibility from a value proposition perspective to be a very respectful workplace, but there's also a business imperative. So the intersectionality between customer inclusion groups, employee resource groups internally is very powerful. And then when we think about employee resource groups, we always say, let's start with community at the base, which is how do you bring a community together so that it's, you're encouraging safe discussions. And then you move up the value chain of that diversity, which is business impact, belonging. How do we really think about affiliations that are extremely diverse, right? So we've got a fairly structured way of looking at it. And then our employee pulse surveys, as well as the feedback that we receive from our college students that we just hired, or our candidate experience survey. Even a candidate who walks in gets to meet with a diverse panel, and we run candidate experience surveys even before they've joined the company to understand, did they experience inclusion during the interviews? And that's a very important part when we think about the life cycle of inclusion. It doesn't just start with employees internally, but it also starts with prospects who are out there who are ready to, open to joining Fidelity. We want them to have an inclusive experience in terms of mindset. So right from pre-joining to candidate experience to actual employees to the customer intersectionality, we kind of look at it more as systemic aspects, like every system and process has to cater to our diverse talent segments. The one thing I will say, just having gone through generational diversity myself and also experienced it as an HR professional, there are many commonalities across generations. We don't talk enough about them. I think the social connectedness that you spoke about is so prevalent today. Every generation needs social connectedness. So I think thinking about commonalities and not just the differences is very important when we examine this space. So just a few things that we do in Fidelity, but I think also, foregrounded really in some research about inclusion.
Fantastic. I have a counter question to you. You spoke about diversity and inclusion. Yeah, inclusion has a lot of meanings. It's just not including them, a financial inclusion. And diversity also has different meanings for different organizations. I wanted to ask you, since you have been with the organization for such a long tenure of 19 years, have you faced a situation where you required reverse mentoring? Because did you feel included in the new organization, or you suddenly feel out of place?
Yeah, so I'll say one thing. We have a program called Sparks in our HR function, and this is within my function, because I do believe that HR professionals play a very significant role in catalyzing this diversity mindset in an organization. And Sparks was a platform where our young kind of associates who are joining the function, because like you said, right, the average age is anywhere between 25 to 29, depending on which function we hire for within HR. And so we instituted this, we didn't call it reverse mentoring, we called it Sparks, where any associate could come in and talk about a completely out of the box thinking idea within HR or within the business, which has a diversity element to it that could be, that could shake us up a bit. And I will say that that platform in itself has given me as a professional a lot of ideas about how to think differently. I love the point you made, which is a one size doesn't fit all, right? I mean, you have to think about talent cohorts differently and work through both the similarities as well as the differences. So a small thing that we instituted, for example, as part of this was, how do we encourage women who are coming back from maternity into the workforce? It's a practical issue because we were seeing a leaking pipeline. And I know we've talked about it a lot, but the Sparks platform brought forward ideas, which was across the spectrum to say, don't just focus on the woman, focus on the manager who's helping that woman come back into the workforce. Creating a module on what do women actually go through when they come back into the workforce. And that is educational. And that was quite eye-opening for me because, being a mother myself and of course, a mother of a very grown-up man right now. But having said that, I've gone through times and I was like, God, I wish I had this module when I was entering the workforce and I wish my manager had it. We would have had more productive conversations and more open conversations about what am I experiencing as a young mother when I come back, and how do I set the right expectations with my manager. And my manager also then understanding where I'm coming from. I think the lines have blurred between work and life, which was not the case when obviously I was growing up in the industry. We were much more formal as a manager and an employee. I think today the work lines have blurred after the pandemic. And so there's more of, that merging that's coming together.
Thank you so much. Time's up, but should I take one last question, which can be across the panel? I'm taking that liberty. Okay.
Yeah, one question for the group here, and quite intrigued by that. Do you think attrition is good, and what is the optimum attrition in an organization? Research points out that organizations with low attrition, they become extinct much faster than organizations with high attrition. So it's a double-edged sword. Quite intrigued and would love to have your perspective as what is the optimum attrition in an organization.
Okay, if I can take that. First of all, is attrition good or it's not good? That's a debate we can have, but it's a very nuanced question and very contextualized, because if you were to look at different industries, let's take retail as an industry. IT as an industry versus manufacturing as an industry, the attrition rates are very different in these industries. So to put a common denominator across the industries, to my mind, would not be right at all. We have to look at the context of the industry that we are talking about, because the dynamics are very different. And lastly, some level of attrition, I'm not putting a number here, some level of optimum attrition is important. It helps because you get diversity of thought process and you get people who challenge your status quo when you bring them in, right? So I would say it's a good way to create diversity and get diverse talent in. Yeah.
My take is slightly, sorry.
If you were to give me the which industry or which sector are you talking about, then possibly looking at the average attrition rate, I can say that. Because there's a lot of variation of attrition across sectors. So putting a number may not be fair at all. So we are clocking about 11%, so I would say about 4%, 4 to 5% should be good enough. That's a good, reasonable attrition.
And I second this thought. It is different for different organizations. We work with a lot of organizations in the contract staffing space, and I have some organizations coming back and saying that why is the attrition so low? Why can't it be 30 to 50%, so that we can have new talent coming in and people not sticking longer, and the wage escalation doesn't hit their bottom line. So it's a catch-22 situation. You look at some of the IT organization where attrition is good because the cost of retaining a talent, paying higher wages versus getting a fresh talent. So much debate. There is so much of debate about salary levels of the fresh talent, but there is something in it why it still is evolving, and that's still most sought after fresher hiring with 4 lakh packages versus you train him for 11 months and then you get the output what you can get from probably a 4 or 5 year old experienced guy at half the cost. So it has to be looked at in multiple dimensions.
Well, I'll let Seema have the last word. I'm going to caveat my answer by saying I grew up in GE, in Jack Welch's GE. With that background, I think we've always believed attrition of a certain percentage, and GE has always been very clear that it's a bottom 10% attrition rule that works. And that is important to bring in the churn within the organization that is required for us to continue maintaining the speed and the growth that we believed in. And having done and been a practicing HR professional for the greater part of 2 decades, I have grown to believe with multiple experiences that about a 10% attrition that which you can bring into the organization. Now, regrettable, unregrettable, all of those are nuanced questions, but a straightforward answer to your question is, I wouldn't be unhappy with the 10% attrition.
Well, I just want to say ditto.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's my response as well. I mean, I would be in that ballpark figure.
Yeah, so do we have time to take questions or that's the wrap? Okay, so time's up. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session.
Thank you so much.
You're sharing your thoughts. I was privileged to moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you. Can you please stand for a picture? Do we have Mr. Harbinder Narula joining us, please, for the picture? Photographer, give us a moment, please. Yes. Well, that definitely was an exceptionally insightful session. Let's all give it a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. All right, before we move ahead to the next session, just requesting all of you to cooperate with me for a moment. Yes. Can we have all of you lifting both your hands up, maybe leaving your phones, pens, everything down? Hands up. Both the hands up. Yes. Okay, wonderful. I haven't said anything, just up yet. Okay? Okay. So I give a number. Whichever number I say, I need to hear that number of claps. Okay? So if I say 2, I hear 2 claps. If I say 3, and then the same way. Okay? Let's hear. 2. 1. 2. 5. 3. Now I'm going to give a small twist. For all the even numbers, we're going to be clapping. For the odd numbers, we're going to be snapping with both our fingers. Okay? Okay, cool. 3. We're confused. 2. 3. 1. See, again, we're confused. Even numbers, we clap. Odd numbers, we snap. Okay? Even numbers, we clap. 4. See, ma'am, you only clapped twice. I said 4. 5. Okay, we are getting into the rhythm. 3. 2. 1. 5. 4. And now we can do 20 claps for all of you. Thank you so much for joining us right here at BW 9th HR's BW People 9th HR Summit. While we're all here, let's move ahead to the next panel discussion. This would be the last panel discussion of this evening. I would like to request Mr. Bikram Kishori Nayak to please join us on the stage. CHRO Vedanta Limited, Lanjigar. Requesting Trina Balakrishnan, VP Global HR at Coforge BPS. Requesting Vinoda Nand Thakur, Vice President and Head HR, Aditya Aluminium, Hindalco Industries Limited. Requesting Atreyi Banerjee, Regional Head HR, Tech Mahindra. And all of this session will be session chair would be Savi Khanna, Senior Correspondent, BW People. Can we please have Savi on the stage? All right, let's give them a big round of applause. This is our last discussion session. This would be Strategic Talent Management, Tactics to Attract and Retain High Performers. Well, it is surprising. I mean, I've always seen people, making sure that they stick to their job, but now I see the other way around where HRs are discussing how to make sure that you retain your employees. Wonderful. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. A very good evening to all of you. We're towards the end of the summit. We've had a very insightful and a very eventful day today. Thank you so much for joining us, firstly. And before we start with the discussion, before we get into the conversation, let's start with a quick round of introductions, a little bit about yourself, what you do, and a little bit about your organization, please. We'll start with you.
Hi, good evening all. My name is Bikram Nayak. This is my second job. I joined Larsen & Toubro 1997 and I worked there almost 26 years. And then I left L&T and joined Vedanta. And I'm basically based out of Odisha and Bangalore is my hometown. So happy to see all of you here. Over to you.
Thank you. Ms. Trina.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long day for all of you. Just bear with us for the last 28.49 minutes. Right? So I'm sure it'll be exciting and interesting. So has the rest of the day been. My name is Trina Balakrishnan. I am the Global HR Head for Coforge BPS. Have been in the industry for over 20 years now. Joined as a campus hire, a kid in TCS. Moved on to Accenture, spent maximum time with Accenture Consulting. Have a long stint with BPO industry as well, with WNS, Concentrix and others. And now I'm with Coforge. I head globally all the GOs of Coforge for the BPO function. Happy to be here, looking forward to the interaction.
Ms. Atreyi.
Hi everyone. Yeah, it's a very long day. Hi, I'm Atreyi. Have been in the industry for 23 plus years. And currently I'm with Tech Mahindra, handled multiple roles in TechM. This is my 19th year in TechM. I was the global Posh head for TechM for 3 years, where I represented the board. Currently, I handle a large part of the business HR functions globally. And apart from work, I'm also a pianist. In my 40s, I'm also, learning piano in London College of Music, and I'm grade 6, going to give my exam in December.
Mr. Vinod.
So, hi, I'm Vinoda Thakur. I'm currently heading HR for Aditya Aluminium Hindalco Aditya Birla Group. Have been into the industry in the profession since last 24 years into power, aluminum smelting, mining, and have been into different roles in HR. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As an HR journalist, before we get into this topic, I have a question that I want to keep open to all the panelists. The budget just came out and it out and out spoke about employment, education, skilling. So what better than, who's better to ask this question and their perspective, the HR's perspective on the budget this year? We'll start from this side.
So, Savi, to start with finance first. So, again, I'll tell you, let's not go back to budget. Today itself, the Honorable Prime Minister, CII conference, in his speech, he said that the capital expenditure of the whole country has grown up by 5 times. And this is a statement in itself, makes a big impact, the whole scenario in the talent market. And the budget is just maybe 2 weeks back, and the same thing being emphasized on the capital expenditure, where the country is ready to spend a lot in terms of growth, industry and all. So the HR points, which we can derive from this is, point number 1, when there is people they are ready to spend, that means there will be jobs, there will be a lot of activities happening, people will be engaged. So starting from talent acquisition, when we are spending so much, that means we have to produce. When we have to go into produce means we have to generate products and services. That means we need people. And if you go deep down, there will be people in all the segments. But the budget has emphasized more on the manufacturing one. And inside manufacturing, if you see, there are new things, the newest things like the semiconductor, then there are growths in chip and digital. These are the sectors where maximum business will happen and maximum heavy loading will happen. So there will be huge task for the talent acquisition professionals and people, because some of the things, skills and businesses very new to India, like the semiconductor thing. Today, if you see very few companies in the country other than Tata, somehow Vedanta also is there, L&T is also there. Very few are there, and there are hardly any subject matter experts, whether it's design or production. We have to bring people, Micron and other semiconductor companies across the globe, and the talent also needs to be brought from there. And today, since I said I am from Bangalore, my daughter is studying 2nd year of electronics. Last year, there is a huge demand of electronics students in the country, and Bangalore, you won't get, you'll get a computer science branch very easily, but electronics, because the country, the people, they are much more kind of aware of what is happening and all. So the budget again focuses on digital, semiconductor and all. So the people who are in the electronics business, the companies, will be flourishing like anything. That is from the talent acquisition piece. Coming to talent management, there are a lot of emphasis given on research and development. When I say development, that means, again, we have to also bring the capability. As I said, the talents are not available in the country. You have to kind of buy from outside, buy from the other countries. In the same time, we have to nurture from within. So talent development is going to play a key role in the next 3 to 4 years. How you want to do, it's up to the business call. It is up to the industry, what kind of talent development mechanism they are in place. And the last one, which I'll bring up on here, is the compound Ben, and you can say the total rewards, Because when this kind of skills coming, niche skills and all, you will see a surge in the CTC expectations and all. I have also recruited head of semiconductor projects and all, which is happening there in Gujarat. And the CTC range is, I mean, phenomenal, because those skills are not there. They will ask for lot of money and all. Now the organizations needs to see how they want to tweak their, compensation and total rewards mechanism and philosophy. So these are the three big takeaways from the budget, starting from the capital expenditure and as I told you, research and development. These are the two main points, and these are the three byproducts you can correlate.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Trina, just, in 30 seconds, missed opportunities in this year's budget.
I think before the missed opportunities, while I agree with my friend here, I'll just take a lighter note over here. All that my 11-year-old cares is the iPhone prices have gone down. Right, so I think she's happy about that. We are happy about that. The misses, I think, from a taxation standpoint, while, I should say that it's a positive from a BPS and an ITES industry, because many of our employees fall in the lower part of the, the salary grid. So it helps them from a taxation standpoint, but the mid and the senior levels is not too much of impact. So I think that's one of the areas that I see could have been done maybe in a little more better way. And of course, the investment part has been a shocker for all of us, because anything you invest in is getting taxable. So I would see that as a miss from my personal end, right? But I'm still happy about the iPhone prices.
Thank you, Ms. Itrai.
One interesting thing is the employee linked incentive scheme, where there are 3 schemes, right? Where one is the benefit to the manufacturing industry, where 4 years, there is incentives both to the employee as well as the employer. Similarly, for the employee, 1 month of salary, up to a maximum of 15,000 over 2 years, the employee would be getting. From the employer perspective, up to 3,000 rupees, the Provident Fund refund is what is also there. However, on the execution point, I think more details are yet to be awaited. So that is, I think, an area which would need to be further delved.
Thank you. Mr. Vinod, we've covered most part of that. I'll come straight to the topic now. Our topic for today is strategic talent management and, tactics to attract and also retain employees. Now, when we talk about today's workforce, especially about the Gen Zs, they look for, in the second panel, we established that JDs are not going anywhere anytime soon, right? But Gen Z, they look for something beyond JDs. They're looking for a purpose. They're looking for employers or organizations that are going above and beyond, towards sustainability, or let's say CSR, and also providing flexible hours. What are your views on this? How can one organization become an employer of choice?
So you mentioned some of the key points in your question itself. So they're looking for a purpose. So what is that? So brand is built out of purpose. Brand is built out of people, the vision, the values of the organization. And it is not built up in one day. It is how the organization lives, and they demonstrate the value into the community around where they live. So in today's context, I would say the values and the purpose of the organization are the key drivers which act as pillars of the brand for any organization to live with. And this is where the generations getting more beyond the normal routine work which they get into the workplace. If you give them the opportunity to go beyond their normal routine work, the challenges which you provide them, the purpose, they can go into the society and spend time with the community over there. That gives them a professional satisfaction that yes, there are something which they can contribute, because today's Gen Z is not limited to the routine 8 to 5 work hours. Okay. So that flexibility has to be brought into that. The values of the organization give them the trust of the organization. Like at Aditya Birla Group, we say that we build responsible and dynamic businesses and institutions that inspire trust. So trust is not only within, trust is in and around where we operate across. And these values certainly create the brand of the organization, which attracts people and holds them, because It's in today's context, money is important, but people look beyond that. People look beyond that, that yes, money I can get in any of the organization, but what is the work-life balance? What is the freedom to think and freedom to operate across? Am I getting challenging assignments? Am I getting that empowerment to deliver what I expect? So these all create brands, and some of the things like the voice of the people. This creates the advocacy across, wherein you get those brand ambassadors across built and created with these values.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bikram, you said you stayed with L&T for almost 26 years. So, who better to answer this question? What made L&T the employer of choice, or what were some of the, retaining strategies that they used that you stayed with them for such a long period of time?
I can tell you, that's a very exciting place it was, because couple of things, that's a huge group. When you have such a conglomerate, every 3 years I used to get different kind of assignments. And as a professional, I realized long back that whether it's within one company or you go outside, 3 years is a period where you should change. Like a lot of companies, like in Vedanta, we also promote talent from within. Aditya Birla does that. They have a 3x3 matrix, like 3 different businesses, 3 different regions, and 3 different roles. I got all those things within L&T. And I would have worked in almost 7 to 8 verticals in those days, 5-6 different locations. So that made me stay. And same thing happens in most of the conglomerates, like Aditya Birla or Vedanta. See, we have Kane Energy, we have Hindustan Zinc, we have in Vedanta, I'm saying, Vedanta Aluminium, we have Sesagoa, we have semiconductor. So when you have variety of businesses and variety of roles, it's not about only HR. You can go to sales and marketing. You can also get into business development. You can get into business roles. So if the organization's willpower is to provide you opportunities, they can create roles for you. And these are the recipes of longevity. If you can provide such environment where you get everything at one place, then why to go? Why to jump the ship?
Thank you so much for sharing that. Trina, coming to you, speaking about the diversity and inclusion aspect of it, what about inclusivity in the recruitment process? How do you attract a diverse pool of candidates? Also, apart from that, there are several studies that a diverse team is linked to higher productivity. Have you seen that personally? And if yes, would you like to share an example as well?
Yeah, so as much as diversity is important, another term which is very important is inclusion, right? So we may do the best of the things from a diversity strategy standpoint, but if you're not inclusive, which means that you do not have both genders or PWD or people, of LGBTQ, etc., on the table taking decisions, then it doesn't make sense to have a diversity strategy. So for me and in Coforge, we believe in inclusivity more than the diversity itself. Coming to your initial question of, some of the recruitment related stuff that we do, we ensure that when we send across CVs, we do not have the gender mentioned, right? So we try and see that the CV is neutral from a gender perspective so that it's on the skill and it's based on the meritocracy that the profile gets selected, right? We try to ensure that there is a 50-50% of resumes or even the interviews that come in from a gender perspective. We have a large location of Philippines, right, which is completely lopsided on the women's side, right? So their male diversity is an issue, right? It's very, very heavy and very, very, diverse from a cultural standpoint, from an LGBTQ standpoint, right? So overall, from a diversity and inclusion standpoint, I think the Gen Z and the newer generations, Alpha and the others that are coming in, look for all of these things, right? So the traditional way of recruiting is now gone. Another interesting thing I think that we try and do is the Career 2.0, which is for mothers to come back, right? People who have taken sabbaticals to come back and join the workforce because they do wonders, right? So all the workforce that we've taken back from sabbaticals have done wonders for us, and we try and see how they can grow. The last piece that I would say is analytics. It's very, very important that we have data to back up, right? So we should have data to see if women are, applying for IJPs, women are applying for career progressions. Is there an unconscious bias in the system? Is there any bias that is there from an increment standpoint? Is there any bias from a rating standpoint? So those analytics is also very, very important. So we at Coforge believe that it's an all-rounded effort from a diversity and inclusion standpoint.
Thank you, Trina. Ms. Setrey, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, sure. Yes, having our policies, to be absolutely inclusive, which is completely gender agnostic, is what we really follow to the T. So one is, of course, looking at the organization of 150,000 associates globally, we do a lot of local hiring, in terms of our interventions are not only linked to India, but of course, globally. Now, starting from the basic infrastructure, like, whether it is simple things like, having your sanitary pad dispensers in office, to say having gender agnostic washrooms, right, which the LGBTQ communities can do, other ramps, right, where our associates can use. So those are the hygiene checks which we do in all locations. In terms of, some of a very different policy, like, of course, 18 years back, I remember I was traveling with my, I was traveling for work to Mumbai, and it was a very urgent meeting. My son was just 1 year. So I had a very difficult time because my husband was also traveling, right? So to get the nanny and to get all that was really difficult. So I was having that, it was very difficult. Then I called my mom. She traveled from Calcutta to Bangalore, and somehow I managed it. So we have now launched a policy for all young moms. If you're going to travel, of course on emergency, and if you have a small child, you can actually take a caregiver along with you. That caregiver can be even your family member, right? Anyone can travel with you. So, that person can really stay with you, and your child can stay with you while you can do the meetings. So, maybe 18 years back, if I'm sure I would have enjoyed traveling at that time. So these small things which we typically do. So we have these warriors in associates who typically come back and tell us, okay, we want this, we want that. In fact, for young moms, you also have a very flexible work from home. For till 1 year, they can really do a work from home. In fact, on the gender agnostic part, even for young dads, because dads also have to take care, right, of their kids. So till the child is 4 months, even for fathers, we have work from home, right, to have a shared responsibility. So just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Mr. Vinod, what are your views on the returnship programs that both your co-panelists have shared? What are your views on this?
See, this is like a equal opportunity in the organization. So we say that women are at least 50% population we are sharing. And if that inclusion is not there, we are losing a lot more opportunity and the talent across, if the organization is not focusing on it. So that is one part. Another is the way we include them in our various aspects. Being a core manufacturing company, the women at shop floor is so effective in today's context that was not even thought of few years back. Okay, whether it is in mining, whether it is in the hardcore smelting plants also. So this is, but the lot of work goes beyond to make that successful across, to make this comfortable work environment, because it's not because they are not capable, it is because the organizations were not prepared with these changes. So a lot of thought process, and going forward, the organizations which don't think on these aspects will be left behind in the journey which we are moving forward.
Thank you. Mr. Bikram, now we will speak about the HR tech aspect of, human resources. Now, HR tech has been there for ages, it has been there for years. However, the technologies that HR tech has been using, it has changed over the years, it has evolved over the years. What difference have you seen over the years?
I will tell you in one sentence, more productive people and less number of resources. That is what the business needs. And if you ask me how the productivity is getting enhanced and the talent pool is shrinking, I can say it's good because like Trina was saying that the CV is getting parsing happening, and we get CVs which are gender agnostic, and imagine there was a time when the recruiter has to see 30, 40 CVs and all. Today, you just get 3, 4 CVs and you know whether it will click or not. How much time we are saving. And As Atresh said that the Gen Z, they are so restless. If you ask them to do so mundane work, routine type of work, they get bored. It's always better to give them something new. Like in the compensation, now the outside of this room, I saw a couple of companies which are coming. They're giving say pay advances. Okay, you need not have to ask that I have some emergency at home. I have some my kids getting into colleges or some medical thing. We need money. Earlier they will go to HR. HR will take some approvals and all. Today it is you need not have to go to HR. The app is there. The organizations are there which are paying interest free, and it's all about how much customers you have. Now we have empaneled it's one such organization, and today I met somebody that giving the same kind of services. This is how it is shrinking. I can say the shared service or the compound benefit part of thing. A day will come where even the appraisal will be outsourced. I'm telling you, the people will go and see that from the outside. Like today, the 360 feedback, the feedbacks which are coming from outside are very much reliable, and people also believe in those things. So a day will come that the customers, the stakeholders will decide who will be promoted, and all those analytics will come out. You know what is going to happen, like the presidential polls, the exit polls, and all like that within the organization. This kind of things will come, and don't you think these are interesting? Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Trina, coming back to you, one very important strategy of retaining employees is upskilling them throughout their careers. Career progression is also very important. I want to ask you, how do you view executive education also, for leaders who have been working in a way of, in their own ways for years and years? Do you see some kind of resistance to change, as new technologies are coming in, new ways are coming in? Do you see resistance to change as well from leaders?
There's a yes and no. Yeah, but I think as more and more the newer generation, and I strongly believe that the newer generation is our competitors, right? So if they are there with technology, I guess the mid-generation and the older generation needs to cope up, right? So there is no two ways that they need to change. I think that realization is there, the opportunity is there, the avenues are there. It's just a matter of time that the adoption is there. The adoption, I would say honestly, is slightly low, but there is a lot of focus on grooming the leadership as well. I'm sure they have now realized that it's as important as really reading a book, that they have to be updated and upbeat with all the technology that is there. So yeah, executive technology trainings, upskilling is at the most important, right? And I think the adoption is there, but we're getting there. I wouldn't say that it is there 100%, but it's getting there.
Mr. Trade, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, sure. In terms of, two things. One is, of course, whether you look at, in fact, the, Gen Alpha, right? They will be the future for us. In fact, in one of the studies, in the World Economic Forum, it is predicted that next year, 1/4 of our global workforce would be actually Gen Z, who probably, people, maybe they will not have so much of patience like us. They would want to do different work. Of course, those are very cliche stuff, which we have read. So in terms of having, different interventions for different group, whether it is a skilling or whether it is having an academia doing programs, that is how we have adapted. Like, for example, for our sales, for our sales folks, right? We have a sales enablement or a sales leadership training, where we have a combination of both the academia as well as the business insights, which typically helps. For our business managers also, many times we do send them even now for MBA programs. So it's a combination, and which are very curated, right? It's a combination of business as well as academia. So that's how we look at it.
Thank you. Mr. Vinoda, when we talk about future trends, how do you view them? What do you anticipate would be the future trends in talent management?
See, if you talk about future trends, there are some very visible and some very radical things which I foresee that the time is going to come and those things will come. Some very obvious things are like DEI has to be there, and there is no second thought about it. Now companies have to prepare for this. Those who have not gone into that detail, it is must. This will come. Another is what we talked about in terms of changing demographics, changing workforce, different levels. So multi-generational workforce are there in the organizations who have been 15, 20, 30 years in the organization. So some of the key critical people skills would be very prominent and important if you look at the future talent management. In addition to the technical skills, the managers would have to know the conflict management skills and certain skills, because this diversity will bring various things into picture. Another is when we talk about the technology part, AI, ML, and various other changes happening across. So reskilling, upskilling is something very important, because as in the various sessions in the morning, it was said that around 26% of jobs are getting directly impacted. Out of this, 12% may be phased out, but another 14% requires the change. And that is the important responsibility of the organization, which we have seen in the pandemic era. People were not tuned of Microsoft Teams meeting and Zoom meeting. But the upskilling and reskilling helped them to move into this process. Another, from the recruitment point of view, because these skill changes are happening, so I'm seeing that maybe after a few years, the physical degree may not have that importance, rather than the skills are very important. So you will be hiring people for the skills, not for the degree. Today we are putting it like preferred requirement. So the degree would be a preferred requirement, rather than the key skills would be the requirement which we'll be looking in the market. Another, the hybrid working is there, but already discussions are on in the market. Maybe a radical change in this sometime would come, wherein certain sector of the industry would be forced to go 4 days a week. Today, 5 days and 5.5 days or 6 days is norms. Maybe they would say it's 48 hours. I want to work for 4 days for 48 hours and rest for another 2 days. The traditional organization hierarchies may need to be relooked. That may not exist as it is existing today. So I think these are some of the thoughts which I want to put it in.
Thank you. Very well put. Do you want to add something to that? Future trends in talent management.
The basic remains the same, like meritocracy. Then promote people not based on the tenure, rather caliber. There was a time, now a lot of industry friends, they used to aspire by 40 I should be general manager. Today 30 is the age. Okay, by 30, even it will shrink. Now, in 10 years time, they want to have a career path and the process where they can reach that level, and they're ready for those kind of challenges. It's not like that, you bring the horse to the water and they don't use it. They are ready, they are doing extremely well, and there are organizations like in Vedanta also. We have the Vedanta Leadership Development Programs, where we have taken a kind of philosophy that in 10 years, we will create this VLDP, the talents who come through that channel, they should be in 10 years in the business role and level. And we are quite excited because the result is good. They have been given multiple and enhanced role, and the capabilities also we are sending them for various talent management initiatives with the programs within the organization and mentoring, and that helps. There are people who are extremely successful, and this trend is going to be the norm going forward, that there is no more tenure based. Like there was a time you were 40 and the people who are very senior, they are also reporting to you. Today that is no more exist. Today it is all based on the skills and the talent, and that is going to remain for long.
Thank you. Oh, we're out of time, but Trina, any last piece of advice for the freshers and the young talent in this country?
So for the freshers, they just need to have some more patience. I think patience is the key. Many of us spoke about it. They want everything easy and quick. Doesn't happen like that. So they need to work through, and there is a little bit of difference between experience and that how it comes, right? So you need to work through to get that experience. So that's also important for the freshers and the Gen Alpha to know. The second piece for all of us to know is, with whatever AI comes in, whatever technology comes in, we as human resources should not forget the human element in it, right? So that human element is very, very important. Resources will remain resources. But if we don't remain human and don't have that personal one-on-one touch with the employees, then we got it all wrong.
Mr. Trey, your closing remarks, please.
Yeah, another important aspect, I know all of us are very focused, or some of us are not focused, is our health, right? Health and mental well-being is something which, whether a fresher or anyone should really focus on. So this is something which is a non-negotiable. So that whatever busy we are with our instas and all that stuff going on, multitasking, we love to multitask. I think health is something we should just take a back step and really focus on our health. And organizations are there to support, right, all of us, whether it is a self-care centers and all that. So I think health and mental well-being is definitely very, very important, in this era.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can you all take a picture together, requesting Ms. Bilkis, BWPPL Business Head, to please join us on the stage. Everybody, a big round of applause. Thank you. Well, we do have some soaring talent out here up on the stage. Extending our gratitude to every panelist who's been a part of today's many, many discussions. Well, up next, I would like to request Mr. Ronesh Puri, Managing Director, Executive Assist, to please come join us on the stage. He will be giving us the keynote address about road from CHRO to CEO. Yes. Can you all have a big round of applause to this gentleman?
Thank you very much, Business World, for this opportunity to address all of you. It's a great honor to be in front of so much and so many great talented people here. The topic from CHRO to CEO is very close to my heart. And I can tell you, when I look at all of you here and look at, say, a sheer quality of talent that the CHRO brings to the table, trust me, it is second to none. I've seen talent in all the functions, and when I compare a CEO talent, CHRO talent, to a CFO, to a head of sales and marketing, I think there's only one thing that I find missing. Only one thing that I find missing in a CHRO, and that is, friends, ambition. When I meet people from all functional areas, one of my favorite questions to them is, what is your life objective? What is your career objective? Where do you want to head? Most of the time, a head of sales and marketing says 60-70% of the time will tell me, I want to head to the corner room. And can you tell me how to head there much faster than I have planned and envisaged? About 40% of CFOs will come and tell me, and this percentage has been going up. I've been watching it over the years. And about 40 to 50% of CFOs today say, we want to be a CEO. About 30% of head of strategy will come across and meet and say, their target, their ambition is to be a CEO. But friends, less than 5% of CHROs will come and say they aspire to be a CEO. And I think and wonder, when I look at the qualities that a CEO should have, and I will talk about it, I think a CHRO ticks the box much more. But the fact of the matter is, if we aspire to retire at the CHRO, then you can only score a goal when you see a goalpost near you and you want to score it there. So there lies an opportunity, and there lies the issue. We just have to actually believe in ourselves, and trust me, come what may, 10 years from now, the percentage of CHROs who will become CEOs will go up at least 10 times. It will get to be about 10 to 15% at the bare minimum. I was just reading on the way on the flight here, some statistics actually, and some futurologists talking about it. And some of them said that this percentage could be as much as 20% of the Fortune 500 companies are likely to have a CHRO as a CEO. But what is the percentage right now? What is the percentage of CHROs right now who are CEOs? According to some statistics, it is 0.1%. According to some, it is 0.3% in India. And globally, it is about 2 to 3%. But the good point is that this figure over the years has been going up. I think last 3 to 4 years, serving as a client, and you keep meeting CHROs who are your friends, you've worked for them decades, and some of them said, look, we want to brainstorm with you. And we just don't know where our life is heading. Can you just help us? So we just spoke and decided in terms of a destination. I did encourage them to look at a CEO position. They were a little apprehensive. They thought it may not come. But I'm happy that in the last 3 to 4 years, 2 of them became CEOs. We worked on a plan, we worked on a certain strategy, and encouraged them to follow prod. But the fact of the matter is, 2 of them today are CEOs of companies. So is the road that difficult? Is the road impossible to reach? Or is it just merely a case of road less traveled? My sense is that it is a road less traveled, but definitely, positively attainable. As a headhunter, I spent now it's going to be nearly 3 decades, worked on multiple positions. You look at career of people, and you often wonder and intellectualize as to why certain person has reached certain orbit. Some other individuals who in your intellectual assessment were more capable, still plateauing or remaining where they were. And then you wonder, scratch your mind and head and say, is there some commonality? Is there some commonality in people who made it there? And something that was missing in people who just did not attain their true potential. I think over the last decade or so, I looked at it fairly closely, and it's my estimation, I think it's a sense of one thing missing in people who did not attain the potential that they truly had. They were gifted people. They had the best education. They had great intellectual power. But some or the other, one fact is obviously destiny, they did not reach there, and that was they did not strategize. One thing they tend to do is, whenever they wanted to move, they looked at a push and a pull factor. Whenever you are unhappy, look at what is the best opportunity and then just join. Not look at the opportunity cost lost. Not looked at what could take you from one orbit to B. Is it a stepping stone? Could it lead to something much larger or not? But you looked at now and immediate and looked at what it is. You compared your compensation, you compared the titles, you looked at the span of control, and therefore drew an inference that if all these sum totals were more, it would take you to the new orbit. But you forgot to see one factor. And that one factor that is all important is, was it a platform to take you to the next level? Is this a place where you would remain stagnant? Or could you compromise on that and reach another orbit, which was a platform that could take you 3 steps ahead? As I see it, career is all about playing a game of chess. Very, very akin to that. Every move has to be strategized. You have to look at what the move can do. And every move can take you 3 steps forward, just as every move can take you 5 steps backwards. So you have to think deep and hard and see if your orbit and goal is A, whether this move is taking you from point A nearer to your goal, or is it remaining where it was, or is it taking backwards? In life, what I've seen is there are no free lunches. You give up something to gain something. But if you think you gain something without losing anything, it does not ever happen. You may get a great package. You may compromise with your work-life balance. You may compromise with, say, the environment. You may compromise on empowerment. You may compromise on respect, the way you're treated. Or you may compromise in multiple other things. But if you expect, and if you look at a job and see only pluses there, believe me, my friends, you're missing something. So therefore, you need to have a goal. And if the goal that you have in your mind is, I want to be in the corner room, I am second to none, your strategy, your roadmap has to lead you there. And that roadmap cannot ever be the same if you want it to be, say, a CHRO from bigger to bigger company with more span of control. Those 2 roads are very, very different. And that is a trade-off that you must keep in mind when you take a call. So, opportunities that exist are huge. And the ecosystem post-COVID, because everything that you do is also dependent on the environment. You can intellectualize, you can strategize, you can analyze, you can look at what's really worked for your friends, you can look what has worked in the past, and then you draw your inferences. But what you don't have in your control is the environment. But what differentiates and distinguishes how the quality of your decision making is the environment. And the environment today, my friends, post-COVID, is definitely in favor of more and more CHROs becoming CEOs. Post-COVID, a lot has changed. Post-COVID, the people connection has become even more important. You have more and more remote working organizations, And this will, in say 3 to 5 years, become even more. The luxury of a one-to-one connect will not be there. What are the means at your command to connect with people, to inspire them, to emotionally connect with them, to bring about a belongingness, a purpose in life, so on and so forth. The people connection, if today on a scale of 10, if you say it is 4 to 5 or 6, trust me when I say 3 to 5 years, it will become 7 to 8. So therefore lies an opportunity where if our plans is to get to the corner room, then the environment is actually supporting us more and more to get us there. So let us not be limited by ambition. I know one thing which sort of holds people back, because CHROs, according to research and even to my own personal experience as a headhunter, CHROs tend to earn more than the functional areas. Say the CFOs and others in some companies, in most companies globally, I mean, and even so in India. But if you look across at your own career span, and if you look at self-actualization, you look at the impact you create, you look at a legacy you leave behind, and you look at the fact that you all retire maybe at 60, 65, that may become 70, but hopefully we all will live 1/3 of our life post-retirement. And what is that one thing that we live on? When we hang our boots, what is going to be most important with us is the memories, the impact that we have left behind. And that impact that we can do as a CEO will be far more as a CHRO. My ambition and a dream, and I've been a great advocate of that, is to inspire, motivate more and more CHROs to become CEOs. And I am happy to take 3-4 people and try and work with them on a game plan to see how they can become CEOs in a hurry and become successful at that. Why? Because I feel through experience that CHROs can actually become great CEOs. CHROs actually possess all the qualities that, or most of the qualities that a CEO should have. People is the heart of any business. Organizations, as we all know, are as good as people. CHRO has been doing it for decades, learning from experience, learning from mistakes, learning from successes. Sees the people connect, can connect to different stakeholders, because every person in the organization is different. Every level they are different. So by training, getting to read the pulse of people, getting to understand what works with people, getting to see what does not work with people, and handling sensitive people becomes actually something that a CHRO does for a living any day. And that is a critical piece for a CEO's work. CEO cannot be a one-man army. He has to rally, or she has to rally all the people around them, head of functions, work with the board, work with the people below, work at people at different levels, understand the pulse, anticipate what is going to happen in the future, look at where the business opportunities lie, etc. These are things that actually come fairly automatically to a CHRO, because they meet people from different functions, they deal with it in a different way. And if they wear a business hat, to all their engagements, they can definitely get there, because they're understanding the pulse as it really, really exists. So you have the requisite skills to become a great CEO, not only to aspire to be a CEO to actually fulfill your own dream, but actually to make an impact through people. And the best CEOs have been great people leaders. The best and the most defining CEOs have been able to anticipate and read people better than the others, and what works and what does not. So let us get there. Yes, you have to be prepared. As I said, life is a trade-off. You have to move out of your functional head. You have to leave that when you become a CEO, and you want to aspire to be one. You have to start thinking like a businessman, not all the things that you do, from the smallest or the biggest one, what impact it creates. And I can tell you, when you meet a CHRO, and you meet multiple of them, and if you're meeting as a headhunter or even doing a business pitching, in 10 minutes you know this person is a CEO material or not. A CHRO will always look at the cost of hiring. A CEO material will look at the impact a person will create and look at how he can hire A players, what strategy can be adopted to get the best people. Because looking at the bigger picture, at the business issue, not looking at the smaller picture. And so on and so forth. So there are multiple ways that this can happen. I think we just need to connect and to understand where the opportunities lie and to work on a plan. I would encourage you all, CHROs, when you meet people, try to just ask questions. What is moving the business layer? What is happening in the industry? What is likely to happen in the industry? What are people not doing for business? And what are people doing that is working for business? Once you start in your subconscious mind thinking business rather than function, you'll find that you are operating at a CHRO as a very, very different level, and the road to your CEO will happen fairly easily. You are just preparing yourself to make a great impact there. But you have to sacrifice. Typically, I've seen from experience that CHROs who become CEOs, it's always a trade-off whether you want to be a big fish in a small pond or a small fish in a big pond. If you're moving from one to the other orbit, one which will normally work for you is a big fish in a small pond. So that you are getting to understand the different functions, the pain areas, the possible solutions, what can be done, what should be done, and creating an impact. That is one hat that you should wear. The second hat that you should always wear is to move and be a close confidant of the CEO, so that the CEO opens up to you, and even if it is not, you proactively reach to the CEO and talk business rather than function. Ask where you could help, ask what the issues and problems are, and trust me when I say that CHROs are better problem solvers than any other function, because that is what they do every time. There's some fire on, some issue to be handled, some place where they have to think on their feet. This is happening all the time. So you are definitely getting there faster than you, and if you wear the right hat. So believe me, the ecosystem supports you, but there is a fourth plan that I would sort of share with you. What could be a roadmap? If you are not a CHRO, then once you become a CHRO, make a 5-year plan. Make a 5-year plan in terms of how and you are going to train yourself, equip yourself, and do all that you can to become a successful CEO in 5 years' time frame. If you are an existing CHRO, you have been on the seat, all you require is a 3-year plan and 3 years to prepare yourself to get there, and take the requisite steps that will equip you and will get you to the cornerstone right now. But you have to start planning. Life is all about making things happen, and unless you passionately desire to get there, Unless you really are hungry to get there, it won't happen. But trust me when I say, and I'm talking in terms of people, CHROs who have become CEOs today are very, very, very happy and very, very fulfilled. They feel that they are living a new life, they're living a dream, and all that they wanted and had advised and learned about the business, they are able to fulfill. So get to be there, work towards a plan to get there. Number two, I would say, is get a mentor. I often wondered why people in the corporate life go through 20, 25 years of their time without a coach or a mentor. Every sportsman will have one. Most people will have one who you can talk, who will talk to you at a regular basis, see you whether you are following a plan or not. If you want to be a CEO, it is imperative for you to get a mentor who will talk to you, who will help you, intellectualize with you, make a game plan with you, and then see whether you are on the path or not. Even if you don't want to be there, I would encourage everybody in the room to get a mentor who will tell you exactly how things are and how he or she feels about it. Believe me, there's no way in life you will not reach a higher orbit if you had a good mentor. No way. You will have far more clarity, you will have a better plan, better strategy to get there. So therefore, get a mentor. It is better late than never, but imperative for you to have that. Number three is make friends with all the other functional heads. Talk to them on a friendly basis. Ask them what issues they are, what are the problem solutions, what you could do as a CHRO, as their personal friend to help. Get hungry to the information, try to add value to them. Don't look at HR only from a functional standpoint. You have to wear a hard hat, which is a wee bit different. And if you want to get there, some things you have to do different. Same routes will not get you there. That is the third thing that you must do. Fourth is to periodically review your plan. Has the environment changed? Has whatever you have done worked? Whatever you have planned been as per plan? Does it need a little rethink, a re-strategy? Something that has changed in the environment, in your mindset, your own feeling? Are you actually learning? Have you put in the requisite effort to learn, to get hungry? Or is that on the lower side? So wherever there is a course correction that is required, are you on course or are you not? We have to do a little bit, and you need to be a little tough on yourself on that. If you follow that and have strict faith in yourself, in your own innate ability, and believe me, from an outside-in perspective, I can tell you, you do not lack any of it. All that I feel, and very frankly, I've stated so, is an ambition. I wish there were more CHROs aspiring to be a CEO. I wish there were more CHROs very hungry to be a CEO. And that was something that would do good to the Indian Inc. And that is what is likely to happen even on the global stage. If you have noticed here, those things even on the global stage have started changing. Just as if they're changing in India, they are changing fairly rapidly and fast elsewhere as well. So friends, I hope my weak words have struck a little chord. If they have made you think and rethink on your journey, if you have laid out a path and desire to get there, trust me, the ecosystem definitely supports you far more to get there. Here's wishing that 5 years from now, when hopefully business world calls me again for a keynote speeches, next time we don't talk about the road from CHRO to CEO. The next topic is what makes CHROs great CEOs and why have they made history? I wish that day comes very soon. and great God keeps me on this world, so I'm able to say the word. I'm a big fan, unabashed fan of CHROs. I feel that they do an awesome job, and truly, I feel all of you, in terms of ability, are really God-gifted. Please, trust yourself. Please, trust me, you have it in you to become the CEOs. So here's to becoming more CHROs become CEOs, and let us start and embark on this exciting journey. Trust me, you will enjoy it, and believe me, that is the day has come, has dawned, and will dawn clearer to you when CHROs become great CEOs. And some of them, believe me, already have. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure interfacing with all of you. Thank you very much, Business World, for calling me here.
Mr. Ronesh Puri has definitely been an inspiring energy out there on the stage, hasn't he been? Thank you so much, sir. Just a moment requesting Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO BW Healthcare, to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, now moving towards the much awaited event of the night. You know what it is, right? I see the smiles. Is it up on the... Okay, thankfully it's not on the screen. What's up next? Yeah, okay. I don't hear anybody saying anything. Yes, there's one person who's saying it out loud. Yes, it is the award night. Well, tonight we gather to celebrate the exceptional talent, dedication, and achievements of the HR fraternities, leaders across the HR ecosystem. Before we begin, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, joining us tonight, family and friends. Your support and encouragement are and will always be integral to the success of our awardees. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platform, including our social media channels and on www.bwpeople.in. It gives me an immense pleasure to be a part of this iconic night, witnessing the winners who have gone above and beyond, setting new benchmark and exemplifying excellence in their respective roles. Even more encouraging is to hear how intricately BW's team and eminent jury have put in their time and hard work in choosing the best HR performers. Well, BW people received more than 150 nominations. I think that deserves a big round of applause, everyone. We have received more than 150 nominations in the various categories of awards. The eminent jury members spent hours in going through the documents and listening and listening to the pitch of the nominees to choose the best of each category. Tonight, we will present awards across several categories, each recognizing different facets of excellence within various organizations. From outstanding leadership in HR to excellence in talent acquisition, employer branding, best HR strategy, to excellence in learning and development, each award highlights the diverse ways in which the winning team has contributed to the shared success of their organization. To all the nominees, you represent the best of what we stand for. Your dedication inspires all of us to strive for greater heights. For those who will receive awards tonight, your achievements are not just milestones, but beacons guiding us towards our future goals. Well, please do join us, and while we join the celebration of the evening by using hashtag HR Excellence Awards. I would once again like to thank our event partners for the day, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. We would also like to thank our jury panel who helped us arrive to this power list after an intensive jury deliberation. Now requesting the team to show our audience what went through the jury meet.
I was very happy to be a part of BW People's HR Excellence Awards 2024. We adopted very systematic methodology and criteria for selection of the winners. This is a great initiative from business world side. I congratulate all the winners of HR Excellence Award 2024 and I also congratulate participants for their contributions.
It was a very enjoyable experience to serve as a jury member with Business World People's Excellence Award this year. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. The process was very articulated. I think the entries and the way it was conducted was very objective. The perspective of all the jury members was also to select the best candidate. Keep it up, Business World. Thoroughly enjoyed it and keep raising the bar.
Welcome everyone to the Heart of HR Innovation, the 2024 BW People HR Excellence Summit and Awards. It's been a real privilege to be a part of the jury. Why? Because we were not just judging, we were celebrating the incredible talents who are reshaping our workplaces. The rigorous selection by the jury, the process, everything, I think it ensured that today we truly honor the best in the HR field in India. As we wrap up today, let us step out as more than just participants. Let us be the architects of tomorrow, ready to shape a world where work means more than just business as usual. Thank you for being the change makers and champions in HR. Let us keep this energy alive, making sure that the human in human resources remains our guiding star.
It was quite a privilege and an amazing experience to be part of the jury for Business World HR Awards. I think the BW team worked very hard to detail the assessment process for the ease of the jury members. But with the quality of entries which came in, I think it was quite a long deliberation, almost a day, for the jury to make their independent choices. Also, it was very pleasant to know a lot of good work being done in the HR field, innovative ideas, benchmark practices. It was quite an experience. And I think my compliments to BW for creating this wonderful platform for the HR fraternity here to come and express themselves, the excellent work which they have been doing. My compliments to BW team and also congratulations to the winners and maybe encouragement for the ones who could not make it this time. Try harder next time. My very best wishes.
First of all, I want to congratulate Business World team and Anurag Batra for putting together a fantastic set up processes and systems and methodology to create, I think, one of the most coveted awards in the industry. And I think why it stands out really, it's its authenticity and credibility that they have developed over the years. And the debates and discussion that went in choosing the best of the best. And I think it's been an awesome experience to meet some of the most exciting people in the industry. And I must congratulate all the winners and everybody who's participated in it. We can only choose a few this year, but I'm sure all of them will get something in the future. All the very best.
It was a pleasure to be a part of the jury of Business World HR Excellence Awards. Like always, we had some phenomenal entries and lots of entries, and we had to spend the entire day evaluating on a common criteria across various segments of awards. I'm very happy to be part of the jury, and it's a pleasure to learn a lot of new things because of what is happening in the industry, and people came up with some really innovative thoughts and initiatives which they had shared from their organization. Wonderful to be part of the jury, and all the best to not only the winners but also to the entire team who participated, because this is a great experience in getting to be part of an HR excellence evaluation process, which will also help in a lot of learning for the companies. Thank you very much, Business World, and for recognizing the good work which is being done in the industry.
And congratulations to everybody at this award. I had a great time being a jury member, interacting with a lot of different innovative HR practices and practitioners. My heartfelt congratulations to the winners and everybody who participated. Thank you.
Hashtag HR Excellence Award. Well, to address all of you to this award evening, I would like to request CEO BW Healthcare World, BW Wellbeing World, and CEO of BW Pharma World. Let's all put our hands together for the man of the evening, Mr. Harbinder Narula, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you so much. I mean, it's very encouraging to see the kind of nominations we received. I see a lot of people who have not been there since morning, and the day has been filled with a lot of learnings. I've noted down a few. While I was sitting there, I was making my notes. So, Mr. Ronesh Puri, my first session in the morning was revolving around the question that, how can CHROs become a CEO? And the point that you made that not many CHROs see themselves as CEOs of the future was reflected there when I asked the panelists. But I can tell you one thing. Out of my experience of working across small companies, entrepreneurial startup opportunities, as well as working with large companies like Google, YouTube, etc. If you see any large company which has succeeded today, has had a CHRO or a HR person who thought like a CEO. The mindset of thinking like a CEO can impact how the leadership in that organization operates. I have a few notes that I made which were learnings for me. So allow me to read these out. One was, we realized that there is a role that technology is playing today. And it is not just in the field of finance, it is not just in the field of marketing, but also in the field of HR. And what was very encouraging to observe was that every person who was here sitting on the stage and acknowledged the fact and was willing to adopt technology in their day-to-day work. whether it is HR analytics, whether it is performance metrics that they could measure. There was an acceptance of and willingness to adopt technology. Second is, I don't know how many of you attended the session where the IBM CHRO was there. He brought out a very beautiful concept of creating digital twins. I was just trying to visualize when he said that imagine how beautiful it could be if you were to use the digital twin to predict how the person could respond to whatever decisions you take about that person. You know, I'm in the field of healthcare and I realize predictability leads to prevention, right? It is so true for the field of HR as well. If you were able to predict how the person is going to respond, you could choose to take that decision or choose not to take that decision. Third was the concept of standardizing the process, yet keeping it personalized, ensuring security of data which is personal to that employee. I think that was really, really powerful because the combination of this could be lethal. I also speak very passionately about personal branding. And sir, you were talking about the journey of a CHRO to CEO. How many of us take our executive presence seriously? We try and be very humble, but we have to choose that if we wish to look at being in that corner office, what would really help us and how that could help the organization. Keeping that in mind, I think what is also important is to understand that a brand, a corporate brand, is extremely important for any organization. Do you agree with that? How many of you believe that corporate brand is imperative for success today? Just two? And how many of you who are from the field of HR believe that the success of a corporate brand is because of what your people think about it and speak of when they are outside? You know, that's what really matters. So think of your employees as your brand champions. Second was, you know, another point that came out very stark was that when we're looking at employee happiness, employee engagement, we are talking about employee well-being today. The point that was brought out that the lady was looking at traveling and she had a 1-year-old baby, and now the company is looking at allowing a caretaker or somebody who can travel with that person, and it could make that travel pleasurable, right? How many of us want our employees to travel for work? And we feel very bad when the employee says that, listen, it's tough for me to travel at this point in time. It's disturbing, right? But imagine if you could take that burden away and make that person feel happy about doing their job. That happiness is something which is beyond measure. You know, all I can say is that attitude is most important. I used to work at Google. I was not in the HR, but I know that when we were looking at hiring people to expand our teams, I was working in the Gurgaon office. We started the operations from a 10 by 10 room, and we grew really fast to having 4 floors in a building nearby. And when we were looking at hiring people, we chose people who had the right attitude over the qualification. Because people with the right attitude could learn the skills, but people with skills but not the right attitude will be the ones who you will struggle with later. So that was my learning, and this learning as a CEO is so important for me. And imagine I learned this from the HR department of the organization. And when we are talking of attitude, I'd like to congratulate Bilkis. She's put up this event at the last moment. She just joined us as the head of BW People. Bilkis, would you like to come to the stage? And also the team which is supporting her, which is, we have Savi, we have Sugandh, and we have Akash. These are the people who you see in the front, but there are a lot of people at the back end who have been there working to make this happen. So congratulations to all of you. It is your attitude which has made this event possible. And thanks to you, I have learned a lot today. So this is all thanks to you and the team behind the scenes. Thanks. And also, something that I'd like to tell you about the awards, because I had come here, I was invited to the stage to talk about the awards. We've had amazing jury process. You heard the comments, and we have a few jury members here today. Thank you so much for making, flying down to be there with us today on this for this particular event. I can only tell you that the process is not simple. It looks very simple. For you, it is just coming for 2 minutes or 3 minutes and talking about and answering that one question. But there's a huge responsibility that the jury has, because they have to choose one over the other. And the choice is really tough, because it's not that one person is doing a job better than the other. It is about picking up people who are creating an impact despite everybody making a contribution to their company and to the industry. It's a very tough process for us, and we have a lot of discussions, deliberations, but all I can tell you, ours is a very transparent process. We may not be a perfect process. We are learning with every jury that we do, and I can tell you that I've been a part of almost like 20 to 25 juries in a year, and with every jury that we run, we have something new that comes up, and we try to incorporate in the next jury process. We may not be foolproof, we may not be the best, but all I can say is that we are very, very transparent. So thank you for trusting us. Congratulations to each one of you who participated, and best wishes to one who were perceived by the jury to be better than the others. So I think with that, I'd like to let the evening flow. Thank you so much to all of you, and thank you so much to the jury members, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, so now we can start the award ceremony. But before we start with the award ceremony, I would request all the winners to get down from the left side of the stage for the photo, and request all the winners to stay till the end for the group photo and editorial coverage. So please don't leave early. Don't leave as soon as you receive your award. And now the time is here to reveal the winners of the 9th edition of BWHR Excellence Awards 2023. Today we have winners in both organizational categories and individual categories. To felicitate our first set of winners, I would like to call on stage Mr. Harbinder Narula once again. Please welcome on the stage. This is our CEO, BW Healthcare World, BW Wellbeing World, and BW Pharma World. Requesting Mr. Vardarajan S., Bold Advisor, Startup Partner, Leadership Coach, and former CHRO and Head of Corporate Affairs of Vistara. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Also, I would like to request Miss Bilkis to please join us up on the stage. Bilkis is our business head at BW People. All right. In the organizational category, the first subcategory would be excellence in diversity and inclusion. Well, let me announce the first award. This award is the bronze that will be received by Call Technology Services. Can we have someone from Call Technology Services? Can you all please move towards the center? Center, please. All right. So up next, we have the next Excellence in Diversity and Inclusion. This is also a bronze award, and that would go to, can we have it on screen, please? That goes to Novo Nordisk India. Can we have someone from Novo Nordisk to please receive the award? Okay, so we'll have someone else coming later. The next one would be Excellence in Diversity and Inclusion. This is a silver award. This would go to Vedanta Limited, Lanjigar, Vedanta Limited. We have Mr. Bikram Keshori Nayak receiving the award. Congratulations. Up next, the gold for Excellence in Diversity and Inclusion goes to LTI Mindtree. Can we please have someone from LTI Mindtree? Congratulations. Now moving ahead to the next subcategory, Excellence in Employee Engagement Strategy. The first bronze award goes to...
Before the award is announced, I see at least 100 people here. The applause is not even for two people, from two people. Can we have some energy in the room? These people are deserving winners. Let's go for it.
Thank you, sir. This would be to Astor MIMS Calicut. Congratulations. So now we'll be announcing the silver for the subcategory Excellence in Employee Engagement Strategy. Any guesses? And that would be to Vantage Circle. See, now we hear the noise. Congratulations. So in this category, we have two gold winners. I'll be announcing the first gold winner. This would go to JLL, Excellence in Employee Engagement Strategy, to JLL. Congratulations to JLL. Well, so in the same subcategory, the second gold goes to, can we have the award? goes to Coforge. This is to Coforge. Ms. Srina Balakrishnan is coming up on the stage. Congratulations. All right. Now, moving ahead to the next category, subcategory, excellence in employee experience. Well, in this category, we'll start with bronze. The first bronze award goes to Verizon India. Can we please have Mr. Gopinath to receive the award from Verizon India. Congratulations, team. It's lovely to see a team of the company coming here and receiving the award. Look at that. Well, the next bronze in the same category of excellence in employee experience goes to... Can we have the name on the screen? Yes, it is Bristol Cone. Can we have the Director, Talent Management, Pooja Narayan, to please come receive the award. Congratulations, team. We have a wonderful girl gang who has come up on the stage to receive the award. All right. So the next bronze award in excellence in employee experience goes to Kraft Heinz India GCC, requesting Priyanka Sharma to please come up on the stage. Congratulations. Congratulations to Team Kraft Heinz. All right. So in the excellence in employee experience category, the silver, we have 2 silver awards, and the silver award goes to Antara Senior Care. Can we please have Uminder Singh join us up on the stage to receive the award? Antara Senior Care. Now, the next silver award goes to, can we have it up on the screen? It goes to REAIndiaHousing.com and PropTiger.com, requesting Shauryadeep to please come up on the stage. Congratulations. A big round of applause To all the winners of subcategory Excellence in Employee Experience, please. Moving ahead to Excellence in Employee Welfare Initiative. Well, the bronze goes to Exorient. Can we please have Kripa and Ms. Nuria Siddiq to please join us on the stage to receive the award. Requesting all of you to please give them a big round of applause. You know, you're always welcome to even, shout out, give a shout out, whistle, hoot. We are most welcome to receive it. We have wonderful award winners coming up on the stage constantly. Well, moving ahead to Excellence in Employer Branding. In this category, giving the bronze to AB InBev GCC Services India. Joanna Morris and team is going to be receiving the award. Requesting Mr. Vardarajan to please take a seat. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to the gentleman. Now I would like to request Mr. Ronesh Puri to please come up on the stage, Managing Director, Executive Asses, to give away the next set of awards. Everyone, a big round of applause to the man who shows the road from CHRO to CEO. Okay. Up next, giving away the Gold Award to Excellence in Employer Branding. And that goes to Cactus Communications. Ritika Ranjan to please, requesting Ritika Ranjan to please join us on the stage. Cactus Communications it is. Congratulations. Okay, everyone, a big round of applause. Thank you. So in the same category, we have two more gold winners, Excellence in Employer Branding. The next winner is NEC Corporation India Private Limited. Yeah, we have the team up on the stage, and everybody a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Well, the next gold for the category of Excellence in Employer Branding Award goes to Sony Pictures Network India. Congratulations. We have the team coming up on the stage. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Wonderful. All right, all right. Moving ahead to the next category. And this is Excellence in Health and Safety Initiatives. Well, this is a good round of subcategory. The first silver goes to Tech Mahindra. Congratulations. Now the next one is Excellence in Health and Safety Initiative. This is the Silver Award, and that goes to Gemini Technology Service India Private Limited. Do we have Ray Simon around? Anybody from Capgemini? Okay. All right. All right. Congratulations. So up next, we have the next subcategory, that is Excellence in HR Technology. And the first one would be a Bronze Award, and that would go to Exorient. Can we please have Krupa and Samit Prasad and team on the stage? Can we hear some loud noise from the audience? Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, team. All right. We have the next Bronze Award to Excellence in HR Technology, and that would be, let's see on the board, KPMG Global Service. Requesting Tejeshwar Sharma and team to please join us on the stage from KPMG Global Services. Congratulations. Up next, we have the Bronze Award for Excellence in HR Technology. Another Bronze Award, and that would go to Vintage Circle. Can we please have the team up here on the stage? Congratulations, Team Vantage Circle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time you clap for the team. Moving ahead to the Silver Award for the same subcategory. And the winner is Can we have the winner up on the screen? Yes, it is Reliance Industries Limited. Can we please have Shrikant Kohli and Neha Sharma on the stage? Congratulations, team. Congratulations, everybody make some noise. Up next, Excellence in HR Technology. Now the other Silver Award goes to Awadh Sugar and Energy Limited. Everyone, Awadh Sugar and Energy Limited. We have Mr. Shashikant Shukla receiving the award. Congratulations. Well, last but not the least of this particular Excellence in HR subcategory, HR Technology, the Gold Award goes to Zij's Wellness. Can we please have Vishal Makar and team up on the stage? Congratulations. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I know the music is doing it for you, but then you can also, take part. If you're bored to clap, you can also bang on your tables. You're most welcome to do that. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Thank you so much. That was Zydus Wellness for all of you. Moving ahead to the next subcategory of Excellence in Learning and Development. The bronze goes to Capgemini. Yes, Capgemini Technology Service India Limited, requesting Bhavna Bhagat to please come receive the award. Congratulations. Once again, a hearty congratulations to all the award winners. Moving ahead in the same category, going for another bronze, and that would be to Lawson and Turbo. Can we please have Shobha Arun to come up on the stage and receive the award? Larsen and Turbo it is. Congratulations, ma'am, to you and your team. All right. Moving to the next bronze award to the same category of Excellence in Learning and Development. The winner is JLL, requesting Ajit Kumar to please come receive the award with your team. Well, that's a team out there. Everybody a big round of applause to Team JLL. Congratulations, team. Look at that big smile on all their faces receiving the award. Wonderful. Congratulations. Up next, going to the next bronze receiver of the same subcategory of Excellence in Learning and Development. The winner is Buffety Van Mel. The whole team is walking up on the stage. Congratulations, can we all have a big round of applause to the award winners. Now moving ahead to the silver category of the same subcategory of excellence in learning and development. The silver award goes to Indian Hotels Company Limited, IHCL Indian Hotels Company Limited. Congratulations. Hearty congratulations to you and your team. Moving ahead to another silver award. Can we please have the winner up on the screen? That goes to Sony Pictures Networks India. Yet again we have Team Sony coming up on the stage to receive their award. All right. So in the same subcategory, last but not the least, let's not forget the gold winner. Let's call upon the gold winner, HSBC Bank India. Everyone, put your hands together for HSBC Bank. Reshma Jacob is going to be receiving the award for now. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Requesting Mr. Puri to please take your seat. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. Let's all make some noise to the gentleman out here. Thank you. Up next, requesting Mr. Valdarajan to please come back on the stage, join us to give away the awards. Okay, so this is a category of excellence in learning technology, and the silver goes to Aditya Aluminium. Let's call upon Aditya Birla team, Vinoda Anand Thakur and team. Congratulations, team. A big round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Up next, we're moving to the next subcategory, and that would be excellence and line of business strategy. We had a long discussion about strategies. Now we have the winners. Let's start with the bronze winner, and that would be Free Charge Payment Technologies. Congratulations to Team Free Charge Payment Technologies. Up next, I would like to call upon the next bronze winner of the same category. Can we have the winner on the stage, on the screen? That would be StarTech. Requesting Niranjana and team to please join us up on the stage.
Thanks a lot. It's getting a bite of today here was very good because just the fact that I
Congratulations, Team StarTech. Thank you. See? Amazing. All right. Now the next bronze again to the same subcategory of excellence in line of business strategy goes to Delhi Duty Free Services. Requesting Geetika Sharma to please come up on the stage and receive the award. Can we all congratulate Delhi Duty Free Services, everyone? Especially for those who have been using it sometimes. Come on, a big round of applause. We're speaking of duty free. Thank you. Jokes apart, let's move to the same subcategory of excellence in line of business strategy. We're moving ahead to silver. And the silver goes to Birlasoft. Bipin Sajwan will be receiving the award for Birlasoft. Congratulations to you and your team. Well, in the subcategory of excellence in line of business strategy, last but not the least, the gold goes to Sony Pictures Networks India. Can we please have Team Sony? They're just standing out there waiting for the next award. That's how it looks like. They're so quick. Congratulations, Team Sony. Now we're moving ahead to excellence in performance management, right? So in this category, we have, I think, both are gold winners. And the first one would be to Gamescraft. Can we please have Team Gamescraft come up on the stage? Nitin Nahata and team is going to be receiving this award. Congratulations, team. Can you see the smile on the lady up on the stage? I think that's what we like to see on your faces while you receive those wonderful awards. Up next, we have the next gold winner of excellence in performance management, and that would be Zydus Wellness, yet again requesting you to come up on the stage to receive your gold award. Thank you so much. Well, for the further awards, I would like to request Mr. Ronesh Puri to also join us up on the stage. Thank you, sir. Okay, moving ahead to the next subcategory of excellence in talent and acquisition. And the bronze is where we start with. The bronze award goes to Schneider Electric India. Can we please have, now we have chairs coming up. They have a cheerleader out there. Wonderful. Requesting the whole team to come up on the stage. Team Schneider, congratulations to all of you. Okay, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Excellence in talent acquisition. Bronze goes to, let's see, Axis Bank. Can we please have the Assistant Vice President and Human Resources team to please come receive the award. Preeta Prasad is going to be receiving the award for Axis Bank. All right, congratulations. Up next, requesting the next silver award going to the same subcategory, excellent in talent acquisition, goes to Sony Pictures Network India. Congratulations, Team Sony. Well, for the same excellent in talent acquisition, the silver goes to Genpact, requesting Ritu Bhatia and team to please join us up on the stage to receive your award. A big round of applause to these beautiful ladies walking up on the stage to receive their award for Genpact. Congratulations. Up next, the gold for the same category of excellence in talent acquisition would be to HSBC. Congratulations. Reshma Jacob is going to be receiving this award. Congratulations, HSBC. Okay, that was a gold, so I think they deserve a little louder round of applause. Okay, another gold winner of Excellence in Talent Acquisition is Tata Capital. Can we have Team Tata up on the stage? Wonderful. Congratulations to Team Tata Capital. I must say it's very gracious of all of you to be here today, joining us this evening. In fact, some of you from morning to celebrate BW People 9th HR Excellence Award 2024. Congratulations. Well, moving ahead, but we have one more person that we want to announce from a previous category of excellence in diversity and inclusion. That would be the bronze to Novo Nordisk India. Can you please have someone from Novo Nordisk receiving the award, please? A big round of applause, everyone. Let's encourage the people, yes. Let's motivate them to get more awards. Thank you. Moving ahead to the next category of Best HR Strategy, I would like to mention about the bronze winner, and that would be to Larsen and Turbo. Can we please have Mukesh Kumar Singh to please join us up on the stage? Larsen and Turbo, Water and Effluent Treatment IC. All right, congratulations. Well, the next silver to Best HR Strategy goes to HCL Tech, everybody. Can we all put our hands together for Team HCL? Vinuta Rao, Kiran and team are going to be joining us up on the stage to receive the award for Best HR Strategy Silver. Congratulations, Team HCL. All right, for the further award felicitation, I would like to request Mr. S.V. Nathan to please join us up on the stage. Everybody, please a big round of applause to the gentleman walking up on the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for all the cooperation. Well, moving ahead to a very niche subcategory, that is best place of work. Let's start with the bronze, and that goes to Ship Rocket. Can we please have someone from Ship Rocket? Come on, everyone, make some noise for the Team Ship Rocket. Supriya Maheshwari, Associate Director, is here up on stage receiving her award. Ms. Supriya, requesting you to speak to the audience for 40 seconds. You have around 40 seconds. Here you go.
Thank you so much. Firstly, thank you so much, Business World team, for felicitating us with this award. A brief about ShipRocket for everyone. So we're an e-commerce enabler. We drive growth for a lot of e-commerce organizations, right? And that's driven with the help of, AI-driven technology and a lot of other value-added services for the e-commerce sellers, right? And I'm very proud, very humbled to be here today, and very honored that my team, sent me here to accept this award on everyone's behalf. So thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. Well, up next, let's move ahead to the next bronze winner of Best Place of Work category. And that goes to, the bronze goes to Go Digit General Insurance. Go Digit General Insurance. Can we please have Saloni up on the stage to receive the award? Saloni, requesting you to speak few words. We have the mic there. You have 40 seconds.
Hi, everybody. Very good evening. A little bit about Digit. So Digit is India's first insurtech organization. We are just 6 years old. We started with a mission to make insurance simple. That's the core goal that we live by. We have two very strong values in the company. One is continuously question the status quo, and B is being transparent. So that's the only way we can change the insurance industry. We were started by Mr. Kamesh Goyal, who's a veteran in the insurance industry. And as an HR team, all we try to do is stand by the mission and values that have been defined by our chairman and co-founder. So we've done a few things in the last 6 years, and I'm sure this award is just going to motivate us for the next many, many years in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saloni. And up next, Best Place of Work Silver Award goes to, in the silver category, we have Aster MIMS Calicut yet again coming up on the stage to receive the award. Congratulations. Come on, everybody, make some noise. They're the best place of work. Congratulations, sir. We would like to hear some words from your end. Thank you.
Hi, good evening all. I represent Aster DM Healthcare. We have 16 hospitals across India and have around 20,000 employees on our roll, out of which 10,000 from Kerala. We have 6 hospitals there. Thank you very much for recognizing Aster DM Healthcare. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations to you. Well, Best Place of Work, Silver. Again, there is another silver category, and let's see who's going to be winning the silver for Best Place of Work. And this would be NEC Corporation India Private Limited. Can we please have the team come up on the stage? I think we would like to hear what is it that makes your place the best place to work. What is that small little thing that you do differently at your workplace to make it special, to be nominated and to be winning this award? Would be a nice thing for us to know. Yet again, everybody, a big round of applause to Team NEC Corporation India Private Limited. Who of you would like to give us a little speech.
Hi, good evening, everyone. To those of you who don't know about NEC, the parent group is a 125-year-old organization. We celebrated our 125th birthday just last week. We are what we call as we are from satellite to submarine cables. So we are into communication spectrum from the satellite to up to submarine cable systems. I am Xavier. I'm from the supply chain department team. I have Rajesh with me and Preeti from HR. Thank you all. Thanks for this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, requesting all the award winners to please be seated, please stay back because we want a group pictures of all the award winners. Moving ahead to the best place of work, gold. Well, the gold goes to ABOT India, everyone. A big round of applause to Team ABOT India for having the best place of work. I think I really request one of you to share that gold tip of yours to make your place to be the best place of work. We have both Rajan Kalantre and Ramanathan V joining us on the stage.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ramanathan. I work for Abbott India. And along with me, I have Rajan Kalantre, who is the HR director. I'm deeply honored to receive this award on behalf of Abbott India. What has helped us travel towards this particular journey is our employee value proposition of security, opportunity, and purpose that we offer. This has helped us create a workplace which has really made everyone valued and empowered. I also take this opportunity to thank all the HR members and the cross-function team in Abbott for driving this diversity and inclusiveness in our organization. I thank the jury and and business world as well as for giving this award to us. And my congratulations to all the award winners this evening. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much once again. Congratulations to you and your team. Well, moving further to the category of individual. So far we've been into organizational category and we've had so many subcategories. But moving ahead to the category of individual, the first subcategory would be Future HR Leader of the Year. Well, that's a wonderful award to receive. Let's see Future HR Leader of the Year. And that would be, can we have the name up on the screen? The winner is Sumit Taneja, Vice President HR Wipro. Come on everybody, a big round of applause to Mr. Sumit. Congratulations, Mr. Sumit Taneja. We would like to hear a minute of your speech. Could you please address?
I think 40 seconds would have been enough.
Your wish, yeah.
No, I don't have much to say. I'll have a lot of people to thank, of course, in this journey. And of course, jury members who chose. I sometimes think that more than anything, sometimes luck also has to play in. A lot of good applicants, I'm sure, would be there for this award. And most importantly, I think I do thank Wipro, where I've spent 18 years, as you were seeing in the introduction. That's where I've learned everything, I think. So with different roles at different times, whenever I've got bored, I've been able to get a change in role and learn something new. So that's a lot of thanks to Wipro for getting this award. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. And once again, congratulations, Mr. Sumit. Up next, we have the subcategory of Woman HR Leader of the Year, and that would go to, I want to hear the loudest noise from all the men and the women out here, and the winner will be displayed very soon on the screen. Let me go. 3, 2, 1. Let's shout out to Shweta Mohanty, VP and Head of HR SAP in India. Congratulations, Shweta. Can we hear some loud noise? Ladies, let's hear some noise. Congratulations, Shweta, the Woman HR Leader of the Year. Requesting you to give us a small speech.
I accept this award with a lot of humility, especially, having this award from leaders whom I have utmost respect and I have learned a lot from. This certainly is a reflection of what my team does. So a huge shout out to the SAP One HR team in India and 15,000 colleagues that we have across businesses who support in what, little that I try to do. For all those of you who know, SAP's, vision is to improve people's life. And we certainly withhold that value very, very seriously in what we do in our HR practices. And I'm just grateful for this incredible honor. And this certainly is on behalf of my entire team. Thank you so much, Yuri. Thank you, Business World.
Congratulations.
For this lovely felicitation.
Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Shweta. And hearty congratulations to you. So up next, we have a very important award winner. And this is the Chief Human Resources Officer of the Year. The Chief Human Resources Officer of the Year. And let's see who the winner is. Let's give it up to the man of the night. The winner is Vikram Tandon, Chief Human Resource Officer, Adani Group. Everybody, a big round of applause to Mr. Vikram. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for your gracious presence this evening with us. We need more than 1 minute or 2 minutes or 5 minutes from your end, sir. Thank you.
So, short speech. First of all, thank you so much for the award and a heartiest congratulations to all the winners. Obviously, a lot to learn from each other in the HR fraternity. Today, I am reminded of all the great bosses that I've had over the years who've really helped me learn things, and some real bad ones for who taught me even more, which all of us had. But on a more serious note, the way I look at it, the world of HR in the next 10 years is going to be very, very different from the world that we experienced. It's going to be a world of high-speed velocity change. It's going to be a world where there is going to be immense opportunity and a lot of new learning will come in. And I think as Ronesh was speaking earlier, I think this is the time for HR to really drive strategy across business because we are really the business. And that's a thought that I'll leave you with. Have a terrific evening and my heartiest congratulations to all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Jury.
Thank you, sir, and wishing you the same heartiest congratulations to you too this evening. Well, before moving ahead, I would like to request all the winners and the speakers to join us for the dinner post the award ceremony. Now I would like to request BW People's business head, Ms. Bilkis, to join us here near the podium to address all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed jury members, the award-winning teams, and my dear BW People team members. As we draw this incredible HR Summit and award ceremony to a close, I want to take a moment to reflect on the profound impact that today's discussions and recognitions have on us. Throughout the summit, we have explored a range of topics from emerging trends and innovative practices to the strategic importance of human resources management. We have heard from industry leaders, engaged in thought-provoking discussions, and shared insights that will undoubtedly influence and unlock the future of HR. Today's awards have not only celebrated exceptional achievements, but have also highlighted the power of dedication, creativity, and leadership in transforming workplaces. Congratulations once again to all the winners. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the jury members present here, the keynote speakers, panelists, and everyone who contributed their time and expertise to make this event a success. The future of HR is bright, and it is with the collective efforts of visionary HR leaders, the future of HR will get unlocked. Let's carry forward the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and excellence that we have experienced here today. Thank you once again for your participation, your enthusiasm, and your dedication to the field of human resources. BW People team will look forward to seeing you all at the future events as well. Please join us for the picture and then for the dinner. Thank you so much.
With that gratitude being expressed by Ms. Bilkis, requesting all the award winners to please come up on the stage with your trophies in hand. Check. Let's freeze that smile on your faces for a while. Let's freeze that smiles. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all the award winners of BW People 9th HR Excellence Award 2024.
Guys,
okay,
all the winners, please come back. There's going to be a picture for the magazine, which is without the jury and without all of us. So please stay here, take a picture for the magazine, please.
So winners, let's climb up back on the stage right away.
Mr. Sumit Taneja, if you can please come on the stage.
So ladies in the front who are taking pictures on your phone, looks like you're coming in the pictures, so I want you to sit down. Please take your seat. And keep your hands down. Keep your hands down. You want to click a picture, you can go stand behind or beside the photographer and take a picture. Congratulations to all the award winners. Let's all give a big shout out. Come on, make some noise, everyone. One last round of applause to all the winners of BW People 9th HR Excellence Award and Blocking the Future of HR Summit 2024 it is. Thank you so much all of you for joining us this evening.